This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now, a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride,
Forged through generations.
now a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete,
We play to win.
driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
day 2 of Yorkshire versus Sussex in this County Championship Division 1 match. Umpires Debenham and Lungley are heading out towards the middle, as will be the Yorkshire side, led out by Johnny Bairstow, with Sussex on 373 for 6, having been put into bat by Johnny when he won the toss yesterday morning. That was the full 96 overs on day 1. And John Simpson spearheading what was in the end a pretty good comeback by the visitors, because he made it to 101 not out from 163 deliveries. Tom Price also played really well for 93, fell just short of his century. Tom Haynes 64 and James Coles 47, other players with significant contributions. Finn Hudson-Prentice is making his way out with Simpson at the moment, 24 not out from 34 deliveries. And the story of the day, really, Yorkshire, as I say, winning the toss, putting the opposition in, and not able to capitalise on that initially, but then did get themselves well into the game with Sussex at 150 for 5 before an excellent 6-wicket partnership between Messrs Simpson and Price of 165 took the game back in Sussex's favour. It's not one of those at the moment where you're calling anything, because there's a long way to go, but you'd probably rather be Sussex at this stage at 373 for 6. Yorkshire's 2 overseas fast bowlers, Jai Richardson 16 overs for 105, and Logan Van Beek 18 overs, 4 maidens, none for 80. Well, having said those figures, I probably don't need to say much more, other than that they certainly did not fire as was required on day 1. Jack White 3 for 42, George Hill, who's got the ball in his hand at the Kirkstall lane end, 2 for 58, Don Best 1 for 46 were the wicket takers for Yorkshire. Adrian Harms is alongside myself, Jonathan Doyd. We've also got former England women's head coach Paul Shaw in the box with us throughout day 2, as George Hill bowls the first ball of the day to John Simpson, who drops it out into the offside, and there is no run. Good morning, Harmsy. There we go. Straight away, technical probs on day 2. Yeah. So you're not going out. Right. George is making his way in then from the Kirkstall lane end again. And John Simpson playing out into the offside. And again, there is no run. We'll retry Harms's microphone connection. And that's not going too well. So there you go. Shawsey brought straight into action with some kit at the back of the box as George Hill's in again, and Simpson strokes that back to George on his follow through. And again, there's no addition to the score. Beautiful sunny morning here, not as many in as there were yesterday. When I don't know what the official crowd figure was, but it was healthy by comparison to many days here. In comes Hill again. That's a lovely shot by John Simpson, but he hit it straight to Sam Whiteman, feeling there at extra cover. And again, no run. There's a few people smattered around at the colder Howard stand end, because the majority of those are in shade, and the sun lighting up the north east 2-tier stand at this moment in time. Again, a smattering out on the east stand side of the ground. A couple to come in this opening over of the day, and George has been right on the money from the off here, which is just what Yorkshire needed. John Simpson is having to put bat on ball and defend his wicket. How are we there, Harmsy?
Oh, can you hear me?
We can now.
Oh, that's better. We've got another set of headphones. Well done, Georgie. Good job. You've got some.
Well, these were new headphones that we had installed this morning, but mine seems to be working, but yours not. Here's Hill in again, and once more Simpson blocks that into the offside for Whiteman to field. So a good start for Yorkshire with a maiden. John Simpson, not exactly troubled there, but did have to be circumspect in seeing off that first over the side. Paul Farbrace just having a wander around the foot of the ground there with his bag over his shoulder. Hopefully he'll be joining us for a little while as well at some point during today. Good to see. Well, first of all, good morning, Georgie. A bit more cloud around this morning, but a bit of high level cloud. I was looking at the local weather forecast, and I thought it was really good all through the next week. But I'm now talking about a few heavy showers on Monday. Now, whether that's due for the Leeds area, I don't know, but that's a little way in advance. But I was thinking, I walked off my hotel this morning down through Headingley, and indeed, going back last night, I met a Sussex friend of mine in a pub around the corner that was packed with Leeds Rhinos fans going to the game. It's a very vibrant part of Leeds, isn't it, Headingley? There's an awful lot going on. I guess there's a lot of students, and the pub was absolutely rammed, and it was good. Jack White. Let's get things underway from the Howard. You will say something then. Runs in towards us and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who, not sure that holds the thigh pad, but it's going to run away for runs down to fine leg. It could well be that they get wait for the umpire's signal, and they are indeed buys, and indeed there are 4 of them. So Sussex get on their way this morning. Yeah, you kind of you feel a bit there for Finn Bean, because Jack White, the radar, was just out with his first ball of the day, his loose net, and he's not been able to reel that one in. It was tailing away, wasn't it, quite significantly down the leg side. I was just going to say that more vibrant last night with your pink jumper thrown in there, and of course the local student population do want to know what Adrian Harms is wearing, because it will influence them going forward. White in bowls and Hudson Prentice defends down the other side of the track, and I doubt that very much, to be honest. I bumped into a chap who used to do some work at the radio station. He's a Brighton and Hove Albion fan and a big Sussex fan, so we were sitting there sort of remonstrating about the good old days of football back in the 90s, and he was talking about Brighton when they pretty much ran out of money, and doing similarly with my football team as well. So anyway, we had a very pleasant hour or so, and then I had to hasten back because I hadn't checked in at the hotel. In comes White, bowls, and Hudson Prentice lets that go through to keeper Bean, and there is no run. It was a late finish, wasn't it, yesterday? And by the time we'd finished doing our interview, it was best part of 7:45 by the time I'd finished doing my work. Yeah, it was a late day. Actually, a shout out. I mean, clearly John Simpson and Tom Price took the headlines, and rightly so, yesterday. I thought it worked for Finn Hudson Prentice, actually, because when that wicket went down, when the wicket of Tom Price went down with the new ball, there was still 13 overs left with the new ball. It could easily have been the case that Sussex lost Hudson Prentice, and then the tails exposed and the new ball. So I thought they did really well to bat through those final overs yesterday, as White is in bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drives sweetly through the offside. They've taken one. Is it Revis coming around to field? Is it the field already? Revis gets in the throw, and Hudson Prentice picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 26 and Sussex to 3, 79 for 6, closing in on what we a 4th batting bonus point. Needless to say, Sussex were absolutely delighted last night, from 150 for 5 to reach where they did overnight, 373 for 6, very much Sussex's day. But I want to capitalise on that. So there's a little bit more cloud around this morning, Giorgio. I'm sure that's probably going to burn back, but maybe make it slightly better bowling conditions. In comes White, bowls. Hudson Prentice takes a step down the track and drives firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, it's not appreciable, is it, really? No, it's just a bit of high level. Yeah, a high level, bit of cirrus cloud, is that what they call it? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I wouldn't have. It looks fairly serious to me, anyway. I wouldn't have thought. These up here, Georgie, above the ground, I think they call them mare's tails, don't they? Yeah, they do. Obviously, you listened at school. I did listen at school, yeah, and I think that meant that sometimes that there might be rain on the way. Were you head boy or something like that? No. In comes White over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice is forward and just plays that onto the leg side and takes a comfortable single. Does Finn Hudson Prentice? He goes to 27, I think that's going to be. The scoreboard is very quick. He retains the strike. 380 for 6 here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Jonathan Doidge, live at Headingley on another glorious day. And Sussex just looking to build towards. Well, they're going to want to bat as long as they can, aren't they? Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson and Henry Crocombe to come.
2 of those 3 have made first-class hundreds. Ollie Robinson not for some time, but Jack Carson last season. And again this morning, this looks to me to be a very good pitch, Jonathan.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So you're going to want a good score first up, just so that you kind of don't end up being behind the game. But already you're looking at scenarios. There's obviously a scenario still where both sides bat twice, but Yorkshire, in an ideal world from this point, I think would want to finish this innings off and do their best to bat once, and that will need to be a sizable score. Well in the first innings so far this season. In fact, it's been a feature of numerous recent seasons. Short ball here from George Hill has been steered away very nicely by Finn Hudson-Prentice, up on his toes, and he timed that really well, got it away square on the offside. That's the shortest boundary on the ground, 55 metres to that side, 65 to the western terrace side of the ground. Richard Robinson says that I think the pitch width has got to be 120 metres.
Oh, that in total?
Yeah, it's got to be, I think, a minimum. I don't know if that's 120, and that's it. I would think a minimum of, but I'm sure he'll let me know, as that's all short of length, and Hudson-Prentice tries a cut shot, misses. It's through to Finn Bean.
And does that mean that one side has to be a minimum? Is there a minimum amount on one side of the ground, Doigi? Is 55 the minimum?
Good question.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. It is a lot shorter opposite the western terrace. I'm going to sneeze.
In comes Hill once again. There's a little bit of nip off the pitch, but an easier leave for Hudson-Prentice. So George was right on the money with John Simpson in the first over, getting him to play, bowling at the stumps with every delivery. He's a bit wider here to the right-hander, but not sure if for any reason that's part of a plan. Who knows? There's a man at third man. 2 slips, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, close, mid-wicket. Don Bess is crouching into a catching position. That's a better delivery from George. Squares up Finn Hudson-Prentice to some extent, and he can only get thigh pad on that. Gets through for a single, supported by Simpson, who's yet to add to his overnight 101. But I thought he played really well, John Simpson, yesterday in that. Not that the pitch is a bag of snakes or anything, but just in that circumstance of 150 for 5, play a silly shot at that stage, 150 for 6. He put in the back end of the batting order under some pressure. No, an exemplary knock. Don't think he gave a chance all day, did he? He's just did that George Hill delivery.
And he came into the game, it had, by John standards, a pretty poor start to the season with the bat in the 4 innings that he made. But I think when he came out to bat yesterday, George, you were saying you always feel with John, certainly since he's come to Sussex, that a big score is just around the corner. And I thought yesterday, initially he was very circumspect. He was playing in the V between mid-off and mid-on. He was trying to play himself into form, and I thought it was a class innings.
Yep, here's Hill. And he's asking Simpson to play again. That would have knocked one of the poles out. He defended it nicely though. End of the over, 385 for 6. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned the Adam Lyth connection from when they were younger, if you like. And, you know, he's of similar age. And they both just know their own games really well. It's pretty obvious watching them play.
Yes, absolutely. He's in his 3rd season with Sussex. John, 37 years of age now. Be 38 in July. But he's been a wonderful servant for Sussex in the 3 years that he's been here. Topped the averages last year, 1,086 runs at 60. I mean, you'd take that for your number 6 and wicket-keeper every day of the week. Jack White is going to carry on from the Howard Stand end of the ground, coming into bowl to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's batting nicely here, 31 not out with 2 slips and a gully. He's in bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is beaten outside the off stump, playing forward rather tentatively and beaten outside the outside edge, taken by Finley Bean and there is no run. We were considering going to the Rhinos game last night, Georgie, but it was so late by the time we finished, and as I left the ground, sort of some late comers were making their way into the ground, so I have no idea. You could hear the tannoy, and it all sounded very exciting. Did they win?
Yeah, they won 44-4, something like that.
Oh, so it's a bit,
very, very comfortable, yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, half the family were there, and they were telling me that there were loads of spare seats, actually, last night.
White is in and bowls and played onto the onside by Vinaz and Prentice, who took one hands off the bat to flex it down to fine leg. He goes to 32 with a total of 386 for 6.
I had to visit various places and try and find some food last night on the way back, so I didn't actually get home till after 9.
Yes.
Long day yesterday.
Yeah, by the time I got back to the hotel, I sort of, the lady in the hotel said, you've got a quarter of an hour to order yourself some food, which I managed to do, and then I sat and I thought, well, I'd sit and watch the football, and sort of sat down, and I thought it was 4-0 to Forest. I thought, crumbs. So I watched the end of that, and then it was time to call it a day. I must admit, with rugby league, it's not a game that's played pretty much in the south of England, as Jack White is just reorganising his field. He wants his fine leg to go a little squarer. That is Matthew Revis down below us, isn't it? Yes. A fine leg, as in comes Hill round the wicket, bowls, and Simpson lets that go, taken by Bean, and there is no run. So I've sort of lost a little bit of thread of how things work and all the rest of it, because it was very much a winter game growing up. You'd watch it with the great Eddie Waring and all the commentary and everything. But now it's, but he was iconic, wasn't he? Now it's very much a summer sport, isn't it, Georgie? Rugby league.
Yes, there is talk. I mean, the NRL, the National Rugby League of Australia, sort of getting in bed with them to help them, for them to help the British game.
In comes White and Bowles, and Simpson again lets that go through to Bean, no run.
And I think that they would have been suggesting that moving back to winter might be the thing to do. I don't see that happening now. It's been 30 years being played.
Has it really?
Sport, yeah, 1996.
Wow.
The first year of Super.
And has that largely been successful?
Well, the fact that somebody's thinking about moving back to winter, I think it's been successful in the sense that it's drawn in, a different audience who like to go watch when some of the months have better weather, not all of them.
Yes. White. In and Bowles, and Simpson seems to have so much time, John Simpson. He waited for that delivery. It was pitched around middle and off. He just eased the ball through cover point and jogs through for a comfortable single, just keeping the scoreboard ticking along. He goes to 102, Sussex 387 for 6.
We could have a long debate about this, Harmsy, and we're doing a cricket broadcast, but I mean, go back to 1996 when Super League came in, and it was around about the same time that rugby union went professional. And there was, back in the day when league was a part-time professional sport, players got paid, but they still worked as brickies and plasterers and whatever other jobs they had. There was a bit of sneering going on at the time.
White over the wicket to the right-handed Hudson Prentice, who plays onto the onside again, takes the hand off the bat, the right hand off the bat, but plays to wideish mid-on and picks up a single. It is the end of the over. Hudson Prentice to 33 and Sussex to 388 for 6.
And rugby league fans would say, that they pretend they're an amateur sport over in Union, but we all know they get paid boot money, as they called it. But then they declare themselves fully professional, and that it was a case of they should admit that they're professional, so they did. And of course, because the game was more widespread, one of the reasons it's been difficult for league to try and take a stranglehold beyond the usual places and beyond club rugby league has been because there was a more firmly established international footing in Union, and then money came into the game as well through sponsorship, media and all the rest of it, as George Hill was in, and Hudson Prentice runs that one down past Gully for a single to Van Beek, who does the fielding. So be careful what you wish for and all of that, really. And so it's just been really difficult for the sport to break out and to attract, ongoing major money. Now, of course, there was an £80-odd million deal in the first place to get the sport to move from winter to summer, and Sky, went in all in to cover it. It's George Hill who's in bowling, and that's wrapped John Simpson somewhere, probably top of the pad flap. It felt like it was a bit too high. George it was lingered at the end of his follow through, which is un-George-like.
Well,
As if to say it's closer than.
Who's talking to? Is that Johnny Bairstow talking to umpire Langley? That looks like a that looks like a fairly animated conversation, you know.
Well, maybe.
Difficult to tell from here.
Johnny likes a bit of animation as in comes Hill, and that's run out towards Gully by Simpson, and there's no run.
It's carrying on, you know. Settled it. No, here he goes again. So Johnny must have really had a word with umpire Langley, and it's still I mean, maybe it's a convivial conversation, I don't know, but it's either way. Interesting.
Here's George, in and bowling, edged by Simpson. First false shot of the day. He's got 4 for it because it was played with relatively soft hands. He didn't drive at the ball, and it's gone to the left of Adam Lyth at second slip and down into the discarded covers at the Howard stand end of the ground. So 393 for 6. Another batting point coming up very shortly, and John Simpson onto 106.
It's an interesting stage now. I wonder whether Sussex, it seems inevitable Sussex will get a 4th batting bonus point. I just wonder from here whether they're, having lost these 12 points at the beginning of the season, when every point is always crucial, but from here I wonder whether they're just thinking, let's have a dip at this 5th batting bonus point, but in so doing, do you then jeopardise building a bigger score? Is the emphasis here on building a really big score or picking up this additional batting point? What do you think, Jonathan?
Probably building a really big score. I think you want to try and set yourself up for a win, and if you get the bonus points, if they manage to get there because of some poor bowling again for a little spell, then all well and good. But I think you'd rather go on longer, miss out on that bonus point if you end up setting yourself up for a win. Another dot ball there, by the way, from George to John Simpson.
And I guess actually from a Sussex point of view, yesterday morning when they were asked to bat on a pitch with a tinge of green for 150 for 5, you'd have definitely settled for 4 batting bonus points. So I suspect you're probably right.
Hill again, and Simpson gets it away wide of Don Bess, who's at Gully. And they're going to get through for a couple to complete the 101st over at 395 for 6. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this only once.
Okay.
So listen very carefully. If you're watching the stream and you're perturbed by the sound quality, which we had all yesterday, I can tell you that is going to be the case for the rest of this match. So, if you want better sound quality and you want to do a bit of syncing, then I would advise you to go to the BBC Sport website and app. After all, this is a BBC radio broadcast, which we provide the commentary for Yorkshire on the stream. We have some issues with the kit. We can't do anything about it before the end of the match. So if you want perfect sound quality, go to the BBC Sport website and app. You'll still be able to see the pictures if you sync them up, if you can't put up with the buzzing. We're having to do that ourselves because we've got buzzing in our ears throughout the match. It's just like having tinnitus, but we've done the best that we can with the kit we've been provided with.
Jack White runs in towards us, comes in to bowl to Hudson Prentice, who defends down the track, and there is no run. I've had a message in from John. Hi, John. He says, I'm watching the live stream on our balcony on Mahi, I think that's how you pronounce it, M-A-H-E, in the Seychelles. How lovely. I thought to introduce you to my new friend, and there's John's new friend. There's a great big spider outside of his window. He goes on to say, a good draw would do us no harm in the scheme of things, to come back from a high-scoring draw.
OMG, that is big.
That's a big spider, isn't it? From Headingley after being put in is not so bad. The bowling is our strongest suit. He comes right. Bowls Hudson Prentice beaten. The second time he's been beaten this morning outside the off stump. Good delivery through to Bean, and there is no run. Yes, that's a sizable spider, isn't it? There's John's video, which is dreadful radio, I know. He's a pretty big spider over in the Seychelles. And we've got sort of Seychelles weather here, John. Leeds, certainly for the next few days, so possibly with a hint of a shower on Monday, the local weather forecaster was saying on the BBC this morning, so we'll have to see whether that materialises. White's approach to Ricky, he sort of rolls as he come in. I was watching Richardson's approach yesterday, was smooth, wasn't it, but went around the park. White in, bowls again, he's beaten Hudson Prentice twice. He's been excellent, Jack White. He really has bowled extremely well. He's in his 21st over, taken 3 for 48, and on another day it could have been, to be honest, 5 or 6. He's bowled really very, very, very nicely.
Yeah, he has. I did a little interview with George Hill at the end of yesterday, and he's nothing but impressed with Jack in terms of what he produces, the number of times he hits the seam, and the fact that, that he's, I think, in a nice way, he was kind of saying there's a bit of jealousy around because he just goes at 1 point something and over most of the time and picks up wickets.
Yeah, running in again, running in hard, bowls Jackson, who decides this time to combat getting beaten outside the off stump by taking a couple of paces down the track and plays the ball straight back to White, who fields off his own bowling.
What George did say about him is he keeps it simple. He's not trying to do too much with the ball. He's happy that what he does with it has the beating of batters on a regular basis. So, he's got a couple of little variations and that's it. And it works for him, and it certainly does.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes whether all sorts of sports gets far too technical. We were just break off for a moment as White turns, 2 slips go down in glorious Leeds sunshine, in and bowls. Hudson Prentice takes another step down the pitch. White fields of his own bowling, shy as if to throw the stumps down. And there's good batting by Hudson Prentice actually. He's just trying to get Jack White guessing as to where he's going to move around in the crease. And again, there is Durham. We were talking yesterday, weren't we, about some of the. We need to get Paul's view on this. The sports sciences that come in. The footballer who has to come after us for 70 minutes because he's run 10 miles and he can't run any further. And sport's not that complicated, is it? Bowls from yesteryear, so you had to get bowling fit, and you had to bowl with the odd niggle or the odd, the odd strain.
Yep.
That doesn't seem to happen anymore. As in comes White and bowls. Hudson Prentice again defends with a high left elbow, plays the ball back down the track. That's another fine over from Jack White, and maiden over 21 overs. Is that 8 maidens? I think it is 3 for 48 for Jack White. Sussex 395 for 6. 8 overs to go in which to accumulate any batting bonus points. Sussex will almost certainly get to 4. Doubtful they'll get to 5, I think.
Yeah, and on the injury front, Matthew Revis, 2 overs for 16 yesterday. I think felt something in his back. He, of course, had a stress fracture at the end of the season before last.
Dear.
I don't think there's any clear diagnosis on what it was. He is out there on the field, and he was off for a while yesterday, but came back on. Here's Hill. And Simpson, I think a bit of pad involved in that first delivery of the over, no run. So you're not going to see Matthew Revis bowling again in this match as a result of what he felt yesterday. Not sure. I think there'll be further investigation. I think by the sound of it, he feels like he's going to be okay to bat. He's moving okay in the field at the moment. He's just in there in the covers. Hopefully, just a precautionary stoppage in his bowling life, and it doesn't develop any further. But we wouldn't want it to get any worse, because, as I say, he didn't even start last season, as he reminded me when I was having a chat with him last week, because of what happened to him at the end of the season before. Another dot ball there from George Hill to John Simpson. That was fielded by Jai Richardson, and Yorkshire are going to want him to be on it today when he gets an opportunity with the ball. 395 for 6, Hill in and bowling. Played into the offside where Revis is round, and looked happy enough to bend and do the fielding there.
Just talking about bowlers, very much the forgotten man, I think, of English cricket. Mason Crane, who's actually rejuvenated his career down at Glamorgan. He's gone past 50 for Glamorgan today. He's 53 not out. Recovery by Glamorgan, who were in all sorts of trouble in their game against Leicestershire. But now 355 for 7.
Comes Hill once again, and Simpson just tucks this away into the leg side, and will pick up a single. He bowled really well, Mason Crane, down at Cardiff in the first match of the season against Yorkshire. Just looking back Harmsey for his figures.
He looked like he was going to spin Glamorgan to victory.
Yeah, 5 for 55 off 16.2 in the first innings, and then 3 for 99 off 24. He was less effective in the second, strangely enough. You'd have thought it would have been the other way around.
Yeah.
But the ball was ragging at Cardiff. Early April, first match of the season. It was, a bit off the wall. That. Bowling over the wicket now to Hudson Prentice, who defends to Richardson at mid-on.
I mean, he played that test match, didn't he, over in Australia, and I think he went around the park and hasn't been, but he had a couple of games at Sussex on loan, probably 3 or 4 years ago when he was at Hampshire, that's right, wasn't it? And, good to see him, coming back and doing well for Glamorgan.
Hill in again. Hudson Prentice, lovely shot. Top of the bounce and just punched that one away into the covers. It's going to be pulled in by Logan Van Beek, and they get 2. 36 to Hudson Prentice, 398 for 6 at the end of the 103rd over.
I'm going to have to go, Georgie, so I shall leave you and for half an hour, and I'll leave you with Paul.
Harmsey going for his regular manicure and massage between stints on air. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge on X, or jonathan.doidge at whatever it's called on Blue Sky. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com for the moment still is our email address, but that's going to change soon. Once again, just preparing you for that. Sylvia has been in touch and says, Sylvia in Bradford says, morning Jonathan, on my way to the ground after doing Roberts Park Run Saltaire, trying to be positive, saying I'm going to see Joe batting at some point today. Yeah, well, if you're not, then this game is done, isn't it? As that's pushed into the offside by Simpson off the bowling of Jack White, and there is no run. Morning to Stuart. I've already addressed that query with my mention of the sound issues. Josh is off to watch Belper Town, says he found it better listening on his iPad. Significant improvement needed today. Jack White round the wicket in and bowling to Simpson, who just waited for that and played it nicely enough into the offside for Whiteman to field. The little fellas alongside for the first time this season. Barney Rubble, Paul Shaw. How are you doing, Shawsy?
Good morning, Doidge. Very well, thank you. And what a great day we've got today here at Headingley. The sun is shining, and it's today's set up, I think, for a reasonable day's cricket. Sussex did incredibly well yesterday afternoon, didn't they, from being 150 for 5. Showed some resilience to get into a decent total so far today.
Yeah, here's Simpson on 109, and Jack White, straight delivery, asks him to play, pushed into the onside, no run. Yeah, this second new ball was taken after 81 overs, so it's 22 and a half overs old, and Yorkshire have picked up just the 1 wicket with it when it was a couple of overs old. That was Tom Price.
Yeah, and this partnership now is worth 83. And Simpson's batted beautifully, showed some resilience, and played really, really well.
Here's White and Simpson pushing to mid-on, no run.
Hudson Prentice is getting into his stride now. He's 36 not out, and supported Simpson incredibly well. So Sussex and Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, will be looking, I think, to build as big a total as they possibly can. And Yorkshire, on the other hand, with the ball being relatively new, the second new ball that is, they'll be looking to pick wickets up, certainly in this first half an hour, which has not quite happened, but in this next half an hour before 12 o'clock.
Here comes White, Simpson punching into the offside, and there is no run. We need to have a look around the grounds as we get to the half-hour mark, and not just the cricket being played by the fellas today either, because of course it is the Roses Derby over at Old Trafford between Lancashire and Yorkshire women. And the Yorkies batting first. Oh dear, they've lost a couple of earlies. As Jack White's in and bowling to Simpson. It's wide of off stump and left by John Simpson. Lauren Winfield Hill out second ball. LBW to Kate Cross without scoring. Georgie Boyce bowled by Kate Cross for 4. But Jess Jonathan 29 off 41 and Stoke Alice 27 off 36 has taken York 69 for 2 halfway through the 15th over. Just check on who won the toss there. Lancashire, unsurprisingly, and stuck the Yorkies in. Thanks, Shawsey. Of course, you've had plenty of involvement with players on both sides, I guess, over the years.
Yeah, I certainly have. My early days here with Yorkshire and more recently with Lancashire just over the hill.
And here is Hill, wide of off stump. Hudson Prentice leaving. Speaking of Lancashire, they're all out for 370, the men that is, up at Chester Street. Durham just started their response and are yet to score, and not lost a wicket just yet either. At New Road, Kent 196 all out yesterday. Worcestershire 108 for 3 in reply. At Sophia Gardens, Glamorgan 360 for 7 in the first innings of that match still against Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 301 for 8 against Derbyshire at Derby. Hill bowls straight and Hudson Prentice has to defend. At Trent Bridge, Warwickshire 409 for 8 against the champions Notts. And at the Oval, Essex 350 for 6 in the early moments of day 2 against Surrey. That's the latest round the men's grounds. Keep an eye on that. Lancs Yorkshire one-day cup match as well for the women. Yorkshire we started with a couple of defeats, but then did get a win on the board last week. As George Hill is in, Hudson Prentice has to just jab down on that. Out into the offside, no run. I spoke to Rich Pyra a few days ago, and clearly been encouraged, I think, by the start, because they weren't quite sure how they'd sit in back in Tier 1, the Yorkshire women, and they weren't far away in those 2 defeats. They've not bowled that well up top, and then they've dragged it back around both times, really, as the opposition's innings has gone on. Here comes Hill, good delivery, he's got him. Hudson Prentice couldn't move his feet. He was anchored at the crease and just had a little push at it through to the gloves of Finlay Bean, and the first wicket of the day is gone, and that is Finn Hudson Prentice for 36, 398 for 7.
Yeah, and that's a good wicket, a good breakthrough for Yorkshire here at Headingley. Real credit, actually. He's been bowling just the last probably 15 minutes or so. White has been bowled in really good areas and supported incredibly well by Hill, who's at good areas, and he just got the batsman just to nibble at that one as the ball just bowled a really good length, just slightly nipped away off the pitch. And there's the wicket of Hudson Prentice, who caught Bean bowled Hill for 36, and that's the wicket that Yorkshire have been searching for this morning. Now they'll be certainly hoping that 1 brings 2 and 2 brings 3, so they can get some wickets and get out there and have a good bat and see if they can post a big total. But a long way to go before that actually happens, Dorji.
Yeah. This morning, the addition of 25 runs since the start of play in that first 36 minutes of play. Jack Carson coming in at number 9.
It is a really good delivery from Hill. We've just viewed the replay up here. Good lines, good length, and the ball just offered a little bit, and it continued on its way to the outside edge of the bat and went through to the keeper. So as I said earlier, Dodge, I've been impressed with the way White's bowled, certainly yesterday, and this morning he's bowled good areas and built a little bit of pressure, and certainly Hill's done that and just got his just rewards for doing that. Yeah,
so Sussex, they've added some runs, have not got off to kind of a flyer this morning. And Yorkshire, Anthony McGrath, Johnny Bairstow will be happier about that, and they've now managed to pick up, a wicket. see how they go, and if they can capitalise now on a fresh player out there in the middle. Jack Carson, we know, can bat. Let's just have a check-in on his record. 25 years of age, of course, County Armagh born. He's playing his 67th first-class match now, Jack. And runs-wise, he's just past the 2,000 mark not so long ago. One first-class ton to his name and a dozen half-centuries, and he's right in behind his first delivery, which was short of length. So, yeah, he's averaging more than 23 and a half, which coming in at 9, he's pretty good.
Yeah, the Sussex outfit certainly do bat fairly deep, but they've actually got a well-rounded team. They've got pretty much all disciplines covered, and as I say, they bat fairly deep down the order.
Hailing and bowling, good delivery, that's a beauty. As it passes the outside edge, angled in and just holds its line. And Jack Carson playing in a bit of fresh Headingley air. 398 for 7, and a deserved pat on the shoulder there by Matthew Revis for his mate George Hill.
Yeah, and that's another good delivery, exactly the line and length that the Yorkshire bowlers need to bowl on this pitch here today. And as Doja said, just a slight angle in through his approach, and the ball just pitched, held its line, and almost took the outside edge of Carson. That's a good over from Hill, and Yorkshire will be feeling a little bit more positive having taken the important wicket and the important breakthrough this morning.
In comes White at the Howard stand end. John Simpson just taking half a stride down before White releases the ball. This was something that one or two of the Sussex players tried yesterday with varying degrees of success. And Jack's figures 22.1 overs now, 9 maidens, 3 for 48 would suggest that they didn't have a huge amount of success in doing it, but they did combat him nipping the ball around to some extent at times. Yorkshire's pick on the opening day, and he's in again now, wide on the crease, and Simpson playing that one into the onside for Don Bess to do the fielding. So Yorkshire with the full selected 11 out there on the field. There was a bit of to and fro with 12th men yesterday, and of course there's been much debate and discussion about the substitutions this year. Yorkshire benefiting from those in the first couple of matches, 3 of them so far, thankfully, in this Yorkshire-Sussex match. As in comes Jack White. Oh, good delivery, angled in. That must have nipped a fair way. Commentary position has us up on the 5th floor behind John Simpson, so not easy to tell the trajectory from behind the batter, but certainly the way he appeared to play that.
I think this is a good strategy from White, coming round the wicket, just angling the ball in and trying to just nip it away off the seam and bring the wicket keeper and 2 slips into play. I'm just wondering whether or not it's worth in the gully a little bit tighter and maybe a 3rd slip. 50-50 call on that, they'll be thinking Simpson set, but there could be an opportunity coming through the slips if he keeps bowling that line and length.
Here he is again, this time a little fuller, and Simpson therefore able to get across and cover it. 4 successive dots, and Jack White just continues to keep on coming, doesn't he? Keep the pressure on, you know, akin to that boxer who's just jabbing away at you, Shawsey.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with him. He's bowled incredibly well, and bowled well, I understand, yesterday. Good areas again, Doji, didn't he?
He did. The occasional bad one thrown in that gets makes its way to the boundary, but that's for everybody, isn't it, at some point. But he's very, very consistent, as Simpson just plays a ball short of length out into the offside for a single. Van Beek is out in the deep on the east side of the ground doing the fielding. as I mentioned, not as many today as yesterday, but I tell you, probably more than we often get on Saturdays at Headingley. The prospect of seeing Joe Root action, Johnny Bairstow possibly as well as the day unfolds, has drawn a few more in. Saturdays, they're busy, aren't they, in the summer? People have got their own cricket clubs as well. Stuff to do, really, on a weekend. And at this crossover point as well, where other sports are still winding up towards the end of their seasons, can hit attendances sometimes, as Jack White's final ball of the over from over the wicket to the right-handed Jack Carson was defended into the onside. 106 overs gone. Sussex one more run will bring him another batting point.
Just one run in that over from the over of White, who mentioned a couple of times so far this morning has bowled very, very well, and both White and Hill have bowled well in partnership. And what Sussex will be doing now is Simpson will be looking just to stay out there and knock the ball around, put the bad ball away, and see if we can amass a big first innings total. And Carson will no doubt be supporting him in that partnership to just do just that. And just looking at Yorkshire's slip cordon now, we've got 2 slips. Moving to gully, the third, moving to gully maybe. And just moving the field around now. Changes to the field, to the in-form Simpson.
Jai Richardson just doing a couple of warm-ups as if he might be getting unleashed at some point fairly soon. George Hill, meanwhile, from the Kirkstall Lane end, round the wicket to Simpson, but that was a little too wide to interest him. Good morning to Mark Hebden on Blue Sky. Enjoying the commentary at the moment as Hill takes his 3rd wicket. What pace is he, Jonathan? He's got a superb average. I reckon he's probably hovering above the 75 top 70s mark. It's just something, even if you don't have the speed gun, you can kind of tell an 80 plus, can't you? Again, that's turned to leg by Simpson, no run. George is a little bit more skiddy. The ball doesn't feel as heavy out of his hand, does it, as some bowlers?
Yeah, I reckon he'd be probably 77, 78, and on a good day he might just hit that 80 mile an hour mark, but he's developing into a really skillful bowler. He bowls good areas, consistent areas, and he just gets that little bit of nibble off the surface, doesn't he? So he's bowling well at the moment.
He's in again, and Simpson just content to drop that into the offside. There's a fairly big gap in there. Gets through for a single that takes Sussex to another batting point. 4 of them now they have. Can't imagine they're going to be going on an assault for the next 3.5 overs to add a further 50 runs, so that's probably that, but having been put in, you'd still be pretty happy, I think, with 4 batting points.
For sure, especially when you looked at it yesterday afternoon. They were 150 for 5 at one stage, weren't they? They've already amassed 400 just for 2 more wickets that's gone down.
Here's Hill again, this time to the right-handed Carson. A little bit too straight from George this time, and it's been worked down to long leg for 1. To Lily, who says she was around yesterday but had to leave due to a family emergency. Hope everything's okay, Lily. George Hill switching back around the wicket to the left-hander. Still 2 slips in place. 3rd man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and squarish
Shot.
Mid-wicket, as that's a lovely shot, as Shawsey called it there. Just over pitching George Hill, and lovely placement from John Simpson to bring up another boundary through extra cover come mid-off, wide mid-off, that sort of area. Just down to our right, up towards where the old scoreboard, the old digital scoreboard used to be at Headingley, if you know the ground. Kirkstall Lane end.
That's a beautiful shot from Simpson. Beautiful, just leant into that, waited for the ball, hit it under his eyes. Lovely contact, timed away beautifully.
Hill in again, this time Simpson thinks better of playing an attacking shot and has to defend. 405 for 7 then. Simpson 115. Carson yet to properly get going on just the one. And George Hill 3 for 78 from 25 overs, 7 of which have been maidens.
And just looking at the Lancashire women versus Yorkshire women score, just over the hill there, from Yorkshire being 13 for 2, losing the wickets of Winfield, Hill and Boyce. They are now 92 for 2 off just 18.5 overs. Jonathan on 42 of 58 and Callis 37 of 45.
First change of the day then. Jack White has a breather. Jai Richardson, well, he won't want his figures putting up on the board as they are at the moment, but 16 overs, no maidens, none for 105. Yorkshire supporters will be hoping for a whole lot better on day 2. And you Sussex fans tuned in will be hoping for more of the same, I guess. Here he is. First ball of the day for him is to Jack Carson, who doesn't move his feet too much and pecks at it really, pushes into the offside, no run. You're in a great position to tell us a bit more, Shawsey, about the likes of Jess Jonathan and her abilities, and I think we've already seen some of that in these first couple of games that she's been here.
Yeah, it's lots and lots of experience. First came across Jess Jonathan when she was playing for Australia and I was England coach. She got 100 actually against us in the test match at Kent.
Richardson to Carson, who drives to Bess in the covers, no run.
So he's a very capable batter. He's able to put her foot down if she needs to, or sit in and absorb that pressure. Lots of experience, good left-hand bat, plays well off both front foot and back foot, so a good player. But also from a spin perspective, offers a real good option from a spin side of things. But you know, from a young Yorkshire team, her experience is the key thing there actually, and it looks like she's absorbed some pressure before she started to go through the gears today.
Richardson into Carson. Oh, he's got a thickish outside edge on this one, and that's going to bring him a couple of runs. Matthew Revis in the deep will do the fielding. They get back, in fact, for a third. Good run between the wickets by the pair of them. John Simpson will resume strike. 408 for 7. And so, given where the Yorkshire women's squad is at, and they've just got this mixture of some really experienced players with some quality and class, and then a lot of young players who they're still trying to bring on. Apart from her performances helping the team on the field, Jess Jonathan, it's also about, you know, those younger players being around somebody like that and soaking it up, I guess, as Richardson's in to bowl to Simpson, who plays out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really important point. So the time spent in the changing room, chatting around the game, chatting around preparation. Now she prepares for the game, but also in the hotel. You know, when they've travelled and they're in the hotel and they're having a bite to eat, or a coffee or whatever. You know, if I was a young player, I would be sat right next to Jess Jonathan all of the time to gain as much experience and insight and a sprinkling of wisdom from what she's developed over the years of playing the game.
Richardson to Simpson, who defends into the offside. Yeah, and then there's those moments as well. It's, you know, there's that side of the soaking it up, and then there's the other side, which is if you happen to be out there in the middle when she's batting or bowling, and you're actually seeing that, you know, certainly batting, standing at the non-striking end, watching her do things, those little chats in the middle, how she might go about a situation that you've not experienced before. Worth its weight in gold, isn't it, I guess? Simpson waits, and in comes Richardson. Has he got something on that? Finlay Bean had a dive to his right, and he has. That's 4. So for the second time in the match, Bean having an exaggerated dive to his right to make. In fact, no, the previous one was to the left actually, but he got a hand on something yesterday that Jack White delivered, and then today it was Jai Richardson that couldn't prevent it going for the boundary. 412 for 7, Simpson on 119, Carson on 4, end of the over.
Yeah, going back to your point around Jess Jonathan and batting in the middle with her, and you made the point about the conversations in the middle. If you're a young batter, you know, Jonathan's going to enable you to chat through the situation that you're in and play through that situation. So it's in effect being coached in the middle from one of the game's greats.
Here's Hill, Kirsten Lane end, and Carson leaves.
Which is, you know, as even a young player in club cricket or in county cricket or whatever level of game you play, you can bat or bowl in partnership for that matter with an experienced pro. It just adds to your game and can accelerate your game that little bit quicker, providing you're willing and open to that learning and that experience that's been passed on to you.
Yeah. Johnny Best has just brought himself into a catching position about a strip away from the pitch they're playing on, and probably 15 yards from the bat. Didn't come into play there, as George's delivery maybe a little bit wide for that, and it was pushed into the offside. Van Beek is getting loose, so he may be coming on at this Kirkstall lane end to replace George, who's been going throughout this first 53 minutes of play. And he's into his 26th over now, George Hill. Turns and makes his way in once again over the wicket. Carson watches it well. They've bowled pretty well so far to Jack Carson since he made his way out there. He's faced just 10 deliveries, but he's not been given a freebie yet.
Absolutely, that's the case. And I think throughout this morning session, this first 53 minutes of the morning session, I think the Yorkshire bowling unit have bowled pretty well. They've generally hit good areas. Certainly Hill has done that, and White has done that. So from that perspective, they've bowled well.
Yeah, Carson playing forward and back to George Hill with his latest delivery.
And it's so important, as we all know, being around this game a long time, certainly at Headingley, you've got to bowl good areas, good lines, good lengths, and give the ball every opportunity to just deviate off the surface. And sometimes that means bowling a little fuller on this surface. If you get it wrong, then obviously you're at risk of being driven down the ground and through the covers. If you get it right, you're in chance of a nick.
Yeah, here's Hill trying to find one of those, but Carson is up to the task of defending once again. Had an email in from Martin Bloomfield with regard to yesterday's shenanigans. Oh dear, that's a no ball. Hooray. George Hill, no ball. So, runs on the total. 412 for 7. Makes now 414 for 7. With a couple added. 8 runs in no balls so far in the match. And in comes Hill. Just with a touch of outside of the bat about it. It's run to gully there. So Martin says with regard to yesterday's shenanigans, so yesterday's lack of full sound was the ick at the Headingley ground, a reap proper flop because the volume would drop. Thank heavens JD was around. His skill sets are second to none when it comes to getting job done. He'll plug in alt wires without aid of some pliers until streams are eventually as one. The day was a good one for batters with points up for grabs, and that matters. The run rate per over was too high for one bowler. Gavin, please bring back one Stevie Patters. Very good, Martin. As Hill is in, and that's blocked by Carson into the offside for Johnny Bairstow. To field in that position he brought himself into. End of the 109th, and at nearly an hour into the day's play, Sussex have moved from 373 for 6 to 414 for 7. Simpson 119 not out, and Carson on 4.
And Hill's spell is bowled within this innings so far, 26 overs, 3 for 80 with 7 maidens, so already building a reasonable workload in this first innings. Yorkshire will be looking just to see if they can pick up wickets before lunch here, and Sussex looking to amass as big a total as they possibly can and try and get Yorkshire under pressure in Yorkshire's first innings.
Here's Richardson. That's driven through extra cover beautifully by John Simpson, got right over the top of that. And Jai Richardson conceding another boundary. Yorkshire have just sent on a 12th man who I'm trying to identify. He's not gone on with a number on his back. He's gone in at mid-wicket, replacing Dom Bess temporarily. And he's now in fact been sent out to the mid-wicket boundary. Try and get you an ID on that. 18 for 7 following that 4. Matthew Revis has been dropped deep, long leg. He'll be 5 or 6 yards in from the boundary edge. 2 slips and a gully. Richardson then in again at the Howard stand end, and Simpson gets a ball fuller in length and plays into the offside, no run.
He has a lovely shot earlier on, 2 balls ago from Simpson. Again, just waited for the ball, played it under his eyes, and just with good balance and rhythm just played that ball past extra cover and mid-off for a really well-timed 4 runs, with a slight difference in that delivery. That ball it was full but wasn't quite as full, so Simpson wasn't able to lean into that one and put it away, so a little bit more watchful as Richardson comes in again.
And Simpson plays out into the covers, timed it very nicely again along the carpet all the way, picks up another single.
Partnership between Simpson and Carson, only early in its form, it has moved on to 21, and just to remind people that Sussex yesterday afternoon were 150 for 5, and they've moved on to 419 for 7 after around about an hour's play on day 2.
Richardson bowling to Carson, who is very solid once again with that defensive push just back past the bowler. Pretty good, isn't it, when you can time a defensive push? He just stopped on that and it raced back past the bowler. The 2 mid-on and mid-off having to converge on that to stop it. Might have even had the legs to make the boundary had they not got there. So Jack Carson certainly feeling pretty good in terms of his timing, even though he's got just the 4 so far. Richardson bowling to him again. He's gone a little harder at this one, and funnily enough didn't seem to strike it as well. Jack White fields at mid-off. How the girls doing? 114 for 2 now, Yorkshire. So they've recovered from an iffy start. They lost the first 2 wickets with just 13 on the board. Georgie Boyce has joined them from the Blaze. Yeah. On loan, I think she is. So she made 4 Lauren Winfield Hill. Unusual for Loz to blob, but that's cricket, and she did today. Jonathan 59 and Callis on 43 at the moment. And Jack Carson here on 4 is now going to move on to 6 with a lovely little turn in front of square on the leg side that Logan van Beek is out there sweeping and fielding.
Nicely played that, wasn't it, from Carson? He just allowed the ball to come in. He just rode the bounce and timed the ball away nicely for 2 runs, which takes Sussex to 421 for 7.
Yep, going to have a change at the Kirkstall line by the looks of the purposeful striding in that Logan van Beek is doing. Yep, and he's going to take his cap off and have a go then. George Hill has worked hard this morning, bowling for just about an hour. And he's the man who's picked up the sole wicket to have fallen during that time. He's just leaving the field for a moment as Dom Bess comes back on, so the 12th is still out there, trying to get you an ID on that, as I mentioned. Jai Richardson yet to make a breakthrough in the match. 18 overs, no maidens, none for 119. And Logan van Beek, 18 overs, 4 maidens, none for 80.
From the coastal line, Logan van Beek.
So Logan van Beek, 17 overs. I can't remember now. Let me just get those figures up again for the first match. He's in and bowling round the wicket to Simpson, who's hauled his first delivery away square on the leg side. 17 overs for 64 without a maiden or a wicket in the first innings down at Cardiff, and then 5 overs, 1 for 15 in the second innings. Was then left out of the starting lineup for the second match of the season for Yorkshire here against Hampshire. So didn't bowl in the first innings, but with those 2 substitutions that Yorkshire made, he did come in for the second innings and bowled 20 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 85. Just adjusting the field for the right-hander. Simpson's single there took him on to 125, 422 for 7. Yorkshire finished the 110 overs, by the way, with 2 bowling bonus points, which again, given that you've put in the opposition, would be a bit of a disappointment, I'd say. And Sussex with 4 batting bonus points to their name. There's Van Beek in, and that's defended straight back past him. Knocks off the bails at the bowler's end. He did manage to effect a run out, did Logan this week's match with something similar. Didn't get his hand to that one.
Yorkshire could do with a good spell from him here, with the pace that he's got. Bowls a heavy ball.
Here he is again. That's just short of length. Carson just playing from the crease out into the offside. No run. Harmsy back with us in a minute. He's got I think we'll hear him through the wall actually. He'll be doing his update back to BBC Sussex. Some early football there, he tells me. I think there might be mention of football a bit tomorrow. Then comes Van Beek over the wicket. Carson waited nicely and turned that into the leg side to the unidentified 12th man. I've tried my colleague Graham Hardcastle in the press box to get an ID. He's not sure, so I thought I'd better ask the head coach, so I'm waiting for a response from Mags. It's not easy to recognise him, is it, when you don't see him play very often, especially when they've not got a squad number on the back. So apologies to your man, who I probably do know when he tells me. Van Beek in, that's blocked by Carson, fielded by the floppy-hatted Jack White at mid-on.
Yorkshire's reduced their slip cordon from 3 to 2 for Carson. When Carson first came to the wicket, brought in 3 slips. They've now got 2 with a third man point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg.
Van Beek in again, that's turned just backward of square leg. There's a chase on in the distance for Jai Richardson, bit of relay fielding, and it's not worked out well because he's flicked that over the head of the 12thers, and so that's allowed Sussex to get through for an extra run. 3 from that takes them to 425 for 7. Van Beek yet to make a breakthrough here. 19 overs, 4 maidens, none for 84. There is Harmsy. We can hear him through the walls next door doing his update.
And the partnership between Simpson and Carson has now moved on to 27 and 111 overs bowled in this innings so far. 3 slips in play now at this point. The additional slip just coming in there, and we're searching for the outside edge.
Here's Richardson. Oh, Carson has a go at that one, just wide of off stump and misses out.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Richardson's trying to hit a length just outside off stump. It just pulls the batter in, maybe to have a flash at it or nibble at it to bring the keeper in the 3 slips in play. And just a reminder for Richardson, at this point he's calling an extra slip, so there is 3 slips. as Carson takes guard.
Here's Richardson again. Sweatband on the left wrist. And Carson just drops that into the offside. There is no run. There's plenty of chit-chat going on in the slip cordon. Finley Bean having a chin wag with Joe Root, Adam Lythe and Don Bess at second and third slips respectively, putting in their 2 penn'orth. Matthew Revis is going through a bit of a bowling action out of backward point, not in a serious warm-up type way, but maybe just seeing how things feel. Carson punches one into the offside from a ball by Richardson that was short of length. Richardson pretty desperate for a breakthrough here. Still going at more than 1 a ball, and that's from 18 and a half overs now. As Harmsey is back. We'll bring him in at the end of the over. If you want to do a swap round Shawsey with me, put Harmsey in situ over there. We'll keep you going overtime Shawsey this Saturday. I rang him the other day, I said, do you fancy coming on doing a bit of broadcasting Saturday? He said, time and a half. Work to rule in Barnsley, apparently. 3 to come in this Richardson over. And he's in now on bowling to Carson. Once again, he's solidly behind it. He's been watchful, Jack Carson, so far. Not been offered a huge number of opportunities to score runs, and he's happy enough to take as much time as he needs here. Still Ollie Robinson and Henry Crocombe to come for Sussex. Ollie Robinson, of course, skippering the side. Richardson back at his mark, almost in the shadowing cast by the Howard stand, and he's in again. Lovely shot this time by Carson, gets a ball short of length and works it away backward of square. Just the 1 run to complete that over at 426 for 7. Then Carson into double figures. Simpson on 125. Harmsey's back, and time for me to disappear.
Well, I think Sussex will be delighted with the way things have gone this morning, and indeed since yesterday when they were 150 for 5. And I think it's true to say that 3 years ago, when Sussex were in the very early stages of the rebuild that's gone on down at Hove under Paul Farbrace, 150 for 5 would have probably come to, a couple of hundred all out, to be honest. But there's a new resolve about Sussex, and when you've got someone who can bat as well as Jack Carson coming in at number 9, there's some real strength and depth about this Sussex middle lower order, who was demonstrated yesterday with Tom Price and John Simpson initially, and then followed up by Finn Hudson-Prentice. It's going to be Van Beek who's going to come running in from the Kirkstall Lane end. Over the wicket comes in and bowls to Carson. It gets a little low, he digs it out, plays it into the offside. Hi, Paul.
Good afternoon, it's good to be here.
Yeah, it's good to see you. I was trying to think when we last worked together, probably because the last 2 seasons Sussex have played Yorkshire at Scarborough.
They have, so it's not been there.
It would have been the year before, maybe. Yes. And it was a really badly interrupted game with rain.
It was.
And Sussex sneaked down the M1 with a draw, which they didn't in any way deserve.
Yes, I think the rains helped them that year.
Yeah, they were getting a hiding. I remember. In comes Van Beek bowls. Carson is given out. LBW, just as I said, Jack Carson was batting nicely. Well, I put my foot in it. Sorry, Sussex fans. Carson goes for 10, 426 for 8, and Jack Carson has gone for 10.
He certainly has, and it was a good little partnership there with Simpson. Carson played pretty well and nudged the team a little bit further forward, but it was really well bowled at that point from Van Beek. He has gone a little bit fuller. He's bowled quick this morning and he's come onto this spell, and he managed to hit Carson on the pad, and the umpire judged Carson to be out.
I just wonder, Paul, and you and Dorothy know this ground, a million times better than I do, but there is a little bit more cloud cover today. It's very high, it's very patchy. I think Yorkshire bowled a lot better this morning than they did yesterday. I just wonder whether these may not be the worst bowling conditions, you know.
I think so, actually. It's just when they've bowled good lines today and good length, it's just nipped a little bit off the seam. I've just watched that delivery as well on replay, and it's angled in, but it's also gone a little bit off the seam. So I think if you can get the ball in good areas, there is some high cloud, it's a little bit hazy. It's just nipping a little bit off the pitch.
I just wonder whether Ollie Robinson maybe, you know, I mean, the great thing from a Sussex point of view is Sussex got the runs on the board.
Absolutely, and we know that Sussex are a very good balanced team. I think they've got a good batting lineup that bats deep. They're a pretty good fielding unit. They have some experience, a little bit of youth as well, but they also have a very good bowling unit, don't they? And Robinson, that's walking out with bat in hand at this point in the game, will be fancying bowling on this pitch this afternoon, I would have thought.
No, I think he will. And the new Sussex County Championship skipper, not just because he's won his first 2 games that he's taken over, Ollie, but when he was announced as captain, I thought it was a pretty shrewd move. I've always felt, and I've watched Ollie Robinson for Sussex since he made his debut back in Durham, you know, many years ago for Sussex. He looks like a student of the game to me. He likes to feel it mid-off. He's always, you know, in someone's ear saying, do this, do that. And I thought, I wonder if one day, and he likes to win as well. I think it helps.
Absolutely, I think he's a good cricketer. And it looks from the outside like he's really embracing the captaincy side of things and working very closely with the head coach, Paul Farbase. But interestingly enough, what a job Paul Farbase has done over the last few years. You know, the rebuild, it's almost like turning a ship. It takes a little while, but they've done incredibly well and started the season very well. We know about the points deduction and the challenges off the field, but fair play to Paul and his staff and this cricket team, because they're playing some good cricket.
Van Beek runs into bowl to Robinson. He's in a bowl short, and Robinson just ducks inside the line, lets the ball go through to Bean, and there is no run. And actually, that game here, Paul, that we remember, the wet game, I remember Paul being here. It was his first year in charge, and you know, Sussex really in that game they did look like a side who were very low on confidence. A lot of younger players who we thought then in time they might become good cricketers, but they weren't. And Paul pretty quickly identified they needed. I mean, his words were, "We need some gnarled old pros."
Yeah.
In comes Van Beek bowls, and Simpson and Robinson's beaten outside. That was a pacey delivery taken away. So it's a good bounce in this pitch taken by Bean, and there's no run.
And you do need those players with experience that's played the game at this level a little while to win, identify and win situations in the game. But in the saying that, if they can do that whilst batting or bowling in partnership with a younger player, it brings them on. And what we have seen over the last few years, this Sussex setup is we've got some mature players, some experienced players that are getting wickets and picking up runs, but also the young players are coming on too.
Van Beek bowls, Robinson up on his toes, steers that into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, it's interesting you say that, Paul, because I remember Paul saying, and the trouble is they don't know how to win anymore. The record was something like, and a Sussex fan will correct me, but it was something like 2 wins in 28 in the Championship. I mean, it was just they just didn't know how to win. So it has taken time. And it's time you don't often get in football, but he'll probably be out of his ear after 2 months. He was a football manager. In comes Van Beek. Bowls, and Robinson is forward and plays that firmly into the covers. He thought about a single Ollie Robinson, it wasn't there. There is no answer. Good over from Logan Van Beek, and Sussex are 426 for 8 at the end of the over. And Van Beek getting a nice round of applause as he makes his way off with his cap having accounted for Jack. So he has done a very good job, and clearly, you know, Reds off the field have just dominated at Sussex this winter, and it's, you know, many are saying it's, you know, Paul has made his intentions clear at the end of the season, but it's, we'll have to worry about that in September, but no doubt that's going to be a big miss for Sussex.
Yeah, for sure it will be. You know, Paul's a very, very experienced coach, isn't he? He's coached at various levels of the game. He's coached England, he's coached Sri Lanka, he's coached various counties, and been director of cricket at various counties. He knows how to grow and develop players and teams and win games of cricket.
Richardson is in bowl, short bowls to John Simpson, who pulls that one down to a fine leg and picks up a single. 126 to John Simpson. And when you talk about, I don't wish to say John Simpson is a gnarled old pro, But he sort of is. And that was a very astute signing that he made.
Absolutely, and obviously he's good with the gloves on and doing a great job with the bat. He's a good, mature pro that knows how to play the game, identify situations, win situations. And the situation he's been in here, going back to yesterday, what were they, 150 for 5?
Yeah.
And he's got 126, batted for 207 balls. He's demonstrated that today.
Sitting bowls to Robinson, who tucks inside the line, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, he came in at number 6. They were 145 for 4. It soon became 150 for 5. And in fact, he came into this game actually from John Simpson's standards on a poor trot. He hadn't made any runs in the first 4 innings of the season. And when he came out to bat, we said you always feel that an innings is just or big scores around the corner. He started off poor. He was playing in the V.
Yeah.
You could just tell he was setting out his stall, didn't take any risks. It's been a classy innings. Richardson in bowls to Robinson, who's forward, plays down the onside, no run.
The other thing to say about that, I mean, so he's been in, and they've accumulated almost 300 runs or so in that time. And people think it's around the runs that you score. It is partly that, and he's got 126 of 207 balls. But it's the partnerships you build and how you help others score runs as well, isn't it? And that's certainly what he's done. If he came in, they were 140 odd for 4, they're now 427 for 8. Came in a sticky situation and putting them in a really good position in the game.
Richardson in bowls, Robinson is forward, plays slightly across the line to mid-on, and there is no run. And actually, it's interesting you say it, Paul, because when the new ball was taken by Yorkshire last night, that was after 81 overs, they were 305 for 5, Sussex. Shortly afterwards, Tom Price got out for a very good 93, but then, you know, with 13 overs left in the day, Sussex could easily have lost 3 wickets to a new ball.
Yeah, and that's what I think I mean about those situations, winning those, identifying the situation, winning that. Well, what do we need to do in this period of time to set up tomorrow? And that's certainly what I think they've done really well.
Richardson in bowls to Robinson, who plays a strange shot. He looked like he was going to play it around the offside. He got rather squared up. It ended up going on the leg side. I'm not entirely sure he knew where that was going, but the skipper's off the mark. He's on 1. 428 for 8. Sussex here on BBC Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Paul Shaw, Jonathan Doidge, your commentary team today. So a little bit more cloud around today. Not a lot of cloud, but it's been a high-level wispy stuff. And I think Yorkshire have suddenly bowled better this morning than they did yesterday. They were very wayward yesterday, with the exception of White and Hill. And this fellow has struggled, Jai Richardson, 0 for 122, but he's racing in around the wicket, comes in and bowls wide, and John Simpson squirts that one away down to third man for 4 runs, and that will improve Richardson's mood, Eddie.
It certainly won't, and yeah, Yorkshire certainly this morning have bowled better, they've bowled better areas, and they've just managed to get a little bit of help from the pitch when they've bowled those good areas. But Richardson will have been disappointing with his display yesterday, and as a bowler, but also as a bowling group, they'll have chatted around that last night, and largely they've improved this morning. Just a wide full ball there from Richardson that Simpson was able to put away as Simpson moves on to 130.
He does. And Ollie Robinson is going to take strike. There are 3 slips in place. An extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance. Well, there's also a third man. I thought it was another fouler, but it's always deep back point. In comes Van Big bowls to Robinson, who plays exactly in that direction and picks up a single. He goes to 2, the total to 433 for 8. One other feature yesterday, Paul, was how quick the outfield is here. It's like lightning.
It is quick, isn't it? Just recently we've had some decent weather actually in the north, which I know is fairly rare. But we have, and it's just, you know, it's firmed up the outfields and the pitches as such, and the ball just runs away really quickly now. So, and also they've got great ground staff here. They've done a good job over the years in terms of developing the square, making sure the pitches are good, competitive, good cricket pitches, and yeah, the outfield's really quick, and it looks a picture today, doesn't it, with the sun shining over this great ground.
And Big running away from us. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed. John Simpson, just the one slip in place. And good cricket by John Simpson. He dodges that. He's always very quick between the wickets, John Simpson. Runs that first run really, really fast. He was always looking for 2. It wasn't there, but just putting the fielder under pressure. He goes to 131. Sussex 434 for 8.
And that's important, isn't it? Just to accumulate as many runs as you possibly can, pick up the ones, turn them into twos, and when the bad ball comes, put it away and see if they can amass 450 plus. And I think that'd be a decent first innings total, certainly from where they were. If you'd have asked Paul Fabres middle of yesterday afternoon, what would he settle for? I'm sure he'd settle for 450.
Gilles Van Beek bowls to Robinson, who's beaten outside the off-stump, comprehensively beaten, taken by Bean. No run. Now, you would know Paul, of course.
Yes, I've known Paul a few years, actually.
Can't like to spill the beans.
He's a good man and very joyful man, funny man. And I remember when I took my, as it was then, the ECB coaching qualification level 3, which would have been around 2000. Paul Fabres was the one of the main tutors on that back in the day. So that's when I first got to know Paul. But yeah, he's a good man, good coach.
And making bowls, and Robinson plays this a little uncomfortably through the covers. He's going to pick up at least one and potentially two. And he'd get a bit of a shifty on here. There was a comfortable two in the end. Robinson goes to 4 and Sussex to 4, 36 for 8. What would you say as a coach are his main qualities, Paul?
I think he's a wonderful ability to identify with the player what the player's strengths are and their areas for development, and convince them, persuade them, work with them to work on those areas. And whilst doing that, I think he builds really good confidence and belief. And his vast experience in many different coaching roles,
and making bold, Robinson defends into the offside, picks up another single.
I think enables him to do that, and I think he's got better with the timing of that. And I think, hopefully Paul will come on at some point this afternoon for a chat with us, and it might be a good question to ask him around how he's grown and developed and what's been important to him in terms of his growth and development over a number of years. I think the other thing, he's become increasingly self-aware of how to manage himself in pressure situations and game situations to then transmit the appropriate positive energy and honest conversations that he has with players. But vast experience, it's important, isn't it?
437 for 8 as Van Beek's coming around the wicket to John Simpson. 2 slips in places and in bowls, and Simpson defends onto the onside. It's the end of another Van Beek over. He has bowled 21 overs, taken 1 for 89. Sussex are 437 for 8, Robinson on 5, and John Simpson on 130. We don't know what the future holds for Paul Fabres, leaving Sussex at the end of this season, but I wouldn't have thought if he wants to carry on in the game there's going to be any shortage of offers. I wouldn't have thought.
I wouldn't have thought so. As I say, with his experience, insight and wisdom, I think he'll be sought after. Interestingly enough, we do a lot of work with ECB around the level 4 coaching qualification, which is the specialist coach program, which is a 2-year program, and we brought Paul in actually back in March to do a little talk on his career, but actually leadership and the role of a head coach, and that went down incredibly well. The coaches were really grateful for Paul sharing his insights, so there might be some opportunities for him to do that too.
In comes Richardson bowls, Robinson defends down the onside of the track. And occasionally, I guess, in that coaching position, although we're working with players, but occasionally when you're coming into somewhere like Sussex, and there have been some quite difficult decisions he's had to make. Some players have left the club as well, and they're not easy conversations, and one in particular where the members were quite upset about, but you've got to be strong and be prepared to take the flak that comes your way and back your judgment, I guess.
Absolutely, and I think that's the case. Ensure that your judgment is good. So do the work beforehand before you make that decision, and then make positive decisions that are best for the club.
Richardson in bowls to Robinson, who turns it onto the leg side, picks up a single to Ollie Robinson. He goes to 6. I think, 6 over 1, 438 for 8.
But you're right, they're not easy decisions, are they? And some of the big decisions are very rarely popular with everybody. And, sometimes as a head coach or a director of cricket, you can avoid those decisions, but actually in the medium term, that's no good for the club. It's about someone once said to me, a guy called Hugh Morris, sadly passed away now, a wonderful cricketer and managing director at ECB. He said, ruthless is fine, but do it well. Be ruthless with compassion. And I think that's something I took away from him, certainly.
Richardson bowls to Simpson. He's playing it on the offside. Possibly there might have been 2. John Simpson, you can tell they're just running so quickly between. He was looking for 2 there, Paul.
Yeah, he certainly was, and that's the way they're looking to play the game at the moment, isn't it? They've moved on to 438 for 8, and they're just trying to amass as many runs any way they possibly can to take them past 450. But Simpson's played. He's played very, very well. He's showed some resilience yesterday, shot selection, determination, and then when the ball's been in his slot, he's played gracefully. Played some very good shots.
Richardson in bowls. Robinson plays slightly up actually to mid-off, but quite safely, and there is no run. Do you always come into a new season full of optimism? I mean, how do you see the state of the game in England at the minute, Paul?
I think the state of the game in England's pretty good. I think county cricket has developed a lot of players over the years, and I think it's important we focus on the players and the production line of players that comes out of county cricket. But I actually think county cricket's in a healthy spot and producing some good players.
Richardson is in bowls to Robinson, who defends stoutly down the onside. Just actually, I'll come back to that conversation. Just watching Ollie Robinson, he's batting like a captain here to me. Now, in the last few, Ollie Robinson could bat. He got 100 on his debut for Sussex many years ago at Durham. But I've watched him bat a lot, and often you think he always gives his wicket away. He plays a silly shot or a little cameo, gets 20. But he'll probably play a poor shot now. But he's played very straight here, and I wonder if you're batting with John Simpson, who's there. There's runs to be had here. Play sensibly.
Absolutely. He's hopefully going to bat with real responsibility, isn't he?
Richardson in bowls, pulled away by Ollie Robinson. He picks up a single down to fine leg.
And I think as captain, I think that's quite important. You've got a set batter there in Simpson, 132, playing really well. He's batted a period of time, 211 balls. And then your captain comes out and it's an opportunity to actually lead from the front, but do that in the appropriate way. And I think they recognise this is a good pitch, so they're trying to amass as many runs as they possibly can to give themselves the best foundation to have a good go at Yorkshire probably this afternoon. So they realise that runs in this first innings is quite important.
Richardson wicketless in and bowls. Simpson right in behind that. He's not going to give it away. John Simpson plays into the offside. There is no run. End of another over. 442 for 8. Robinson on 7. Simpson 132. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms with you here today. Paul, just interesting actually coming back to Paul Farbase and talking about the state of cricket, because Paul's been very vocal in his choose my words carefully, about selection matters and feeling that maybe England haven't been taking that much notice of county cricket. I just wonder what your view on that might be.
Look, I think it's an interesting one, isn't it? I think Paul's spoken with real honesty there, and I think from an ECB perspective, I think without doubt they are looking to work much more closely with counties moving forward, and I think that is important for the game, and I think they're being around the county cricket a lot more, and as I said, county cricket is producing players. So if they can get a little bit closer than that, then I think it works both ways. I think it's beneficial to counties and certainly beneficial to the England setup moving forward, and I think that's something that they are actually committed to do.
Well, certainly Rob Key was down at Hove a couple of weeks ago for the game against Warwickshire, so it would seem as if the England hierarchy are getting around and watching the county game, which is good. In fact, I'll catch you up on the latest scores. Don Bess is into the attack, comes in and bowls to Robinson, forward plays into the offside, there is no run.
I'll tell you what is one of the challenges positively, there's so much cricket played now around the world in so many formats, but as a county, to have all your players together for a winter, it's very rare now because they're all over in different franchise.
Bess in bowls, Robinson forward, plays into the offside, there is no run. That's an interesting point actually, because suddenly this winter Sussex did have quite a lot of the lads who were at home.
Yeah.
I mean, a few of them were away, but a lot of them have gone to Australia in the past. Played a bit of club cricket, etc., or grade cricket, but quite a lot of them were at Hove this year. Bess in the bowl, gives up plenty of air, and Robinson hammers that one, but there is a fielder patrolling on that cover boundary. Robinson picks up a single, he goes to 8, and the total to 443 for 8.
And there's a fine balance there to manage, isn't it? Because as a coach, you want your players together, working other areas that you've identified to start the season well, and you want certain players overseas playing in franchise cricket, and certain younger players experiencing maybe South Africa, Australia or India to develop the game. But actually, it's when they're together that they really do develop.
Bess in bowls to Simpson, who falls back on his stumps and plays without timing to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I think that's what Paul Fabregas has done really well with this Sussex team. You know, and you look back over the last 3-4 years, each season they've got that little bit better and progressed.
Bess short down the leg side, and Simpson helps. Now there might have been a single there, but Ollie Robinson, it was his call, and he sent John Simpson back. And I think he's just acknowledged there, Ollie, that there probably was a single had he gone. But in the event, it's a dot ball in the scorer's notebook. 443 for 8. Bess around the wicket. Comes in and bowls to Simpson, who solidly for bat and pad close together, eases out into the offside. Good tidy stuff from Don Bess. 443 for 8. Simpson on 132. Robinson on 8. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Holmes and Paul Shaw on commentary duties. Just from I don't mean this to be all about Sussex, but just in this game in particular, Paul, you'll know this ground very well. Is the pitch going to get batted a bat on? Are the spinners going to come into the game later on? How do you see this developing over the next 2 or 3 days?
Well, I think it's a good pitch. Normally it's a good pitch for the 4 days here. It may start spinning a little bit later on in the game, but certainly the first innings totals are quite important. There's a little bit of pace in this pitch at the moment, whether it'll slow down a little bit, maybe go a little bit lower, but I think what you have got is I think you've got a pretty good cricket pitch here. So if you bat well, get your head down, you probably score runs. Bowl well, hit good areas, bend your back, you probably pick wickets up. So I think from that perspective, and with the outfield, as you rightly say, being so quick, you know, you get good value for your shots too, don't you? So I think it'd be a decent cricket pitch that just might spin as the game goes on.
Logan van Beek is coming back into the attack, so John Richardson out of the attack. He's not had a particularly good match so far, and comes van Beek bowls to Robinson, who's up on his toes and steers that one down to deep backward square. Picks up a single, does Robinson. He goes to 9, so it's to 444 for 8 elsewhere. Glamorgan 403 for 8 against Leicestershire in the First Division. Mason Crane going very nicely, 79 not out. I was saying was one of the forgotten men of English cricket, actually.
Yeah, he started well this season, hasn't he? He's rejuvenated, it seems. Yeah.
Down at Trent Bridge, Warwickshire eventually out for 459. Ed Barnard, I was extolling his virtues yesterday. I think he's such a good cricketer. Paul made 165.
Well, I watched quite a lot of him last year, and I could see him progressing. He's a good cricketer. Good cricketer.
A good cricket brain as well.
Yeah.
Comes Van Beek bowls to Simpson, who eases that one down to third man. Sussex pick up sort of singles almost at will here. I mean, the scoreboard's ticking along. 445 for 8. Yes, is he? You don't like to pigeonhole people. Is he just one of these people at Barnard who's a very good county cricketer, or is he better than that?
I think he could be better than that, and it's often whether these players can make the next step, isn't it? I think certainly for sure he's become in the last few years a very good county cricketer. It's whether now he can make that next step up, I think.
Van Beek in bowls to Robinson, who's up on his toes and plays that firmly to mid-off, and there is no run. How big is that step? I mean,
well, I think there's a big step, isn't there, from club, even good quality club cricket to county cricket. It's a big step, and similarly from county cricket to international cricket, whether it be in the women's game or in the men's game, is a big step. But obviously the psychological side of things comes into play more, and the belief that you have to play the game at the next level up is quite important.
Van Beek in bowls. Robinson just turns this one through square leg, picks up another single. He goes to double figures. Sussex to 46 for 8.
I also think it's quite important to be pretty resilient as a county cricketer, but certainly as an international player, because you're playing the game in the spotlight. It's like playing the game in the goldfish bowl, isn't it, where everyone's watching, everyone's got an opinion, and of course now with social media you can see those opinions straight away almost after the game. So I think managing yourself through, if you like, the challenges that international cricket brings, being resilient, I think is pretty important from that perspective. So I think there is a lot psychologically in terms of attributes to play the game at that level.
George is hovering, but I'm not going to let you go for a minute because I'm going to ask you one more question. Just to annoy him, really. 4.46 for 8 with his new haircut. That made me laugh as well. In comes Van Bint, bowls to Simpson, who squirts that one into the gully. And there is just a quick word about the women's game. Paul, you know so much about. I mean, we've now got the 2 tiers. Sussex still in Tier 2. They were desperately disappointed not to get a tier because they've done so much for. People might say, well, you're only saying that with your Sussex hat on, but I think Sussex have been a pioneer of women's cricket down the years. But they're Tier 2, and do you think that structure's beginning to work now in women's cricket? Just break off as Van Beek is in around the wicket bowls. Short pulled away by John. He didn't quite get all of that, John Simpson. In fact, he's fielded at mid-wicket and he's disappointed with himself. Is Simpson, he's still 133. End of the over, 4.46 for 8.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think when the women's game was professionalised, and let's not forget the women's game internationally or nationally was professionalised in, I think it was March 2014, just for England. So since then, the women's game's gone professional, so they're living that transition. And they've gone from probably 5 years ago, the regional setup, which I think did a really good job, to a point whereby it's probably ready to go into the county game. And there's always challenges with the 2-tier system, isn't there? But I think over the next few years, I think it will develop a lot of cricketers and a lot of coaches that will produce for England.
Bess over the wicket bowled, paddle to the other side by Robinson, and there is no run. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I mean, Georgie's behind. He's making funny faces at us. Actually, no, that's his normal face. Sorry. Bess again bowls to Robinson. Robinson solidly forward, plays down the track. This is a very, what's the word I'm looking for? A very sound, secure innings from Ollie. A captain's innings. He's not taking any chances. Supporting John Simpson, as Paul was saying. Simpson is set and Robinson is playing second fiddle and just happy to just push the ball around, pick up the 1s and 2. And the word I'm looking for is responsible. That's the word I was looking for. And in the past I've thought so as well, he's batting, it's a bit gun-ho, but he's getting his head down here. Bess in again. Bowls forward comes Robinson, plays it down the offside of the track. Again, there is no run. Sussex beginning the day 373 for 6. They've lost a couple of wickets, but they've added. I can't work it out. In comes Bess. Bowls. Robinson turns it onto the leg side. He picks up a single. 4.47. So they've added, what's that, 74 runs this morning? Mm-hmm. So it's been slower going than yesterday when the ball was flying all over the place. Clearly the Sussex objective here is just to bat and bat as long as they can. The sunshine is a little watery today. It's not that bright sunshine that we had yesterday. Across the ground, it's just gone slightly hazy. Bess. Simpson takes a step forward and plays solidly to extra cover. Good over from Don Bess, who's done a good holding job here for Yorkshire, both yesterday and today. End of the over, he has bowled 20 overs, 2 maidens, taken 1 for 48, Sussex 4.47 for 8, with Robinson on 11, John Simpson on 133. Hello, Doige.
Hello, Harmsy. Keith Bruce says, putting Sussex in on a beautiful day for batting was clearly an error. Do you think it's all about this Bazball thing where Bairstow thinks you can chase anything down? I think you're wrong, Keith. I disagree with that. I don't think it was a major problem with the decision yesterday, and I could see why they would do that, because it looked like it was going to be possibly the best, that first session, the best session of the match for bowling, as Van Beek is in, and that's played into the offside by Robinson, no run. What I think the problem was that they didn't bowl well enough. They didn't execute their skills well enough across the full bowling cohort. Of course, some of them did, Jack and George in particular. Yeah, they were too loose, and even at that, 150 for 5 was a pretty good effort, wasn't it, at that stage?
Yes, it was.
As Van Beek turns and makes his way in, and Robinson punches that one to mid-off. White feels no run. And we said at the time yesterday, 150 for 5 if Yorkshire still, overall hadn't bowled as well as they could have done, they could have been more like 90, 100 for 5 if they'd have been really on it,
Yes.
and not, and keeping things tight and keeping pressure on at both ends. They weren't, and they offered quite a few freebies up, as we know. So still at 150 for 5, to have taken the 5 wickets at that point, and they put themselves in the sort of position that could have had Sussex coming in under par. As Robinson turns that one to leg, and there is a single. But look, the square here, the pitches have played well for years now, not like they used to be. If you are going to put a team in, then you need to bowl well to capitalise on the winning of the toss. And again, as the innings has gone on, clearly they haven't done that. 120 overs nearly bowled, and Sussex are still batting for 48 for 8. Means that Yorkshire are now going to have to bat very, very well, and they have put themselves under some pressure here. I know we've got one or two stellar players in the Yorkshire lineup out there who could go really well themselves, but there is pressure on straight away here with the bat, and Sussex haven't even finished with the bat themselves yet. To the left-handed Simpson, a few changes in the field. They've ringed it, but with a very deep ring and just one slip. That was full and wide, and Simpson pushed one into the offside. So they've given John Simpson that single to get Ollie Robinson back on strike. And while we know Ollie Robinson can bat, why wouldn't you do that, I guess, at this stage when you've got a guy who's got 20 first-class centuries at the other end and he's already got a ton to his name in this match?
No, totally. No, I completely understand that.
He turns and makes his way in now, and Robinson, nicely played, punched that one, and a tumbling miss by Dom Bess has allowed that one to go for 4 through the covers.
Yes, I mean, I just think this shows that I think Paul Farbrace hoped this, that giving Robinson the captaincy would bring out a new responsibility, and he's batting responsibly here. This is just the situation. It's not a situation where we're just swinging all over the place and getting a quick 20. It's about supporting John Simpson, who's set. And
Van Bacon again. Robinson this time flicking one off his legs down to fine leg where Richardson fields 1 run. Because, I mean, looking in from the outside, and obviously we've heard the stories about when Ollie was here, which was long before my time commentating on the county. There's been questions about his temperament. No two ways about it, Harmsy. How's that been, dealt with, if you like, by the club, by Farby and co?
You talk to him, and he's very open. I mean, I spoke to him pre-season when he'd got the captaincy, and I was talking, because there's always talk about Ollie in England and had that ship sailed, and stories about Ollie not being fit, etc. And he was, there were some England players where they were sort of very critical and said, well, actually, I was badly treated, whatever. He wasn't having any of that. Here comes Bess over the wicket, bowls to Robinson, who defends into the offside, and he said, I'm taking enough wickets.
Okay, so but what is it about him temperament-wise that's the issue? Is it short fuse? I don't know quite what it.
Right. Okay. Bess in and bowls, and Robinson is forward, plays him to the offside. No, I've never known him to have a short fuse, Ollie Robinson. No. I've always found him to be. When he's a winner, he hates losing, and he gets very upset on the field if things aren't going his way.
Okay, so that's maybe more what it is, yeah.
Bess in, bowls, plays forward, and I think there's no run.
So you're talking, double teapot throw?
Well, he likes to win, he's a winner, and he's determined to win, and he perhaps gets frustrated. Slow, Dorji. Best bowls, let go outside the off stump, and there were clearly issues here with timekeeping, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And, so people may be questioning attitude, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And that's why I think this is a good move for him to take over the captaincy. Bess in again, bowls. and he just leans back and chops that one to backward point, no run. And I also think there's a little bit about him at the minute, which is because he had been written off, and let's be honest, when he played for England. Clearly there was an issue with the coaching staff and Ollie, and a lot of people say, Asset, his attitude's wrong and da-da-da-da. I think he's a bit of him wants to prove that wrong. Best in and bowled, Robinson forward, and I don't mean good over by Don Best, by the way. 54 for 8, Robinson 17, Simpson 134. I think we saw in the Ashes, didn't we? You were over there, Crumbs. You saw it at first hand that there was this perception that you had to bowl 90 miles an hour and you couldn't win the Ashes unless you did. But we saw people like Michael Neser, who bowled really well in the Ashes, who bowled a similar kind of way to Ollie Robinson bowls. It's line and length bowling.
Yeah, highly skilled bowler. I mean, for other commentary services, I've covered a lot of England games or days of play over the years, and certainly quite a lot when Ollie had his spell in the side. And I can see now, that thing on TV broadcast that you're commentating on, where they're showing 5 and 6 balls in an over, all landing in very similar spots, and some of them going this way and some of them going that way, and getting his wickets that way with what you'd call typical English seam bowling, really. Top of off stump.
And here's a player who's caught in controversy. Remember, he made his debut against New Zealand, and that night he got some wickets, and it came out about a historical tweet, that sort of thing. So he's been a player with some of these things have followed him around a bit. But
yeah.
I think he feels he's still got a lot to give. And I would agree.
Quality player, and we may well see that as Yorkshire's innings unfolds. But for the moment, Joe Root is into the attack at the Howard stand end and bowling first up to John Simpson, who strokes that down to Adam Lythe long on in the shadow of the Howard stand. 1 run. So what have we got? We've got 13 minutes to go before the lunch break. So with spin twins on, might get through 4 overs, something like that.
Is the over 8 up there, George? It was up there yesterday.
No, it had gone back to level, hadn't it? It was back end of yesterday. I noticed that was on the board. As Robinson just propping forward and dropping one into the offside there. As Harms has been saying, it's not as full-on sunshine today at the moment, at least. It's hazy. But I wouldn't think down there at pitch level that there's going to be any major change in terms of bowling conditions, as Robinson pushes that one down to long on. Bit of a fumble from Joe, who tried to field it off his own bowling. Single, 456 for 8. I think it's more about the pitch than the overheads so far in this match. Root in, and Simpson pushes into the covers. No run. And when I say that, I mean it's more about the pitch. Yesterday, there would have clearly been at least some moisture in early morning, still pretty chilly overnight in April. There might have been the same this morning, and it just does. Unless the overheads are significantly bad or the floodlights are on, it's pretty much taken as read that the pitch and batting improves usually as the day goes on. Another dot ball there, and Root comes in, and Simpson pushes square on the offside to Bess. No run. So quickly through that over Joe Root. 122 of those now bowled by Yorkshire, who are man down in that respect because Matthew Revis isn't bowling. Wishing Ben Code well as well. Not sure if he's going to be tuned in from elsewhere, but side strain, unable to play in this match, and by the sound of things, not too clever in that respect. So not sure how long it will be before we see Ben playing again. Might find out a bit more about that come the end of the game.
As Don Best bowls to Ollie Robinson, plays to backward point, no run. I think the Sussex will probably bat like this until lunch, and then have a little think about where they go from there. Just the one slip in place. Best in bowls, Robinson again solidly forward, plays into the offside, no run.
By the way, the Yorkshire 12th, asked Anthony McGrath who the Yorkshire 12th man was, and he replied Brad Sylvester, Matt Furbank. So there are 2 of them obviously on and off today. Don't think there's anybody out there at the moment.
In comes Best bowls, and Robinson doing a bit more air, did Don Bess. He's trying to entice Ollie Robinson to hit the ball in the air down the ground. Robinson almost took the bait, but then almost seemed to check his shot and played it to short extra. There's no run. Bess again in the bowls. Robinson leans back and looks to cut. He wasn't really in a position to play that shot, and the ball goes through to keeper Finley Bean. And there is no run. It's been very tidy, John Bess. In his 22nd over, figures of 1 for 48.
Yeah, he started the season well.
Yes, he's certainly keeping it nice and tight. And I guess the thing from Yorkshire are behind in the game here. Sussex haven't. In comes Best bowls with a flick of the wrist. Robinson plays that through mid-wicket and picks up a single. They haven't raced around at sort of 5 6s and over this morning, which will be of some comfort to Johnny Bairstow. But they've still got sort of 457 for 8. So there's 185 runs Sussex have scored this morning for the loss of those 2 wickets. Is that right? 85? 84. My math is dreadful. In comes Best bowls. Simpson hammers that one away through the covers. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2. But Revis showing no signs of any sort of back issues is round the cover point boundary very quickly. Picks up and fields. 1 more to the total. 458 for 8.
And congratulations to Jess Jonathan. She's a big name signing for Yorkshire's women, and she has turned an opportunity into 100 over at Old Trafford today. She's out there, just gone 100, not out. 110 deliveries, 13 fours and 2 sixes. She's batting with Amy Campbell, who's a very good player too at this moment in time. Sturkallis made 45 from 54. She was last out, so 176 for 3 Yorkshire are over there into the 36th over of a 50 over game as John Simpson comes down the pitch, could be gone here, and is caught by Adam Lyth coming in from the long on. Used his feet to Joe Root, who makes the breakthrough. 1 for 20 into his 7th over now, the former England captain. 458 for 9. Yorkshire wanted to see the back of John Simpson, and they have finally done it through, well, slightly less orthodox methods than they might by bringing on their part-time off-spinner. And John Simpson caught live bowl route, 136, 343 minutes of batting, 226 balls and 18 fours. And gets an ovation from the Yorkshire crowd, and why not? That's been a special knock from John Simpson.
Well, he definitely has. He was a bit annoyed with himself when he got out, wasn't he? He decided he was going to come down the wicket, and me saying Sussex will just bat through to lunch now. What we will have is probably delayed lunch now, Georgie, because with 9 wickets down, as Henry Crocombe comes out. I just wonder with John Simpson gone whether Ollie Robinson's instructions to Henry Crocombe might be, why don't we just have a little blitz for 10 minutes, Croaks, because that would then give Ollie Robinson sort of 40 minutes just to get himself sorted out, because he'll be leading the attack. I just wonder whether that might be the tactic now, because we will go for another 20 minutes. Is that right, George? Or 8 overs? Is that's generally the ruling? Mm-hmm. As you say, super innings from John Simpson, full of terrific shots, and we've probably got fed up saying what an astute signing he's been for Sussex. Claiming that Sussex were 150 for 5, it leaves on 458 for 9. So 308 runs added whilst he was at the crease.
Yeah, really has guided his team into the ascendancy here. Joe Root then bowling to the right-handed Henry Crocombe, who misses one down the leg side. Lyth has come up from long on as he was to the left-hander to mid-off, the right-hander. Johnny Bairstow's probably about 5 yards deeper at mid-on. It's a straight mid-wicket, backward square leg at mid-wicket on the boundary edge, a cover sweeper, a short extra cover, a slip and a backward point, as Root's latest delivery is watched by the Sussex number 11. 458 for 9. Root bowls. Crocombe goes back foot and defends into the offside to Bess. Joe Root with the breakthrough. 3 wickets have fallen now in this morning's session as Crocombe turns another one into the leg side. So Hudson Prentice caught Bean Bowled Hill for 36, Carson LBW Van Beek for 10, and Simpson caught Lyth bowled Root for 136. Again, Crocombe plays down to long on to get off the mark and also keep the strike for over number 125. 459 for 9. Applause for Joe Root.
Yes, I'm interested to see Henry Crocombe take the single because in the past sometimes, I mean, he can bat Henry. He's got a first-class half-century to his name, as most can these days. Having a little natter there to Ollie Robinson. Just been interested to see what Sussex do here now, whether they just continue to push the ones and twos or whether they might decide to go for a quick 20 or 30 just going into lunch, because lunch will now be later with 9 wickets down. The spinners will continue. Henry Crocombe is going to be taking guard, just the one slip in place. Still that fielder on the cover boundary as in comes Bess. Oh, well, he got halfway in and then he made a bit of a mess of his run and goes back again. So just time to describe the field. A slip, 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a deep mid-wicket, and just that one slip in place as comes Bess and bowls, and Crocombe is back and steers that to short extra cover. There is no run. Yorkshire rattling through their overs now. This again in Crocombe is full. Well, clearly the instruction is not to get after the bowling. Well, certainly not at the moment. Sussex 459 for 9 in the 125th over of the innings. Bess again bowls. Crocombe defends to middle. Joe Root comes trotting into field, and there is no run. The game always has a different dynamic to it. He doesn't really get spin from both ends. You just everything's that much quicker. Comes Bess again bowls. Crocombe forward in many ways more interesting, I think, just because you're getting so much more cricket in such a shorter period of time. Already Bess has got the ball back. Crocombe waits. Bess in again, bowled. Crocombe plays firmly to short extra cover. Good diving stop. Is that in there, Doji?
It is Sam Whiteman.
Yeah, good stop diving across to an old wicket end, but preventing a run. They're letting Henry Crocombe have the strike here because Joe Root has come down to log on. Bess in bowls, let go by Crocombe outside the off stump, so made over from Dom Bess. 459 for 9. I don't see a lot of value in Sussex just batting out overs here until lunch and not adding to the score, so I just wonder whether now Ollie Robinson will strike, whether he just might decide to hasten things along a bit. I'm sure Sussex are desperate to get out their ball in hand and just see if they can make some inroads into this Yorkshire top order.
Yep, just seeing some lovely scenes from down at Sandown Park today. It's the final day of the jump season. And Dan Skelton, a pupil, a disciple of Paul Nicholls, the great trainer, down at Ditchy down there in Somerset. He's just received his first champion trainer's trophy from his former mentor. Which looks like a lovely moment down there. It's one of those moments that sport sometimes provides. Here's Joe Root.
Good shot.
Well, lovely paddle reverse sweep by Ollie Robinson.
Thought we might see a bit of that.
Got that away fine, so it gives Joe something to think about first up.
Just up the road from me, so no, 15 minutes up the road. They do some music nights and all sorts of things.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've been there for one.
And it's a good place to watch racing from as well, George.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Great view. The stands are, you can see everything, I think.
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's really good.
From there, yeah.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Looks a cracking day down there as well. Root, and Robinson turns that into the leg side and will rotate the strike with a single.
I was hearing on the way up, I was listening to the sport news on the radio, and I was hearing that the guy who's going to, I can't remember the chap's name, is going to be the champion jockey, and he's ridden...
Sean Bowen.
Yes, he's ridden,
Welshman.
He's ridden 1,000 rides this year,
Yeah,
and that's 500 more than his nearest rival.
Yep.
That's extraordinary. 250 winners, would that be right?
238. He was on the other day. I've not checked on the result the last couple of days. To be honest.
I don't follow racing, that's not a name I'm particularly familiar with, but wow.
His route. And Crocombe turns it to leg, no run. Yeah, he's been around a few years now. We've got a brother as well, James Bowen, another good rider. They're sons of Peter Bowen, who was a very good trainer himself. He's now handed his licence to their other brother, Mickey, as Crocombe. He sort of clothed that really back with a square leg. It wasn't a fluent, precise contact, but and he looks at his bat having played the shot, but he's got 4 runs through because it was well out of the reach of the sweeper who's in front of square, Sam Whiteman. 68 for 9 now, and Crocombe's boundary took him to 5 not out. And then Root fires one in with a leg slip now in place, Adam Lythe, and that was nearly into his hands really. Finley being able to go a fair way down the leg side to take it would certainly have been a wide if it was a one-day game. Root in again, Crocombe propping forward. This one balloons up into the leg side for Lythe to field. No run to complete that over at 468 for 9.
I'll make way in a minute because Paul's back. And then does the season almost start automatically again, Dorji?
It does these days, yeah.
There used to be a break, didn't there?
Yeah, there used to be about 6 weeks, roughly.
Right.
They'd race through until just about the start of June, that sort of time, early, just after the May bank holiday. And then I'd have 6 weeks off, come back in mid-July, and you'd get your typical summer meetings. There'd be the Newton Abbotts and the Tauntons of this world. And there's still a lot of summer jump racing goes on at those places, but now the season, I think there is a week's break for professionals at least. I'm not sure, there might be still some hunter chases going on for the amateurs, but I think they start again next Saturday at Utoxeter.
Wow. I'll do this, but then I'll make way as in comes Best, bowls to Robertson, who plays firmly down the onside of the track, no run. Yeah, around our way, it's always this sort of time of year when you get point-to-point racing as well. I've seen some signs up. But some lovely courses. Have you been to Plumpton, Dorji?
No, it's one course I'd love to.
It's a lovely course.
Not been to Brighton either yet.
Bessin bowls, Robinson 4 plays down the offside. Oh, when are you down?
Not been to I've been past Fontwell when I've been working at Goodwood in the past. So I've been at Goodwood a few times. I'm going again this year for the glorious meeting.
Comes Bess. Bowls, and Robinson stands back and absolutely hammers that away through extra cover for 4 runs. Too short from Don Bess. He hasn't bowled too many 4 balls, Don Bess, but only Robinson's eyes lit up. It was too short and he belted it through extra cover for 4. Robinson goes to 28, Sussex to 472 for 9. It's lovely because it's not a huge track, so you get a chase of 3 miles. You see them coming round 3 or 4 times. It's lovely. In comes Best bowled. Robinson falls back onto his stumps, plays on the onside. But there is no run. We used to go down there at Easter time. There's always an Easter meeting, and we used to take the children down there when they were younger, and the starter would let them go up on the roster, and it's just good fun.
How far's that from Hove?
Not that far. It's sort of in between Haywards Heath and Lewis, Plumpton. Comes Best bowled. Robinson down the wicket, drives. He's hammered that, Ollie Robinson, and that's gone all the way for 6. I think that's the first 6 of the innings, actually.
No, Tom Price hit one.
Did he?
Yep.
Well done, Dorji. I'd forgotten that.
Yeah, hit it over there.
Right. Perhaps I wasn't on commentary at the time. It's the first 6 I've commentated on in the match. So Ollie Robinson giving it the long handle. And the total goes up to 478 for 9. These are all useful runs, you know. These are Sussex have added 105 runs this morning. Bess in again, bowls to Robinson, who clips this one onto the onside. There is no run. So end of the over. Sussex carrying on their way. 478 for 9. Robinson 34. Crocombe is on 5. I'm going to leave you with Dorji, and Paul Shaw will be back with us.
Samsey. So we're going to have a change of bowling at the Howard stand end then. That's the end of that little spell for Joe Root, and they're going back to Jack White. Jess Jonathan, meanwhile, continues plus 100 as it were. 106 she is now from 118 deliveries, 2 6s and 13 4s. Amy Campbell's gone, so they're 190 for 4 there over at Old Trafford. Still 11 overs to go, so Yorkshire have got an opportunity to build around Jess Johnson in that last 10 overs, and obviously she'll take the lead on that to lead them home and maybe add another best part of 100 in those last 11 if they can, and they're going to put some pressure on Lancs with that, you would think. There's shots of Alistair Lythe there eating his lunch on the screen in his nice light green t-shirt, Adam's dad, as Jack White is in bowling, and that's blocked by Henry Crocombe. White seems to have bowled a lot and not conceded a lot. 3 for 49 now into his 24th over.
Yeah, White's certainly been the pick. Jack White being the pick of the Yorkshire attack, hasn't he? 3 for 49 off just over 23 overs.
There he is again, on the money, asking Henry Crocombe to come forward and defend. They'd like to finish this obviously now, Yorkshire, and get off the field. They've been out there for more than 2 hours in this session because this is now an extended morning session due to the fact that there's an opportunity to finish this Sussex innings 9 down. Jack, not only the joint leading wicket taker in the match so far, but the most economical of the bowlers. Going up just over 2 and over, and he's in bowling again, and that's with an open face, dropped out to point where Matthew Revis fields.
What's been perhaps frustrating for the Yorkshire bowling unit, who have bowled much better this morning, I have to say, is the fact that the Sussex batters have been able to build small partnerships, haven't they? So throughout the innings, from being 150 for 5, they've managed to battle, show resilience, and then progress their innings to the total it is now, 478 for 9. So breaking those partnerships early has been a challenge for Yorkshire.
Here's White, and that's played out into the offside by Crocombe, and there is no run. Yeah, look, it's a good pitch, and bowlers are entitled to bowl a good ball, and they will still take wickets on good pitches, but the gaps in between those wickets, by the nature of the fact that the pitch is good, are often bigger. So during those gaps, you just got to be tight, haven't you? Not give freebies away wherever possible. Here is White over the wicket. Crocombe drives firmly to mid-on. Johnny Bairstow down and does the fielding. It's in air traffic.
Do you think they've bowled a little better this morning, Georgie, as a
Yes.
bowling unit?
Yeah, undoubtedly. I mean, as a unit, that was the challenge, wasn't it? We know that 1 or 2 individuals bowl well, and certainly 1 or 2 didn't yesterday. It's been better, but you'd still be looking for wickets from your 2 overseas bowlers. Absolutely, as that last delivery of the over was turned into the leg side by Crocombe for a single.
So his partnership now worth 21, and Robinson's shown some real maturity. Of course, captain now of the Sussex team, and got himself in, built a little bit of a partnership with Simpson that was going really well. He'd already amassed over 100 and was playing nicely, and Robinson just eased himself in, built a partnership previously with Simpson, and now in a partnership with Crocombe and playing really well.
Best to Crocombe, who goes back foot, works that one to Adam Lythe in the leg side, and there is no run. Keeping our eye on Old Trafford, 192 for 4 at the moment in the 40th over there.
Yeah, it's important in that game that Jonathan, who's obviously played wonderfully well for 107 off 120, continues to bat, because that's that batting lineup further on down has got some inexperience, and looking at the bowling figures, Cross is now back on. Gore may have overs left, and certainly Norris, and Potts, the decent bowlers coming back on at the back end of that innings. So Lancashire's view will be, let's take wickets here quite quickly and minimise the score, whereas Jonathan batting the full length of the innings gives Yorkshire a much better chance of amassing a total that's going to challenge Lancashire.
Yep, 2 dots there from Bess to Crocombe, who's now working one up to Joe Root at deepish mid-on. Again, no run. Yeah, I think one of the things I spoke about with Richard Pyre the other day was the Yorkshire women's team batting the 50. They were well short batting the 50 in the first match, and then in a reduced match to 44 overs in the second match they still didn't manage to see that through either, as Crocombe flicks one backward of square leg where it's fielded by Richardson, 1 run. And you've got it, it's a minimum requirement, you've got to bat your 50. If it's now and again you don't bat your 50, that's cricket, but if you're doing it on a regular basis, that's something you've got to really work on, and I think obviously they are. But there were a couple of fairly swift collapses from reasonable positions as Ollie Robinson has smashed this one back over the head of Don Bess. 1 bounce and 4 runs down beneath our commentary position. Robinson on to 38, 484 for 9.
Good shot from Robinson. Planted on the front foot and give himself a good position and hit that ball hard down the ground over the top as he moves on to 38. And the score 484 for 9.
Jack White to try and finish this Sussex innings from the Howard stand end of the ground. If and when he does turn up, I'm sure he'll be a pretty happy man after his team were put in yesterday morning, to see the way they've gone about things. Good delivery from White. Crocombe groping at thin air as he pushes at that one just outside off stump. Not only to get to 484 for 9 having been put in, to get to 484 for 9 having been put in and then been reduced to 150 for 5 at one stage.
Yeah, I'll be certainly happy with the performance, certainly from probably mid-afternoon yesterday to where it is today. They've really progressed, but although White's got 3 for, he still has been a little unlucky.
There he is again. Crocombe just got under it slightly, but it did bounce short of Jack White, who couldn't get down quickly enough to save himself 4 runs. And Crocombe picks up those 4 through long off.
Tremendously well, White, and as I say, he's got 3 for 54 off almost 24 and a half overs, but he has been unlucky. He's beat the edge a number of times, and on that occasion just went a little bit fuller, and Crocombe was able to bludgeon the ball down the ground past him, but he has bowled well.
And he comes again then. Crocombe this time, nearly. He's dropped at short mid-wicket there. I think it's George Hill diving to his left, and he did extremely well to get a hand on that because it was struck pretty firmly. Would have been one of the greats again, wouldn't it, catch-wise, had he managed to cling on. Those watching the stream are going to get a chance to see the shot again. Couldn't see George. He plays it off the front foot, and there you could see George Hill diving to his left, and he parried it, and they ended up staying put. But this time they've got a single, as that was misfielded by, I think it's Jai Richardson there at mid-off. So not a lot going right for poor old Jai in this match so far. 89 for 9.
Yeah, it was a good effort from Hill there at short mid-wicket, because he is rather close there, isn't he? Just, for 1 to stop the single, but 2 also to take the one that's just clipped in the air. But a sprawling dive to his top left made to get 1 hand on it.
White bowls again. Robinson walking into this shot, pushes it to Richardson. Still waiting on lunch at the moment. Is that tummy of yours rumbling, lad?
It is, but you'll not be surprised that
Oh, the lunch is already here, but it's going cold now at the back of the box while we're waiting for Yorkshire to take the wicket. Come on, Jack. Get it sorted. Here comes Jack White, trying to get it sorted. Robinson playing across that one. There's a big appeal. Not out, says umpire Debenham. And it's going to be a couple of leg byes. Yep. Down through third man. Yorkshire inquiring as to why that wasn't given. And Debenham giving a signal, I think, that suggested that he got across, maybe outside the line, something like that.
I think that's the case, just outside the line.
Change of bowling again at the coastal lane end now because Dom Bess is having a breather. He's done pretty well, Dom, at Headingley on a pitch that's not noted for its turn. First innings, you pick up a wicket as he did early doors yesterday. 25 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 65. You're asking your off spinner to play a holding role. There have been questions about his ability to do that on occasions in the past in some seasons, but I think you'd have to say he's ticked that box here.
Yeah, I think he has. You always want to take wickets, but also within that part of your role, as you rightly say, is to control the game, and by that doing so is control the scoreboard, and certainly keep runs when you're on to around 2.5, 3 runs per over, no more than that, which he's done thereabouts.
Here's Hill. Crocombe punches out into the covers, and there's no run. I think we've been there, we've done that, we've said it already on numerous occasions now in the last day in a session. The home bowlers, as it were, George Hill, Jack White, Dom Bess, have done what they've been asked to do in the team, and there needs to be better from elsewhere. Or there has needed to be better from elsewhere. George Hill bowling just short of a length here. Crocombe just dropping that one into the offside for Whiteman to field. He'll be thinking about having a bat sometime this afternoon. Sam Whiteman, no doubt. Finley Bean. Well, tough old job for him, isn't it? A young player, Shawsey. You work with wicket keepers. Young player who's been out there in the field for 130 overs now. As in comes Hill, and that's flicked away. Super shot by Crocombe. He's got it to the left of Matthew Revis, who is at a short, straight mid-wicket, and in the gap between he and Jai Richardson, who's at mid-on. 4 runs down to our right. George just over pitching.
Yeah, it's a tough job for Bean, isn't it? From keeping for how many overs so far, 130 overs as such, and they still might keep for a few more, then to come out and bat, you are quite tired. The one thing is you normally have a really good understanding how the pitch is playing, the pace of the pitch, the movement on the pitch, but you are pretty fatigued. So it'll be interesting how he goes when he bats. Obviously a good young player.
Meanwhile, here's Hill to Crocombe, who this time has got one away into the covers. Sam Whiteman at the second attempt bends and fields that. Jess Jonathan is out for 108. So Yorkshire, well, they're going to go through that period now where we'll find out, have they got the ability to bat the full 50. 5 down. Blackwell 17 not out, and Ward not out on 5. Spoke to Maddie just down beneath our composition the other week at the Women's Media Day. She's a skillful all-round player as well. Here's Hill bowling to Robinson, who runs that one down to third man for a single. So Maddie Ward bowls, well, all sorts comes out of the hand really when she bowls it. Sometimes you wonder if she knows what she's... I asked her that actually. Mystery spin, is it a mystery to you as well? But she keeps wicket and she scores runs. Got experience captain in the side. Kate Cross, using all that England experience, she's got 3 for 31 for the Lankies in her 9th over. So Yorkshire 206 for 5 at the moment. Still a bit more than 7 overs to go. So there's still an opportunity for them to set the sort of score that can really put some pressure on Lancashire. We'll see how that goes as George Hill's final ball of the over is short, and Crocombe is happy to watch it go through to Bean. So yeah, Finlay Bean back with him. 131 overs at the moment in the field, and it's not done yet. And then you've got to go out and open the batting as a young player, and at the moment, you know, let's be honest, searching for a few runs this season. He's feeling good, told me that last week. He's taking his time, having a good look, trying to get himself a solid base, and then hasn't really managed to get a proper start in any of his knocks so far this season. So I'll be hoping for the first of those on a good pitch here, opening Adam Lythe when they get the opportunity, and Jack White's trying to get them into that space by picking up the final wicket, but he can't do that with that delivery. Robinson, Yorkshire giving him the single, and accepting the invitation. 498 for 9. Sussex getting themselves into a position where they wouldn't be playing very well if they lost the match from here. They're playing pretty well at the moment.
This partnership's moved on to 40 already.
White to Crocombe, who defends into the offside. No run. So still a long way to go. 60 overs today, and then 2 lots of 96 scheduled for days 3 and 4. Harms has already said that there may be a drop of rain around now on day 4 from the forecast he's seen. We'll see how that one pans out. But 250 overs left in the match. Here comes White. And Crocombe drives firmly for 4. Beautiful straight drive. Just over pitching ever so slightly. There wasn't a lot in it, was there? He didn't really stride forward there, Henry Crocombe. But he waited for it nicely. And the 10th 50 in the innings came in 70 balls, the fastest one since the 5th 50 of the innings. And it means that Sussex have now ticked off 500 having been put into bat.
Yes, and Crocombe played that slightly over-pitched delivery from White really well. Hard into the ball, hit it under his eyes and down the ground for 4 runs. Hit that ball quite hard as White comes in again.
Oh, Crocombe's in trouble here. Gone. That's the end of the Sussex innings. Full from Jack White, who deservedly picks up a 4th wicket, and Crocombe trying to flick it away into the leg side has perished LBW for 21, but Sussex, as I just said, had ticked off 502 all out after 131.4 overs, and at 123 on the second afternoon as it is now. Sussex first innings has come to an end. Ollie Robinson not out on 40, played really well towards the back end for his team, but of course the feature of that first innings really was the superb knock by John Simpson, 136 from 226 deliveries, nearly from Tom Price, 93 from 159 for him yesterday. A few runs also for James Coles, 47, Finn Hudson-Prentice 36, and obviously Tom Haynes as well with 64. And Sussex and Ollie Robinson will be very happy indeed, I think, with what they've come up with in the first dig in the game.
Yeah, they've played very well from a stuttering start yesterday. They've built partnerships from yesterday afternoon. As I said before, they were 150 for 5, and they've been able to mass 502. So a really good afternoon, evening session, and certainly this morning session for Sussex. They'll be happy with the total. In particular, as you mentioned, Dorji, Simpson played incredibly well and was supported throughout through Price, Hudson-Prentice, and Robinson, who's finished 40 not out and played with real responsibility as captain, because I think the way he's played here has enabled him to build partnerships with a tail and amass the total of 502.
Yep. 4 byes, 11 leg byes and 10 no balls in a total of 25 extras. Bowling figures: Jai Richardson 21 overs, no maidens, none for 131. Jack White 25.4 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 60, an excellent effort from him. George Hill also bowled well, 27 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 86. Logan Van Beek 23 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 99. I think could do better. Would probably be what the teacher wrote on the bottom of his homework. Matthew Revis 2 overs for 16. We hope he's going to be over whatever is ailing at the moment as quickly as possible. Don Best 25 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 65, did a pretty good holding job, I thought. And Joe Root 8 overs, no maidens, and that 1 wicket for 30. That's the tale of the tape from the first innings. We're going to take a break for the late lunch now. 502 all out. Sussex will see how Yorkshire's reply goes in just under 40 minutes time.
Some latest scores from around the Rothesay County Championship division. 8 against Leicestershire. Shown number 35 for 1, Warwickshire versus total 1. Southern number 19 for 1, Essex versus total 409. Division 2, Gloucestershire 105 for 8 against Derbyshire, currently 74 for 4, versus total 370. Finally, Worcestershire 196 for 3, Kent versus total 106. Meanwhile, under on travel in the match, Yorkshire finished their innings 241, all out match yet out.
Well, very good afternoon and welcome back to Headingley, where the umpires are just making their way out to the middle, and Debenham and Tom Longley, followed by the Yorkshire opening partnership of Finley Bean, who's kept wicket for a long time, and Adam Lloyd. If you're just joining us for the first time today, my name is Adrian Holmes. Next to me is Paul Shaw, and Sussex bowled out for 510 at the end of the day. And Paul, you were making the point there, so that's a fair effort, having at one stage yesterday put 150 for 5.
I think it's a great effort, you know. Was it middle of the afternoon yesterday, 150 for 5, and Simpson coming to the crease when they were 4 down, scoring above a century, and holding the innings together, really, showing a lot of resilience, and picking up the runs where he possibly could, and I thought played beautifully. And then the middle and lower order, I thought, supported him really well to amass above 500 total, which I think is a really good effort.
Some statistics on John Simpson. I was just down in the press box talking to a couple of the guys down there, and they'd worked out that John Simpson has batted in 48 innings for Sussex, first-class innings since he arrived at the club, and in those 48 innings he's now scored 10 hundreds, and he's averaging over 60. So it's quite extraordinary. Now some might say, yeah, well, 5 of those hundreds were in the second division, but 5 have been in the first division.
100, isn't it? You know, you can only do what you can in terms of the opposition that you face, and I think he's developed himself and matured into a fine player. Good wicket-keeper batsman that is good behind the sticks with the gloves, and as you rightly say, in his 48 innings, 10 hundreds or so, I think he's done a really good job for Sussex, batting in the order where he does.
Well, Ollie Robinson is going to get us underway. He's bowling from the Kirkstall lane in. He comes into bowl to Adam Lloyd, who's straight away on his way, tucks that off the pads down to fine leg. I think about a second, but it isn't there, and so Yorkshire are on the way. I did wonder whether Ollie Robinson might bowl from the other end. I just thought there was a little more bounce from that the Howard stand end, but they've obviously decided not to.
Yeah, bowlers often have their favoured ends at each ground, but I think you're right there. I think there was a little bit more bounce from the other end, but it'd be interesting. I think this is quite an important and pivotal session in the game, actually. Yorkshire wanting to start well and build partnerships, and Sussex will be looking for early wickets here.
4 slips go down. Robinson in bowls to Bean, who's solidly fought a ball of good length, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. There's a bit of chatter downstairs about whether Finley Bean would open, having been behind the sticks for 120 odd overs.
Yeah, it's a stiff task, isn't it? Because he'll be mentally tired, for sure. Be a little bit of fatigue there. Body will be feeling it a little bit, but I'm sure that he'll have taken on the fluids and the appropriate nutrients over lunch to give himself the best chance of batting this session. And that's what he'll be looking to do. He'll be looking to bat till tea here and really form a good partnership with Lyth. Easier said than done.
Robinson in bowls, that's down the leg side, but taken cleanly by John Simpson, which is a bit of a collector's item. Loose delivery from Ollie Robinson. And there is no run. Is that? I mean, from a Yorkshire perspective, you can never tell with county cricket, and you see plenty of games where a side have scored 400 and gone on to lose the game. But from here, you'd think Yorkshire would do well to win this game from here.
Yeah, I think so. I think Sussex are certainly in the box seat at this point, and Yorkshire will be looking to amass as many runs as they can in this innings.
Robinson around the wicket, bowls to Bean, who plays this one down to fine leg. Picks up his first run. There was a howl from the slip cordon, who are James Coles at first, Tom Clark second, looks like Jack Leading at third, and Tom Haynes in the gully. James Coles, an interesting winter he had over in South Africa, and then coming back again for his massive prize pool in the 100 auction. Extraordinary, really.
Well, it'd be interesting how players cope with that, won't it?
Yes.
Number of different players, and certainly in the women's game as well. There's been a lot of players gone certainly for big money.
Robinson in bowls, and this forward struck on the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him. There is no run.
Yeah, there's 4 slips in play supporting the captain Robinson. That's looking to run in, and he's decided to go around the wicket to the left-handers, which I think is a sensible option. So I'll be looking to use the angle in to the left-hander and just looking to hold the ball up on its seam and maybe just nip away towards that first slip area. Hence, in fact, there's just been a change. 4 slips come out and gone into a leg slip position.
He has that position as Ollie Robinson. As in comes from the bowls, that's down the leg side. He was clearly thinking about that, and I was looking to turn it in that direction. It's taken by John Simpson. So the first over has gone from Ollie Robinson. Not quite as accurate an over as often you see from Ollie, but I'm sure he'll get his range. 2 without loss are Yorkshire, trailing by 500. I think we'll probably see Finn Hudson-Prentice opening the bowling from the Howard stand end. He's been very good so far this season, and then I think they'll use Henry Croker, who's the young quick bowler who gets quite a lot of bounce. I think they'll probably use him as a change bowler. They've got Tom Price. Just wonder as well, because Sussex squad is quite... Yeah, it is Finn Hudson-Prentice. It is quite thin, but I mean, if there's so many games coming up in a row, I just wonder whether they might be keen to rotate the seamers as well, because they're not going to want... I don't think you're going to see any bowler bowling 7, 8, 9 overs on the spin here.
Yeah, I think they'll be looking to rotate. It is quite a warm day. The clouds have dispersed. There was some high clouds and a little bit of haze earlier on, but there isn't now, so this will be a session where you would expect to see rotating those seamers fairly regularly. Hudson-Prentice
In around the wicket comes in and bowls, and forward comes Bean and plays to mid-on, and there is no... I mean, it just almost looks to be sort of perfect batting conditions, really, Paul.
It does now, and that's the one thing that's perhaps in Yorkshire's favour. I mean, take out the 500 plus total that Sussex amassed. If you were to say, when would you like to bat, and it would be when the sun is out, there's blue skies, it's a good pitch, just getting through that first 10, 15 overs, isn't it? Taking what you can and looking to build a partnership.
Hudson-Prentice wheels round, 3 slips go down. Hudson-Prentice in bowls, driven firmly by Bean to mid-off, followed by Robinson, who's very quickly round at mid-off, and there is no run. And we may get the treat of watching Joe Root bat.
Yes, absolutely. And I've just walked around the ground, and there's a bit of a buzz around the ground saying, looking forward to watching Root bat, Bairstow bat, and just looking around, there were 1 or 2 people buying ice creams, which I didn't quite have enough hands to carry 3 or 4 for us up here, otherwise I would have done, but I have to say they did look
Did
nice.
you have one, though?
No, I didn't. I was good. I was very good.
Hudson Prentice, smooth approach to the wicket in and bowls wide of the off stump. Decent pace taken by Simpson in front of James Coles at first slip, and there is no run. It's not quite as big a crowd as it was yesterday, but still not a bad crowd for a Saturday. It's very difficult, isn't it, with this scheduling of county cricket ball? I mean, people say, you should play at weekends, and when they play at weekends, there's not as many. Then they say, it's difficult to know when people are off these days. Friday seems to be the day where everyone works from home, in inverted commas. There was a good crowd here yesterday. 3 slips for Hudson Prentice. 3 men saving one on the offside. He's in and bowls, and again Bean lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. What's he looking to do here, Paul? What's coming around the wicket to the left-hander?
Yeah, he's looking, I think, at this stage, looking at the 3 slips and the gully in place. So he's looking to do is come around the wicket, use that angle towards the middle stump of the left-handed batter, and then just touch the seam, grab the seam, just kiss the pitch, and just take the ball away, drawing in Bean or Lyth, whoever's on strike, and maybe nick that ball towards that slip cordon.
While waiting as in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, he's driven a lovely shot. Overpitched by Hudson Prentice, and Finley Bean wasn't going to miss out. They hammered them all the way through extra. Lovely shot. I guess Hudson Prentice is going to pitch the ball up there, isn't he? So he's bowling short. You want to bring those slips into play if you can, but that's a quality shot.
Absolutely. Just slightly over pitch. The good sign for Bean there, having kept wicket for 130 odd overs, is the fact that he's picked the length really, really quickly, got his feet more working and got into the ball and hit the ball close to under his eyes and caressed that ball through the cover. So that's a good sign that he's picking length and he's mentally in a good place.
Hudson Prentice in again. Bowls, lets that go outside the off stump.
I think that's a good length. I think that's a decent length to bowl. It's just full enough to get the batter thinking about driving, but not quite full enough so he can hit it under his eyes. So that type of length on this pitch, if he hits the seam, just might draw the left-handed batters into and maybe induce that nick.
So 2 overs gone. No lines for Yorkshire at the moment. 6 without loss. Lyth on 1, Bean on 5. If you're just joining us, Sussex bowled out for 502. John Simpson top screen with 136. Tom Price 93. Ollie Robinson making 40 out later on today. Pick of the bowlers, Jack White, he picked up 4 wickets. George Hill 3. John Richardson wicketless. Rather went around the park. In comes Robinson, round the wicket, bowls, forward comes Lyth, plays to mid wicket, and there is no run. So no Harry Brook so far this season for Yorkshire. That's an England thing. England decided it's like Jofra Archer, isn't it? I mean, Jofra's in the IPL, Harry Brook isn't. A bit of an extended break for Harry by the seems of it.
Yeah, perhaps the England think that that's the best thing for him at this stage. I'm sure he will be featuring at some point wearing the white rose as such. I'm just looking at the way Robinson's targeting the top of off stump for Lyth. He's just looking at that angle and targeting top of off stump.
Robinson in bowls,
straight.
Clips onto the leg side, no run.
One thing about Robinson, he's a very accurate bowler, doesn't he?
Yes.
He hits the pitch consistently in the same area and induces players into playing at balls that maybe they would rather not to. I think he's a good bowler.
When he got into the England side, actually it was up here when he made his debut for England against New Zealand at Lords, and Sussex were playing Yorkshire in that match. It was a match round about the COVID time. Mm-hmm. I think it was the Bob Willis Trophy.
Oh, yes.
I think from memory. And Sussex played up here, got beaten with a very young side. Robinson in bowls, is forward, plays that to Jack Carson, who fields it backward point. There is no run. And I've completely forgot what I was going to say now.
Robinson bowling well in around his England debut.
Robinson bowling well. That was his England debut. He picked up 5 wickets in that game, didn't he? And there was some relevance to being up here, and I can't remember what it was now. Anyway. That's awful, isn't it? Forgetting what I was going to say after 30 seconds. Jeepers, help me out. Dear, it'll come to me in a minute. Robinson around the wicket. bowls, and his forward punches that back down the track. Robinson feels obvious and bowling no run. That's what I was going to say. And so we did a little documentary on Ollie Robinson at the radio station, because we had some archive footage of wickets he'd taken and interviews that we'd done. And one of the players we interviewed was Ben Brown, who was skipper of Sussex at the time and a very fine wicket-keeper, now skipper down at Hampshire. And Ben was saying every time when Ollie Robinson came into bowl, he thought he was going to nick it to him.
Is that accurate, isn't it?
You know,
That accurate. Good performer.
Robinson. In again, bowls. It's a little short. I thought for a moment that he'd played that back to Ollie Robinson. But it was short.
I was just going to say, I just wonder whether it's worth having, see mid-wicket there, whether it's worth having mid-wicket under a lid there at short leg. And just then puts that, sometimes it's not for the catch, sometimes it's just to put that doubt in that batter's mind, and you can bowl a bit fuller and the batter doesn't come quite as far forward because he's expecting the bouncer, so sometimes you can induce that LBW decision. But certainly that surprised live, didn't it?
It did. Singers again, bowls and live, covers up top all a good length, plays on to the onside. Nice and tidy from Ollie Robinson. In that over, was that a maiden over? I think it was. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 2. Yeah, Yorkshire 6 without loss at the end of the third over. So it's quite interesting what Ben Brown was saying, and you're right. He just, when he's on song and it's every ball is pitching around, he's going to hit the top of off stump, and as a keeper you're probably thinking, oh God, give it a little nick.
Well, if you think about in world cricket, the bowlers that have been successful, that of course Glenn McGrath was there or thereabouts. Angus Fraser, before he got his injuries, with his little bit of zip, and caused a lot of batters a lot of problems, didn't it? And brought in the wicket keeper, LBW, and maybe slip catchers and bowls. So you're in the game. If you ball him hitting the stumps, you're in the game, aren't you?
Hudson Prentice in bowls to Bean, who's forward and plays defensively to mid-off, fielded by Robinson. There is no run. I quite enjoyed that in the Ashes, actually, watching people like Michael Neser bowling with, with Carey standing up to the sticks.
Yeah. Good accurate wicket-to-wicket bowling with a highly skillful wicket-keeper behind the stumps. I thought Carey had an outstanding Ashes with his glove work, and on this course he scored lots of runs as well. Good cricketer. Good cricketer.
Actually, he spent some time at Sussex.
Did he?
Yeah, when Jason Gillespie was coach down at Sussex, he came for just break off as in comes Hudson Prentice round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Bean defensively to Becknell Point, no run. He came down there he did quite much county cricket, a couple of games, but he played some T20 cricket. I met him, I interviewed him, he was a nice man, and at that stage he wasn't in the Australians. I'm trying to think who was keeping at that stage. He was a good keeper, and what a difference it makes when you've got a keeper standing up to the stumps.
A highly skilled keeper stood up to the stumps. That it's just, again, in the batter's mind, isn't it? They can't leave the crease, or if there's any doubt at all, they tend to stay in the crease. So, yeah, very good.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, and Bean defends back to Hudson Prentice. Good, tight, accurate over. Actually, probably one of the memories Sussex supporters will have of Alex Carey, which is an unfortunate one, was in a T20 quarter-final against Worcestershire. And he put down Moeen Ali before he'd scored, and Moeen on the score 100, and he was inconsolable, was Alex. But he was these things happen. But that was making Sussex pay on that particular occasion. Comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls, and Bean. I think he was caught in two lines there. It came off rather the bottom of the bat and bounced into the third slip, fielded by Leading that was done. Would he have been at Worcestershire, or would he have been at White? I think it was Worcestershire. Either way, we were mowing that day. He could hit the ball, hit the ball out of home. But he's not the biggest cricket ground in the world.
He's done that to a few teams. Once he gets in.
Yeah. It was pretty. Much as we wanted Sussex to win, it was a marvellous innings. And comes Hudson Prentice round the wicket, bowls. Bean lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. Much hit here.
No, and that's the challenge, isn't it? I mean, it's clear that Yorkshire are looking to get through these first few overs, but it's also important that, they pounce on any loose balls, that are delivered and are able to also rotate the strike just to keep that scoreboard ticking and keep the bowlers bowling at different batters. I know they're both left-hand batters, but still they've both got slightly different techniques.
Hudson Prentice motors in, bowls, forward comes Bean. Hudson Prentice fields of his own bowling, back-to-back maidens. As far as Sussex are concerned, Yorkshire 6 without loss, 4 overs gone. Hudson Prentice as tight as ever, 2 overs for 4. Ollie Robinson, 2 overs for 2. From a Yorkshire point of view, I feel that they've negotiated 4 tricky overs with the new ball, but Sussex asking 1 or 2 questions here.
They are, and the great thing from a coaching perspective is both these bowlers are hitting good areas on a consistent basis. They were making the batters work, so they're not giving the batters many sighters to let go, to have a look at, to go through to the keeper. They're making them play almost every delivery, and while that's in play, it generally means that they're targeting the stumps, top of their off stump, and bringing all dismissals into play, which I'm sure they'll be happy about. They'll just pick up a couple of wickets here now.
Robinson in, round the wicket, bowls to Lythe, who lets that go. It's good leave. Delivery from Robinson, and Adam Lythe just scratches away at his crease. He's been a fine player, though, for Yorkshire, as Adam Lythe down the years.
Over the years, probably in all formats as well, he's been a good cricketer, terrific T20 cricketer. He scored his runs, big runs in county championship cricket, and actually we're a good player, a good experienced player for Bean to develop his batsmanship with. It's really positive batting with someone like that when you're still a relatively young player.
Robinson in and bowls and clipped by Lythe straight to mid-on, fielded there. I think that's Tom Price there, and there is no run. A little unfortunate to have not received more international recognition.
I think so. I think perhaps in another era, I think he would have played a lot more. I think he certainly played here, didn't he? I think he got 100 here for England. But actually, I think he can. I think he can see himself as slightly disappointed, and that he's not played more international cricket, because he's certainly good enough over the years.
Leg slipper's gone. There's now 4 slips. Robinson in bowls to Lythe, who squirts that one past that 4th slip. So Ollie Robinson is juggling around with his field. Lythe picks up a single. He goes to 2. And Yorkshire at 7 without loss. Elsewhere around the country, as I drop the pen, Glamorgan are 427 for 9 against Leicestershire in Cardiff. Mason Crane 92 not out. Notts have lost a couple of wickets at Trent Bridge. Chris Wokes and Ethan Bamber on target for Warwickshire. Notts are 56 for 2. Ben Duckett batting at 3, 19 not out. Asif Hamid out for a duck. Comes Robinson round the wicket, bowls forward, comes Bean, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. At the Oval, there was a treble. 30 for 2 after Essex made 409. Burns and Smith, the men up. Burns for 2, Smith for 5. Second division, Derby, Gloucestershire 432 for 8, which is some recovery, because yesterday they were stage 142 for 5, so shades of here actually. Miles Hammond making 145. Robinson in again, bowls, and forward comes Bean and plays confidently enough into the offside, fielded by Crocombe, who runs around from mid-off to field. And there is 1 run. Up at the Riverside, Durham 109 for 4 after Lancashire made 370 yesterday. Kent under the cosh at Worcester 243 for 3 in reply to Kent's 196. Adam Hose going on nicely, he's 74 not out. Was Adam Hose got a nasty ankle injury last year? I think it was playing in a 100 match, I think. Wheels round. On his way, running in over the wicket, bowls and let go by Lythe through to John Simpson. There is no run. So good accurate bowling from Sussex, but so far Lythe and Bean have looked relatively untroubled. I think it's fair to say 8 without loss after 5 overs.
They have. They're negotiating this period of play quite well, and just beginning to pick up the odd single as well, which is pretty important. Just glancing over the hill in the women's fixture,
Old Trafford.
One at Old Trafford, Lancashire versus Yorkshire. Yorkshire with 241 all out, recovering from the loss of Winfield Hill and Boyce. Jonathan with a brilliant 108. Callis well supported 45. I understand they have just taken a wicket, and I think that's the big wicket of Edith Jones.
Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Bean outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. There is no run.
So Slater has taken that wicket, and Lancashire are 4 for 1 off just 1 over.
Is that being played at Old Trafford?
It is.
It's excellent.
Yeah. Very good setup at Old Trafford in terms of the women's game. They've heavily invested in the women's game in terms of personnel, coaching staff, players, overseas players and facilities. Have done a really good job there.
That's some Prentice in bowls, Bean is forward and placed defensively to short extra cover. You can probably hear the aircraft making its way into Leeds Bradford Airport. Do you think is that sort of being reflective across the professional game and the women's game?
I think in some areas, some pockets, I think you're investing a little more in the women's game. Some perhaps not as much, but I think in time, I think in the next 5-10 years, I think you'll see even more investment, and counties doing the best to invest and develop the women's game. There's still lots of potential in the women's game.
Some Prentice in bowls. That's a good delivery. In fact, we're not taken cleanly by John Simpson. Did they keep it a bit low?
Looked like it did, didn't it? We see that on our replay.
So we'll get a replay of that because that would be slightly alarming. Let's just see this again. I mean, the pitch has behaved itself. Let's just see. I think it did.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
John Simpson actually took it on the bounce.
Yeah, stayed a bit low, maybe even nipped away a little low that, yeah.
Encouragement for Hudson Prentice, who's wandering back towards the Howard stand at the far end of the ground. Motors in, bowls, and Bean is forward, confidently punches it back down the track. Phil Rothesay bowling by. I'm always interested, Paul, in the winter months and during your coaching career. How during the winter months do you keep coaching interesting for players? And because there's only, let's face it, the weather's awful. There's only much you can do inside. How do you keep that going?
Well, you do have you have a block before Christmas where you've got 6 or 8 weeks, which is often the opportunity to explore the basics of the game, develop the game, etc., where there's no pressure on the players. And they're ready for that break at Christmas. I have to say they're ready for that break. And then in the new year, then you just dial that up a little bit and go a bit more game specific and middle practice. And then the next phase is then around pre-season, so there's lots of middle practice and game situations. And then you fly off somewhere in warmer climes to get onto grass as quick as you can. But I would say just within that period you are trying to be as creative as you can to keep the players engaged, because your best part of maybe five months inside, it's can be a little bit draining, so you have to be creative and fun, and also go into different sports, different venues, and do a little bit of education and awareness around that too.
That's a Prentice in bowls to Bean, who clips that one away. It's gone down to Henry Crocombe here at fine leg. He's got a good arm as Henry. Gets in the throw. Not the best throw, but John Simpson collects 2 more to Finley. But he didn't miss any cricket there because there was a long debate about the state of the ball. And I'm pretty certain the umpire said to Ellie Robinson, no, that ball's absolutely fine. Carry on with it. Did you say to other sports?
Yeah, so you'd often go with relationships with other sports that you look to develop and go and watch them train, take the players, spend a bit of time with them and pick up a little bit of learning just to mix things up.
Had some Prentice in bowls, let go by Bean through to John Simpson. That rather died on John Simpson as well. End of the over. 10 without loss. Yorkshire. Lythe is on 2. Bean is on 8. Just watching John Simpson taking it. We had Liam with us yesterday. Disability cricketer who's playing some club cricket today. I was talking about wicket keeping. I was a dreadful wicket keeper, but I used to try my hardest. And I was telling him how we used to soak our inners in a bucket of water.
Yes.
And he looked at me and He said, what do you mean? I said, well, because that's what you did.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. Yeah, even when I was playing, you'd still be wetting those innings to make sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't get to do that anymore. He said, I got my own wicket-keeping gloves. I said, crikey. I said, when we played, it was just what was in the bag of kit that the skipper brought with him. And, he dumped him in the middle of the dressing room and you help yourself, Ollie Robinson runs in away from us, comes in and bowls, and tucks this one nicely off the hip down towards fine leg. Hudson Prentice got a race round the boundary edge, but he's going to get there just in time. Couple of runs to Lythe. He goes to 4, Yorkshire to 12 without loss. I was really a bit by Mike Atherton actually in the Times this week. He was talking about the shortage of willow and the price of cricket bats.
Really? Well, now the price has certainly gone up, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So there is a shortage then, is there?
Well, apparently, yeah. I didn't read the whole article, but yeah, I think they were looking at other ways of cricket bats, but they're very expensive, aren't they? It makes me laugh really when you see these test players when they go out to change a bat, they come out with about 10 bats, and you think, whoa.
And back in the day, you used to spend hours and hours and days knocking your new bat out. Do you remember?
Yeah. In comes Robinson, bowls short, pulled away by Lythe, 4 runs. In fact, not 4 runs, a brilliant bit of fielding by Finn Hudson Prentice, and in fact just a single, so I'll take my hat off. That was too short for Ollie Robinson. It was Paul Bradley. That probably should have been 4 runs in reality, but Hudson Prentice round that boundary edge like a hare. And diving stop prevented it going for 4, just a single, so 13 without loss.
Great bit of fielding from Hudson Prentice, especially when you consider he's just bowled the last over at the other end, hasn't he? So that's good. Do you know what? I was watching him run into ball just an over or so there ago, and his approach, his real purpose in his approach. He's bustle, he wants to get to the wicket and he wants to hit the pitch. He's a good player, good bowler. Interesting. In comes Ollie Robinson, round the wicket, bowls forward, comes Bean, plays to mid on, and there is no run. This is almost, Paul Fairbrace was saying actually in an interview, because he bowled really well against Warwickshire last week the week before last at home, because Sussex had a week off last week, and Paul Fairbrace was saying he's one of these players you almost can't leave him out. Yeah.
I mean, against Warwickshire, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 26. First innings, second innings, 17 ball, 3 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 44.
There you go. And he's also capable with the bat as well, isn't he?
Yep. He's gone down the place with Tom Price coming into the side. In comes Robinson, bowls, and that was played down to fine leg. It was just slightly raised expectation level in my voice. I thought for a minute that was heading in the direction of leg slip. But there is just a single. Somebody shouting outside the ground. What's all that about? There's a lot of shouting going on somewhere. Anyway, 14 without loss. Yes, he's one of only... He hasn't made a first-class 100, but he's made 99 when he was at Derbyshire. He's acutely aware of that, is Finn. Started his career at Sussex boy, but then got released. Comes Robinson, round the wicket, bowls, forward, stretches Lythe, plays down the offside of the track, there is no run, and went to the MCC for a bit, then to Derbyshire, and then came back. So it does show there is a route sometimes if you get released to get back into the game.
Yes, well there is, and I think the role that the MCC play there with the young cricketers sometimes, spending a little bit of time there and turning them round, revitalising them, working on the game and giving them another opportunity to go back into a county, I think is really important, because sometimes you need a couple of bites at the cherry, don't you, as you mature.
Robinson in bowls, good delivery, forward comes Lythe, plays watchfully to mid-off, fielded by who's that down there? Henry Crocombe. There is no run. And if you're on 14 without loss, Lythe on 5. Bean is on 9. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? I guess it's a lot like players in all sorts of sports that you may get, you hear a lot going in football, and a player who's come through the academy gets to sort of 15, 16, and it's sorry, not good enough, not big enough, whatever, and you give it a few years, they go somewhere else, and all of a sudden you see these lads emerging and doing really well.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be, but there has to be a route back in, doesn't there, somewhere?
I think so. I think it's really important to be able to work with one here at Yorkshire, Johnny Tattersall, that's recently signed for Leicestershire.
Yes.
He, after the academy went out to the game, scored lots of runs in league cricket, and then came back in and, has forged a career. So it's so important.
Hudson Prentice in bowls to Bean, who plays into the covers. No run. I do like Hudson Prentice. You talk about his approach. He wants to get beat. He's always seems to sort of glide to the wicket. He's got a nice approach. I suspect it may not be too long we see a little bit of Henry Crocombe. Now, Henry Crocombe would be the quickest of the Sussex bowlers. I think he gets a lot more bounce as well. I would say with Henry, probably the accuracy is the thing that he's been working on during the winter months. But he certainly does give the bats the hurry up. So it'll be interesting to see how he bowls on this pitch. Prentice in bowls, clips down the leg side by Bean to Henry Crocombe, who's fielding just down below us. At a fine leg, one more to the total. 15 without Rothesay Yorkshire. It has to be said at the moment, much as Sussex are bowled accurately, they've used the new ball well in that they've made Yorkshire play. But these two have looked relatively comfortable.
I think the conditions are suiting them, as you mentioned, just after lunch. The clouds have dispersed somewhat, so therefore it's a nice blue sky, very clear day at the moment. So it will be certainly a really good time to bat as Hudson Prentice comes in again.
Bowls like drives on the bounce, and Hudson Prentice fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. Someone's having a good time. I'm not sure what's going on. There's a laughter around the ground. I don't know whether someone's... The players looking towards the stand there, to our left, opposite the Western Terrace. Someone's enjoying themselves. Comes Hudson Prentice, bowls forward, comes lithe, and punches that down the ground, fielded at mid-on by Ollie Robinson. And there is no run. I was watching on the local television this morning. They were talking about talking football. This big game at Rochdale today between Rochdale and York.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I think they've both got 100 points in the National League, and Rochdale have got to win to go up, and I think York only need to draw.
Oh, it's just,
well, Rochdale are winning 1-0, and I think York are equalised in the 13th minute of additional time.
Oh!
That's what it looks like on here. Comes Hudson Prentice, round the wicket, bowls, and I just turns it slightly in the air to mid-wicket, fielded there by, who's that in there? See the back of his shirt. Either way, there is no run. When you're facing a big total like this, are you setting yourself little totals, or is the objective just to see the new ball off at the moment, Paul, is it?
Yeah, you're generally looking to take it on in bite-sized chunks. Let's get through the first few overs. Let's leave what we can. Let's bat and just let this ball come in.
Prentice bowls and again turns sweetly to mid-wicket. A good tumbling save in there at mid-wicket. I think that's Tom Price. And there is no run. Oh, no, it's Jack Carson. Should have mentioned it's Jack.
Yeah, so you're looking to play low risk, high reward cricket, which is really accommodate the bounce. Let's not push too hard at the ball, and when the ball's in your slot, look to put it away. If it's not, see if you can rotate and just keep building and building and building and building. And it doesn't really matter who in the partnership is scoring the runs, as long as the partnership is moving forward, because the more time the Yorkshire batters are out there, the easier it will become, and they will start getting some loose balls to put away. So yeah, it's phases at a time, an over at a time, 5 overs at a time, 10 overs at a time, as they work their way through the session, as they try to rotate the strike and take what they can for as long as they can.
It's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to carry on bowling his 5th over. Sussex still striving for a breakthrough here. The 3 slips go down as the leg slip in place. Comes in and bowls to Finley Bean, who works that one down to fine leg. Hudson Prentice, well, he's not bowling, he's having to field the ball, and he is again down at fine leg, gets in the throw. There is no run. Of course, the other exciting thing about the women's game is World Cup coming up as well.
World Cup coming up, yeah. I was at Loughborough last week, and the England women's squad were in there having a profiling few days where they do their fitness testing, etc., etc. And they're all in good spirits. I spoke to a number of them. Spoke to Charlotte Edwards, the head coach, as well, and really looking forward to the World Cup, and it'll be interesting how they manage the expectation. You know, a home World Cup, there's normally expectation on the home nation, isn't there?
Totally. Robinson in bowls, down the leg side, taken by Simpson, no run.
But they all seem in a really good place, and looking to work towards good preparations for the World Cup.
Will Australia be the main threat?
Australia will be there or thereabouts. It'll be interesting how India do.
Yeah.
Have some good players, haven't they, in terms of that Indian batting unit, and have become a better fielding unit and a bowling unit. So it will be interesting there. And South Africa will fancy their chances of progressing a little bit as well. So yeah, I think it'll be a good World Cup. But the main thing for the women's game globally is other teams are getting better, and that, you know, globally that's important.
Robinson in bowl. Oh, now that's why the leg slips there. Just clipped that off his hip. It's bounced to Tom Haynes at that leg slip position. Just flexing his leg there. I think that might have hit Adam Lloyd somewhere between the pad and the thigh pad, you know.
Yeah,
Ouch.
I think that's just hurt a little bit, hasn't it? He's just giving it a little rub.
Have there been signs of an advance in quality in the Caribbean as well, in terms of the West Indian women's side?
Yes, I think there has. Shane Dietz, the head coach there, has certainly progressed the team. I know they had a difficult series against Sri Lanka before they went to Australia.
Robinson in bowls, kept nicely by Lyth. Good bit of fielding and bid on by Daniel Hughes. There's no one.
Which they'll have been disappointed with. I mean, they knew it was going to be a tough series in Australia, but actually I think they would have expected to beat Sri Lanka. I think they lost to Sri Lanka, so from that perspective they'll be disappointed with that. But there are signs. There's certainly signs.
But it is important, isn't it, that other nations come to the party, because you don't want just one or two nations dominating, because that's really, it's a little bit like the situation, just break off for a minute, as Robinson on his way around the wicket bowl to Lyth, lets that go through to Simpson. There is no one, just probing away here, Ollie Robinson. It's a little bit like the situation, because England's women's rugby team are excellent.
Yes.
There's been a lot of investment, but the problem is there's not that many to challenge them.
Yeah. And
so you do need other nations to reach some sort of a level.
Definitely, because if you've got, let's say, 4 or 5 nations all progressing and it's neck and neck, toe to toe, then, you know, the others get better, they get better, and they bring each other on, and then the other nations in the slipstream start following suit. So it's actually really important for the women's game that, you know, they have 5 or 6 good teams around the world.
Robinson in bowls and clipped away by Lyth, going back to the square on the leg side. Had some Prentice Fields again, one more to the total. Lyth goes to 6, Yorkshire to 17 without loss at the end of the over. I wondered why the packet of digestive biscuits was emptying rapidly, Paul, and I don't know why. The culprit has emerged at the back of the box. Looks like he could do with a little run around the London Marathon tomorrow, I think, having eaten all those biscuits.
Well, I think so, but I am noticing he's sporting a very sharp haircut, isn't it?
Very impressive, yes. I didn't recognise him when I came in. Very sharp, isn't it? What's happening here? Are you coming in for all right, okay. Do you want me to go? Yeah. I'm staying here, right, okay. I think Paul's going to break for half an hour. And Jonathan is going to come and join us. Thanks, Paul. Been lovely to chat. Finhudson Prentice races in again around the wicket, bowls to Lyth, who drives into the offside. Nice looking shot. He was after the single, but Ollie Robinson was quickly round at mid off to field. And there is no run. So good tight bowling here from Sussex into the 9th over. Yorkshire 17 without loss, but no breakthrough. Dodgy is back. We were talking about all sorts of things, not least a football line was the big match between York and Rochdale today in the National League. I'm not sure if you're aware of that game.
Yeah, certainly am, because I did an event on Thursday with Bumble, who's, although he's a Lancastrian, he's a York City fan as well, because of his geographical residence.
And he's caught, he's gone, and that's the wicket that Sussex wanted. It's a smart catch, and Tom Clark, he rarely drops those, and Adam Lloyd is the man gone. Sussex get the reward for some really good, tight, accurate bowling. Lyth is caught at second slip. Hudson Prentice has got the breakthrough, and Yorkshire have lost their first wicket, 17 for 1, and Lyth goes for 6.
Yeah, just a little bit wide, wasn't it? A little bit of nip off the pitch, and in the context of any game really when you're playing against Yorkshire. It's a big wicket. Adam Lyth, who's been such a consistent run scorer for so long. He began the season well with a 90 odd down in Cardiff, but not made it into double figures in this match so far, at least. First innings 6 off 28.
Well, we were talking before you came back in, Jonathan, and you could talk to Paul a little later, but Paul was saying exactly that about the little bit of nip and the way that Hudson Prentice has been bowling. He's been very impressed with the way that Hudson Prentice has run into the crease. He's run in hard, and he's been excellent this season. 4 wickets in the second innings against Warwickshire, and it was it was a sharp chance, wasn't it? Very quickly to Tom Clark, but he's a very good fielder in there. And
yeah, well, there's just a bit of nip. I think Adam will be a bit disappointed, because if you look at him playing it for second and third time, and he's only got one go at that, he is, you know, I wouldn't over-exaggerate this, but he's reaching slightly at the ball, and he's feeling for the ball, and he's been such a good lever of the ball. For me, the longer his career's gone on, the better he's got at doing that. So I think he'll be a bit disappointed. He's faced whatever it was now, it's gone off the screen, but quite a few deliveries, and yeah, in context it's a big wicket for Sussex. There are probably bigger ones to come, I guess.
yes.
With a couple of stellar players batting at 4 and 5, and Sam Whiteman, who showed glimpses of why Yorkshire had signed him in the first match down at Cardiff, was a bit unlucky with certainly one of his decisions in the previous match here against Hampshire, I felt. He's not properly got going either, and that's one of the reasons, isn't it, why Yorkshire haven't done well with first innings runs, and 17 for 1 is not the start they wanted.
In comes Hudson Prentice to bowl to the new man who's Whiteman. Whiteman's beaten outside the off stump. Now that kept it a little low as well. That's the second one from Finn Hudson Prentice that has kept it a little low. It rather scooted through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Just coming back to that game, Jonathan, I was noting Rochdale were beating York by 1-0, and I think York equalised in the 13th minute of additional time, which means York will go up. I'm fairly certain that's the case.
Wow, David Ward, our old friend from BBC Radio York, he'll have been calling that one this afternoon. He'll be full of it at the moment.
Certain that's what I saw happened. The cricket's pretty absorbing too, so I don't want to get too involved in the football, but here comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Whiteman turns to mid-on, and there is no run. A bit of bounce in the steps of the Sussex fielders, as you would expect. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Whiteman marks out his crease. I don't know an awful lot about Sam Whiteman. Is this his first season here, Georgie? Yeah. You spoken to him?
And only to say hello in Cardiff, not done an interview with him yet.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls, and forward comes Whiteman, plays back down the offside of the track for about Hudson Prentice, no run.
So he's got a good record in Australia. First class cricket over there, playing for Western Australia. He is a Yorkshireman. He was born in Doncaster, so it doesn't count on the overseas quota. And I think he was kind of, keen to have a go here as well as a Yorkshireman at some point during his career. So he's worked well in that respect.
Hudson Prentice in bowls and up on his toes. His Whiteman defends down the track. There is no run. That's a very fine over by Finn Hudson Prentice, who's carrying on his good form this season. 5 overs, no maidens. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7 for Finn Hudson Prentice. Yorkshire 17 for 1.
He did come over and play for Northants for a season not that long ago, 2 or 3 years ago I think it was. Did pretty well for them, so back for another stint in county cricket. He was a wicket-keeper batter, but the story is that his fingers have been, I think, fragile is probably a good way of describing it, and he's not kept since 2017, so there's been a lot of questions as to why he's not been keeping when Johnny Bairstow got injured and when Finlay Bean's keeping in this match, and that's clearly because he's just not keeping anymore. So he was a keeper batter, he's now a batter. Is it me? It is, isn't it? So
I was just wondering, there's a delay. The umpires, I think, are consulting about the ball again. which seems to be taking, well, it's got to sort of about something. Ollie Robinson is trotting up to talk to the umpires about something or another. Are they looking at the ball? I think so.
Yeah. Well, have you been to B&Q to get something to work on that, Ollie? I'm only joking, folks, I'm only joking.
They are going to change
They're
it.
not happy with something about the ball.
Yeah, they are going to change it, I think. Yeah, the umpires are walking off, so we're going to have a delay here. I'm just sorry, I know a lot of listeners and watchers quite rightly want us to concentrate on the cricket, but that is absolutely right. York, it's worth mentioning because they're a local side. They equalised in the 13th minute of injury time, having Rochdale having taken the lead in the 95th minute of the match. So Rochdale would have thought they were going to get promoted, and they might still do, but they'll be in the playoffs. So we have got a delay. Tom Haynes has brought up the briefcase of balls. There's quite a long debate going on down here. I don't know if there's something else going on, Jonathan. Ollie Robinson has now walked away. Tom Haynes seems to be in charge of the ball being selected, who is the vice skipper. Ollie Robinson is in deep discussion there with Daniel Hughes, the Australian. And so you're not missing any of the cricket, which gives us an opportunity to run through some of the other scores in and around the county championship today. Glamorgan 440 all out eventually down at Cardiff against Leicestershire. Mason Crane was stumped by Ben Cox off of Ajaz Patel for 99. Imagine being stumped on 99. Leicestershire 0 for 0 here in reply. Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 88 for 2. After Warwickshire made 459, the notable score there, Ben Duckett, who is 27 not out. At the Oval, Surrey 44 for 2 in their first innings, after Essex made 404. Dom Sibley 22 not out. Sorry, Essex made 409. I do apologise.
Here's Ollie Robinson at the Kirkstall Lane end with 4 slips in place to bowl to the left-handed Finlay Bean, who defends back to the bowler.
Second division, Gloucestershire 477 for 8 against Derbyshire just down the end, while Miles Hammond making 145. Ethan Brooks on 84. Big partnership there for the 9th wicket for Gloucestershire, who were 301 for 8, now 477 for 8. Durham 123 for 6 up at the Riverside, who replied to Lanks 370.
What's on the damage there, Jimmy?
He's picked up 2. Tom Bailey 2.
Robinson bowls. Bean flicks off his legs, and that has gone one bounce, I think it was, for 4 through mid-wicket. Nicely judged, nicely played, just leant on it.
And Kent's problems continue. Bowled out for 196 by Worcestershire yesterday. Worcestershire now 259 for 4, so leading there by 63. Brett D'Oliveira 67. Not out. Adam Hose made 75. Good shot that by Bean. Away. Robinson's annoyed with himself. He snatched the ball as it was thrown to him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of debate. Tom Haynes is heavily involved here in a lot of the decision makings, so we need to be a little bit careful here that they're not using up too much time and getting behind on over rates and things.
Here's Robinson round the wicket now to Bean, who defends into the offside. Crocombe doing the fielding at mid-off, no run. If there's anything for those who watch Yorkshire regularly that you might have seen in Finlay Bean's batting, I think he's often found it more problematic for him when arm seamers come round the wicket rather than go over the wicket. He seems more comfortable with the over the wicket bowlers. Let's have a look at how he goes on today then. He's just dropped that one nicely enough into the offside and picked up a single, and he's had a little bit of a quicker start than often is the case. He's very much an unruffled sort of player out there in the middle. It doesn't seem to matter whether he's got 10 off his first 10 deliveries or none of his first 20 sort of thing. He's got a good temperament, and he's played himself in a couple of knocks so far this season and then's not been able to go on. He's got a little bit of a start here, 30 odd balls, 15 runs, 16 runs in fact now. 22 for 1 for Yorkshire facing 502 put up by Sussex in their first innings. And in he comes again, Robinson, and Whiteman just feeling a little for that, not timing that as he would have liked, and he ends up squirting out to backward point there. No run. And on for 3 o'clock. We'll be well into the games in the league cricket around the country.
Yes, it will.
Not just around Yorkshire, but plenty of league cricket in Yorkshire today. My lot.
Coming up for tea in some of them, aren't they? If they've got 12 o'clock start.
My lot have got a home game. Well, I'll tell you what, I went to watch my son's team last week when we had no Yorkshire match. Took them an absolute age to get through the overs. We moan about over rates in this form of the game as Robinson's in, and that's just wide of off stump and through to the keeper's gloves on the rise. 22 for 1 after 11. But yeah, honestly, in the first hour of a local league cricket match, they bowled about 13 overs.
That's poor, isn't it?
It really is poor, yeah. And I think you now get, I don't know, deductions, or there's some form of penalty if you don't get in all your overs in whatever the allotted time is. I can't actually remember now. I should do, but
I mean, you know, I didn't play club cricket. I was good. I played village cricket, but I loved it. But I used to think in village cricket you should be able to bowl 20 overs in an hour. You know, local cricket, you know, at least you've got someone steaming in for the day. Yeah, just get on with it, really. You know, all this fiddling around. Hudson Prentice racing in from the Howard stand end, comes in and bowls to Bede, who drives sweetly to short extra cover, and there is no run. I just wonder how long Robinson and Hudson Prentice will bowl here. Change bowlers will be Henry Crocombe and Tom Price, unless of course Ollie Robinson decides to throw a curveball. He's got Tom Clark, who can bowl medium pace. Tom Haynes. He's also got the spin of Carson and Coles, but I suspect he'll turn to his main seamers while the ball is still hard. Hudson Prentice motoring in. Round the wicket, bowls, forward comes Bean. Hudson Prentice fields off his own bowling again, there is no run. Not as big a crowd as there was yesterday here. It's very difficult, this scheduling of county cricket, isn't it, Jonathan? Because you get some people say, well, we should be playing, you know, during the week. Others say we should be playing a weekend. You get to a weekend and there's very poor attendances.
Yeah.
This, you know, I've got some sympathy in terms of the way that the fixtures are worked out.
I would say, and this is without any factual evidence to back it up, but just from the eye, this is one of the better crowds that Yorkshire have had on Saturday for some time. Short ball pulled here. Oh, sorry.
It's to Bean, pulled by, sorry, back to Crocombe down at Fine-Leggy Fields, one more to the total.
Sorry, I was in the flow there. Yeah, so it would be better than a lot of Saturdays, I would say. I don't know how many there are behind the glass in the long room, hard to tell, but there's certainly some in there as well. So it's not a bad day at the office crowd-wise. Of course, Yorkshire, well, they got better crowds when they took a 4-day game to York last year. Scarborough is usually better than this as well.
Just noticing here, because Finn Hudson Prentice, I'm not sure if he's hurt his foot or whether he's split his boot, but something has happened to his left boot. He turned around and he waved towards the dressing room down below us, and I think Finn Hudson Prentice might have damaged his boot. So we've got another break in play. So we've had the ball changed, and now we're going to have a boot changed. Oh well. I always worry slightly with him because he has got an ankle problem. I was asking him about that. He was saying it's just something he's come to live with, really. He delivered that ball and immediately turned around, and I thought for one awful moment he was injured. But he's not injured, he's just decided he wants to have his boot changed. So we have got a break in place. It's been a bit stop-start, really, this, isn't it? You know, we've had a wicket, we've had, on 2 occasions the ball has been queried, it wasn't then changed. And now we've got another delay we've got a lot of overs to be bowled again. We've got another 40, is that 48 overs?
Just we're still not even halfway through the day.
We're not even halfway through the day, and we should be having tea technically in 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So we're probably not going to we've got 16 overs to go until tea. With the best will in the world, that's going to take well over an hour. So, yeah, we're already half an hour behind where we should be, which, you know, it's a lovely sunny day, why should we mind? But over 8s are the scourge of cricket, aren't they, really?
I mean, ultimately, Ramsey, it just, you know, cuts down the alcohol levels consumed this evening, doesn't it? Because
Perhaps it's good for you.
we're off out for a few birthday beers for JD tonight.
Yes, so is it your birthday
We're not
today?
going to get there till going on closing time, the way things are going.
Is it your birthday today?
No, it's not until next Tuesday.
Right.
But, it's just easier on a weekend, isn't it, to get
Yeah, it is.
people out. Well, theoretically, it's easier.
Well, I know Paul's got a nice birthday cake for you that he's bought. We've got a nice digestive biscuit for your birthday, Georgie. In comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls, and Whiteman is solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
You two have been having a go at my dietary habits, I think.
No, we weren't. In fact, you were barely discussed, actually. We were discussing other things. We didn't need.
There's somebody from HR listening.
We didn't need to stoop to the depths of taking the mickey out your haircut or anything like that. That would have been unfair.
You are horrible people to broadcast with, you two.
23 for
Well,
one.
why I bother?
Bean 17, Whiteman is yet to score. And Hudson Prentice is motoring again from the Howard stand end under glorious sunshine in on bowls. Whiteman lets that go again. That rather died on John Simpson as it went through. I just wonder about the bounce here, Dorji, because suddenly we wonder whether Ollie Robinson might have bowled from the Howard stand end. I thought during the match there'd been a little bit more bounce from that end. I mean, the decision's been vindicated because Hudson Prentice has got the wicket. But also a couple have kept just a little low.
Yeah, I was talking to one or two supporters down underneath the northeast stand, but with a view through the gap, and there was one definitely that kept low on Finley Bean.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was on Finley Bean. Some Prentice. In again. Bowls let go by what? He's just asking questions here. Is Finn Hudson Prentice? End of the over. Now, what's going to happen here? I did say to Paul, I didn't think we'd see Robinson or Hudson Prentice bowling sort of 7-8 over spells. I may have got that completely wrong because Ollie Robinson's taken off his cap and he's clearly going to bowl another over, having bowled 6 overs, no wicket for 15.
In a clear show of defiance to the BBC Sussex commentator.
Yeah, it's just that because Sussex, their bowling resources are stretched. They've got these 4 outside of that. They've got Danny Lamb, who's in the squad for this game, as the only recognised bowler really. Then some younger bowlers. The 2 other replacements, Dom Goodman and Sean Hunter, both injured. And with 4 back-to-back matches, it's quite a heavy workload for the bowlers.
Here's Robinson wide on the crease, bowling to Bean, who plays out to point.
Although
Run.
I'm sure some of back in the days of the great Freddie Truman, people would have been he'd have scoffed at that, wouldn't he?
Oh, ridiculous. Get some raw meat down you. 100 hours a day before lunch, me. Magnificent. Thens.
At the Kirkstall Lane end, and Bean turns this one into the mid-wicket region. Will pick up a comfortable one as 3 o'clock ticks over. Sally McCombs is in the ground today for the first time. I think she may even pop up to the box a bit later on to have a look around the place. Regular contributor from the States, but she's travelling back home. She says, I'm not saying we should return to the policy of only having Yorkshire-born players, but I can't help thinking that Jai Richardson hasn't been a great signing. 3rd match of the County Championship, and I feel his impact so far has been mostly negative, she says. It didn't help that he missed the first match, got injured. Well, he was ill in the second, not injured, and he's only here for 2 months. Is it mandatory to have as many international players as possible? Question mark. As Robinson bowls and Whiteman drops it into the offside, and they get through for a single. She goes on, maybe the organisation should save some cash and gone for another local lad instead. Also, your commentary in my ears is approximately a ball behind. Not an issue when I'm at home, but weird when you're just across the ground from me. Yeah, that's just one of those things on the internet that's a delay. Many other people have said that to me who've been in the ground and trying to listen ball by ball. Thanks, Sally. Well, she made her feelings clear on Jai Richardson and overseas signings per se. As Robinson bowls, and a nicely timed drive by Bean, but straight back at the bowler. To say he's not been a great signing, we've only had him for match and a half, as you say, in terms of actual playing time. He spent his first week in the country here bowling at Headingley while Yorkshire were down at Cardiff, and then obviously bowled in just the one innings of that match against Hampshire before he fell ill. Don't think that was too bad, but definitely not an innings, not an analysis he'll want to repeat. I think it's very fair to say, after what we've seen in the first innings here, as Robinson just gets one through Finley Bean, wraps him on the thigh pad. Dot ball.
It's tense, isn't it, Doidge? I think this is what, the 13th over of the innings, which is 25-1. So it's Sussex have bowled very tightly here with the new ball.
Yeah, full credit to him as well. Not given much in the way of a freebie away. Lacker will be coming off the ball now. Let's move into a different phase of the innings. Lovely shot by Finley Bean down the ground. I think Ollie Robinson's got a bit of something on that as he tried to stop it, and that's prevented him conceding a 4 off his own bowling, because it was a lovely straight drive by Finley Bean, and they've got a single. So he will retain the strike. 26 for 1 after 13, bang on 2 and over, and Yorkshire trail by 476 runs. And when you're out there batting, doesn't matter what the conditions and the pitch are like. And I say this from the point of view of somebody who's never been in a game where the opposition have got 500 to stare down on the board, Harmsy, but it's got to be just a bit of a cloud hanging over you when you're out there in the middle, because you just know that means you have a heck of a lot of work to do before you're even in parity in the game.
This is interesting. I'll do this over and I'll let Paul back in. Tom Haynes is coming to bowl as the change bowler now. Tom Haynes bowls what I would call sort of military medium. I describe him a little bit like Greg Chappell. But that sort of pace, sort of nibbles the ball around a little bit. But that's an interesting tactic. John Simpson will stand up to the stumps. I wasn't expecting this to happen. Ollie Robinson had said that, because of this crisis, in inverted commas, shortage of seam bowlers, that the likes of Haynes and Clark, who are more part-time bowlers, will need to play their part. But it's quite interesting here. I suspect this is an experiment for a couple of overs, but certainly Whiteman wouldn't have seen a lot of or anything of Tom Haynes, and I don't know if Finley Bean has either. So this is quite an interesting little move from Ollie Robinson. John Simpson standing up to the stumps, so we'll see how this pans out. 2 slips, there's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a sweeper on the cover boundary as Haynes is in, bustling in, bowls, and beaten outside the off stump. Well, it very nearly worked first up. Been with a player to miss outside the off stump, taken by Simpson.
Hey, Finley, have a look.
It wasn't far away, was it?
No.
Now James Coles is signalling to the balcony. They want something, but Sussex need to be careful here in terms of over 8s, because there's a lot of debate going on about field placings. I know all of it's enthusiasm, but
yeah, I remember Farby having a real go about that in a match at your place, didn't he, between the two sides? Was that a couple of years ago?
He did. Haynes in bowls, Bean is forward. Haynes got his hands on his head and then he breached Bean's defences. No run. Yeah, because Sussex have lost points in the last couple of seasons, and now Dan Ibrahim is running out with a helmet. This is the sort of thing that I think does get the umpires' ire, doesn't it? Because it's a delay. Tom Clark's obviously going a lot closer now at second slip, which is the reason for it. So well done, Dan Ibrahim. At least he ran on with the helmet, but it doesn't help as in comes Haynes, bowls, Bean is forward solidly this time, placed him in off, no run.
You're not going to be surprised though in another 14 and a half overs time when we get to tea if a minus something goes up on the ball.
No, I think almost certainly we have had the delay for the ball being changed, and then the boot coming off, which I know the umpires would have taken that into account, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see it sort of -2 or something. Haynes in bowls, driven aerially, he's going to get 4 runs. It's the second time I've done that. I didn't see the sweeper on the cover boundary. I should have noticed he was there. So Finley been driving, but he drove in the air, and it wasn't a million miles away from Jack Carson, who's fielding in that sort of straightish extra cover region. So an interesting experiment this with Tom Haynes into the attack. Turns and bustles in again. around the wicket, bowls. Whiteman is forward, plays down the offside of the track now. And Tom Haynes will be concentrating on his cricket, but we'll have half an hour events at Molyneux this afternoon, as he's a big Tottenham fan, is Tom. And I'm sure he's getting the requisite amount of stick in the Sussex dressing room because of that. But he's concentrating on his cricket now as he runs in and bowls, forces Whiteman back on his stumps. I think that was a good experiment from Ollie Robinson and a decent over from Tom Haynes, just conceded the one run. I'm going to leave you, Doigi, with Paul, and I'll see you in a bit.
So yeah, 27-4-1. Passing air traffic through. (27-1). Bean on 20 and Whiteman on 1. Air traffic passing directly overhead and then up somewhere many more thousands of feet high. There's that beautiful sight of an aircraft with the vapour trail behind it in a lovely clear sky. Ooh, dear me, short ball from Ollie Robinson, and Bean no idea really. 4 men have chased that down out into the shadows of the Howard stand to bring it back in for the concession of 2. But just looking at this again, Robinson in wide on the crease, short, and Bean's about to play the pull shot, then pulls out of it, and he gets a good contact on it low down on the bat, didn't pull the bat fully out of the way, and that was precarious and could have cost him his wicket. No real idea where it was going. Looped up over the cordon, and he's got away with that. As Robinson makes his way in again. Pulls it now, and this time playing with confidence. Finley Bean drops it out backward of point. Who goes round to field? They get through. As they don't get through for a single, they stay put, I should say. Shawsey is back alongside.
Good afternoon, Doigi. And Robinson and the whole attack of Sussex really have been dialing into good lines, good lengths. We've seen the departure of Lythe, and Robinson's now trying to work that off stump, off Bean, to see if he can get the second wicket.
This one full delivery into the offside for Crocombe to come round and field.
3 slips in play, and certainly the idea is to come around the wicket, use that angle, that natural angle around the wicket. It goes into in and around, middle and off stump, and then hopefully just hit the seam and maybe nip the ball away, as we said previously, towards the slip cordon and the wicket keeper.
And he comes again, bowls it now. Confident defensive push this time to mid-off by Finley Bean. Seen shots of 1 or 2 gents with ice creams in hand. That would have been nice today if Shawsey would have gone off to the ice cream van and brought us some back.
I did ever walk round, but I was going to struggle carrying 3 ice cream cones back, Doji. You know, because it is warm. I didn't want the ice cream to have started to melt before it got to the comms box, but that's a little nudge for me for next time, isn't it?
He's a very selfish man, ladies and gents. Here's Robinson goes short. Bean ducks underneath this, so that's to duck quite low as well, and that then tails away to the right of diving Sussex wicket-keeper John Simpson, and has gone for 4 byes, and it was also, by the looks of things, a no ball signal there by Tom Lungley. So costing Sussex quite a few, and it's taken Yorkshire to 29-1. Bean still on 22. Whiteman has 1. And here is Robinson bowling to Bean again. This time he's able to get bat on ball.
And with Sussex amassing 502, Yorkshire being 35-1, they're still trailing by Sussex. 467 runs, which is still a formidable total to chase down. We've got a strong batting lineup with Root and Bairstow in that lineup, and they'll be looking to amass a decent total.
There's Robinson again, nicely played by Finley Bean, who was given a bit of room to work with, and he's slashed that one away through third man for 4 runs.
Yeah, this ball's just a little bit wider and slightly short, and Beans picked the line and the length of that ball early and just carved that ball away behind point for a much needed 4 runs, as total moves on to 39 for 1. Run rate is just beginning to creep upwards. It's now 2.60, which is always a sign that there's a partnership beginning to build between Bean and Whiteman. So the partnership currently is 22.
So we're going to see more of Tom Haynes from the Howard stand end. 1 over for 1. Tidy start by him. Whiteman on strike. And just getting across, covering off stump, shoulder after that first delivery. It's just 13 of those so far, Sam Whiteman, so very much trying to get himself in here for what he and Yorkshire supporters will hope will be bed and breakfast. Still 40 odd overs to go today, and he's right in behind that latest Tom Haynes delivery. On with a mid-on and a mid-off, 2 slips. Tom Clark, second slip in a helmet, has just been able to get a little bit closer to the action. There's a mid-wicket, a long leg, short extra cover, a backward point and a square cover sweeper. And it's the man at short extra cover who comes into play to that delivery, which is just pushed into the offside. Jack Carson's gone in there. Good atmosphere. Down at ground level. Haynes it again. And Whiteman right in behind that. What's the latest from Old Trafford? Let's just check in back there. Lancashire 56 for 1. They lost an early wicket. Hugh Jones without scoring, but have recovered pretty well. And they'll be favourites at the moment to score a further 186 in 36 overs. Yorkshire have got to bowl well. Seren Smale 32 not out. Darcy Carter is 18 at the moment. Jess Jonathan, the hero or the heroine with the bat, she is into her second over with the ball. Meanwhile, back at Headingley, Sam Whiteman's just dropped a Haynes delivery into the offside, and that was a dot. And Haynes back in again now, and Whiteman turns that into the onside to Jack Leaning, and there is no run. 16 overs complete, 39 for 1.
Yeah, Haynes is just looking, obviously, to come round the wicket, but a pretty hard length. We'll look to go wicket to wicket and keep the pressure on the new batter Whiteman, and he's managed to do that in that over. And the sun still blazes down across Headingley. It's a beautiful sight across the skyline of Leeds as we look round the ground, and we can see many different caps in the crowd. We've just had a little bit of a walk round the ground and managed to see many caps, many ice creams and liquid refreshment being taken on board on this warm day, as we go back into this phase of play with Yorkshire 39 for 1 and wanting to build a partnership in this this second day of the county championship, chasing 502, which was a good total for the Sussex team. Let's see how Yorkshire go about this with coming on to bowl.
Yeah, Henry Crocombe, right arm around the wicket from the Kirkstall lane end, tucked away down to fine leg that first ball by Finlay Bean, who's going to get through for a single. So he's definitely got a start now, hasn't he? 27 on the board.
He has, and it's credit to him because he was in the field wicket keeping for 130 plus overs, and you have to be concentrating every single ball as a keeper. So that will have taken a lot of energy out of him. But certainly he's now, as you rightly say, on 27 from 52 deliveries. He's concentrating hard and he's got a good start. The challenge now is to see if he can go on.
Come in, Whiteman plays that. He sort of plays it and then bends his knee, doesn't he, Sam Whiteman, after he's played a defensive shot. Makes him sway across the crease after he's done it.
Looking at the field mid-wicket, it's quite close. He's just taken a couple of strides in. He's in a position to stop the one, but also to take the mistimed clip.
Here, Crocombe in, and Whiteman. It's good running between the wickets there. Just a little drop into the offside. He wasn't a million miles from the fielder, but they both set off straight away. And it's amazing how many runs you can accumulate just by doing that.
And I think that's the way to play this situation, isn't it? Just, be calm, be composed, play well off the front foot, play well off the back foot, and judge length really, really well, which I think is important. And within those phases of play, see wherever you can to drop and run. Pick up runs where you can, keep the scoreboard turning over, and then hopefully you get the bad ball every now and then to put away. And that's really how I think Yorkshire need to play this phase of play. So they are chasing a big total, aren't they?
Yeah, and trying to go beyond it if they can by some distance. Crocombe in again. Bean with a solid defensive shot. Just the one wicket to fall on this Yorkshire second innings so far, but a considerable one in Adam Lyth, who went for 6 from 28 deliveries when the score was on 17. Just had a push at a Hudson Prentice delivery. Just reach for it a little bit more than we've normally been accustomed to see him do. Bit of nip off the pitch and got a thickish edge straight to Tom Clark at second slip, and he took a good catch. That was the end of Adam this time around. Finlay Bean has just had a ball cannon into the top of the pad flap, thigh pad area, into the onside, and they got through for one leg by. With Crocombe then. In he comes now, it's up there full and wide, lovely shot. Sam Whiteman, first time he's been able to open his shoulders as it were. It was just too full and just too wide, and he guided that beautifully away backward of point for 4.
And the good thing about this, Whiteman's picked the length and the line quite early on and pulled that ball away. Slightly backward of square. Not quite gone where he wanted. He wanted a little bit more in front of square, but still got enough bat on it, and the ball went past. Point for 4 runs.
And he comes again. That's wide of off stump and past Whiteman, leaving Whiteman on the rise. No run. So 17 overs now complete. 48 for 1. While the loss of Adam Lyth is a significant one for Yorkshire, they do have a strong batting lineup here. Sussex will be well aware of that. But, full credit to the visitors, because there's not been much in the way of a scoring opportunity, as their heads crawling along really to 48 for 1. 2.82 an over is not terrible.
It's just started.
Prentice's first delivery is a dot.
Yeah, it's just started going up slightly, hasn't it? The run rate as this partnership develops. Now the partnership's 31, but Sussex have done a good job with the ball. They've kept things pretty tight. picking up the wicket of Lyth, but it's disciplined bowling, and that again is what they're certainly trying to do on this Headingley pitch.
Hudson Prentice again, a bit more floaty that one, full, and Bean drove it to Ollie Robinson at mid-off, no run. Still plenty of cricket to be played today, Shawsey. 42 overs. Where are we going to be in, what will be about 2 3/4 hours time? Short ball here, pulled by Bean. He plays that shot well. There is a man positioned out in the deep though. He got over the top of it sufficiently to get it to drop short of Henry Crocombe, who fielded it, and they got one.
I think you made a good point earlier, Doherty, about strike rotation, and just keep picking up runs. You know, if you can pick up 2 or 3 runs and over without taking a risk, the bad ball comes, all of a sudden you can get yourself into a reasonable position.
Yep. Whiteman this time going back foot, dropping into the offside, no run. I'm going back a long way now, Shawsey. But, you know, just going back to, I remember playing the vast majority of my junior cricket at Putty St Lawrence, and the coach is just, you know, saying it's an easy run. As Hudson Prentice is in and Whiteman blocks that. And, you know, we were a club that had, you know, plenty of success, not just in my age group, but across the age groups around that time. And a lot of that would have been, you know, you probably win a percentage of games during the season where you might win by half a dozen, 10 runs. Not a massive margin, but, you know, because you were just on it with those little things. You got an understanding with your partner, you just knock it and go. As Whiteman's over the top of that into the offside, and there's no run. And just because that was in junior cricket doesn't mean to say it doesn't hold good in professional cricket.
Well, it's a low-risk way of accumulating runs, isn't it? And bowlers get frustrated, and you get one that's just a little bit short, which you can put away, or they just go a little bit fuller. And also, the other thing is, even at this level, sometimes the fielder just creep in a little bit too much and hit through the field. So, I think there's still a place for it. Certainly, when you're looking to accumulate runs, definitely.
There's also a bit of frustration for the bowlers because, you know, it's a run where they've probably delivered a ball that's, you know, pretty good, really.
Decent delivery, probably.
Yeah, half decent, and they've still gone for a run, and they look at the board at the end of the over, and they might have gone for 4 of those without conceding a boundary and bowling a particularly bad ball. So there's all sorts of different angles to it. We're 18 overs in now to Yorkshire's first innings. We've still got 10 overs to go before the tea break. 49 for 1. And Henry Crocombe makes his way in to bowl there to Bean. He's got a bit of bat onto that into his pad. No run. And he replays the shot as if he was going to hit the big gap through mid-wicket on the leg side there.
It is a big gap, isn't it? And beat mid-wicket there was pretty short, tight on the angle. He timed that ball.
And he comes again, angled in, nicely played. You don't get much as a bowler if you're bowling like that of Finley Bean, I'm afraid. It's full and wide, and right from the moment he first came into the first team, the back end of the 22 season at Old Trafford, when he got a 40 odd, you could see that he was very good square of the wicket on both sides. I think as the last few years has gone on, we've seen him driving as well more often, but certainly very good with any width. 50 up.
Just a bit full and wide from Crocombe there, and Bean pounced on it.
Here he is again, that's short, Bean ducks underneath it. I mean, the very fact that he's got a man in, I think it's Jack Leaning, isn't it, who's very straight mid-wicket, almost a short mid-on, really. He's not that wide, about two and a half strips off the one they're playing on. Then he's got the gap away with the man in the distance. 2 slips. It sort of tells you, I'm going to bowl it straight here. I might get that flick, that aerial flick for a catch. if he plays across it because he sees the gap through the leg side, he might get a nick on it, bring the slips into play. So if he bowls it straight here, he should be in the game. But having said all of that, Jack Leaning has now gone from that position and moved into gully. So there's an even bigger gap through the leg side. Crocombe in again and bowls it straight. So he got that little bit right. Finley Bean now defending. Bean on 32. Whiteman on 6. Been quite a few extras already, 9 of them. Adam Lyth making just the 6 was the one man out so far. In comes Crocombe round the wicket. Oh, Bean, he played it all right, but he was very late on it, and it's just trickled between he and John Simpson via leg stump, and it wasn't far away from clipping it.
See, I think that ball that's back of the length that's slightly short, I think if you can, with the angle, if you can get just in line with it or slightly inside, you can just drop it down there and you're picking up 1 or 2 runs, aren't you? Provided it's just a straight delivery, there is.
Here he is again. Ooh, it's wide of off stump and nips back in on Finley Bean, goes past his inside edge. And the movement was so exaggerated off the pitch that even John Simpson couldn't take it cleanly, and they've got through for a bye.
Simpson's just palmed 3 or 4 this inning. I'm just wondering whether it's just wobbling a little bit after it's pitched and gone past the batter. Might just be doing a little bit, because Simpson's normally really handy with the gloves. And 3 or 4 this innings, and we're only 18.2 overs in. Might just be wobbling a bit, which sometimes happens here. Does happen.
Yep. Glorious day. And that sort of film of cloud overhead earlier on, it was high, and that has just about entirely dispersed. There's just a few very wispy bits. I like looking at Shaw's hair. There's a bit of cloud that's overhead at the moment. Just a few wispy bits.
Oh, someone there eating an ice cream doji. You see that?
Yeah, beautiful.
Eh?
The ice cream, that is. There's no comment on the gentleman concerned.
Well, I tell you what, if the weather stays like this, it'd be a beautiful evening for your birthday celebrations, if you manage to get there.
If I manage to get there. Change of bowling, Tom Price, who got 93 with the bat, of course, in a good knock yesterday, is in and bowling. And Finley Bean defends that first delivery. Unimpaired view down to the south-west, really, of the com box. No, the southeast, I should say. Well, the angle we're at is probably the southwest, but anyway, southeast is to the southeast, yeah. Crane City down there at the moment. Price bowls, and Bean off his legs punches firmly to mid-on, no run. Can you count the cranes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's a fair bit of construction going on. Some of the buildings seem to grow a little during each winter. Bridgewater Place, which is the far left building, the locals call it the Dalek. When it went up, it's got that sort of shape to it. Lovely shot by Bean, and very good piece of fielding there at the covers has saved a certain 4. Superb diving effort there.
A good shot and a great bit of fielding. We're just going to see on the replay the one-hand diving stop. Brilliant fielding there. Extra cover. We're going to have a look who that is. Do you know who that is, don't you?
Number 28. Of it. Come in, number 28. As Bean flicks it off the hip.
Shot.
In front of square on the leg side. I think he's going to get 4 for this. 2 fielders are converging. Now Crocombe is going to cut it off.
Nice little clip though there from Bean. Just let the ball come on and then just use the full face of his bat, let the ball come to him and just clipped it away in front of square on the leg side for 2 runs.
It was Charlie Tier, not a 28, on those 12thers.
Bring a tear to your eye on diving stop.
Yeah. Not a lot more I can say to that, is there? Has been from the crease and drawn back into his crease by the presence of John Simpson immediately behind the stumps, defends that. Just about to get underway in the big race at Sandown today, the big finale at Sandown. I noticed that John Bond, big name 2-mile chaser, was taken out of last race of the season earlier on because of the ground. Ground's pretty firm here as well, as Finley Bean plays out into the offside to this latest Price delivery, and a tidy start by Tom Price, just the 2 runs from that first over of his in the match. 56 for 1 Yorkshire after 20 overs.
With the run rate just beginning to climb towards 3 runs per over, 2.80. Bean on 34, Whiteman on 6, partnership now 39. So Yorkshire still trailing Sussex by a large amount, 446 runs. They'll not be focusing too much on that. The 2 batters in the middle will be focused on just building a partnership, batting as long as they can, taking what they can, and accumulating runs wherever possible to set the foundation for a good 3rd day, for a good last section today and a good 3rd day tomorrow. Certainly from a Yorkshire perspective, that'll be their focus.
There's Crocombe, and that's full and driven with an open face, backward of point, 1 run. A little bit of pace about him, Henry Crocombe. Yorkshire lad's been in touch, says, would have liked to have been at Headingley today, but the outfield at the Ousburn Oval needed cutting ahead of the massive Nidderdale Division 2 clash between Ousburn and Panel. I caught up with Martin Bean yesterday, he says, Finley's dad, and Finn feeling good at the start of the season, just needs to kick on, he says, rather than, I suppose, nick off. Today is an opportunity, I feel, says Yorkshire lad, he's got to start. Fingers crossed, as he, right on cue, firmly punches that ball into the offside, but not past Jack Leaning, who's there on the infield at short extra cover. Lancashire women 74 for 4. Shawsey showing me who's got the wickets there. Rachel Slater, Jess Jonathan, and Jess Jonathan. No, I'm not stuttering. That is on repeat. 3 for 12 off 4 overs. Now that's an overseas signing, as in he comes Crocombe, and smashed away by Finley Bean, just too short of length by Crocombe. To get his hands through that. 38 to him, 61 for 1 for Yorkshire. Warm applause from around the ground. There'll be a few nerves round from the Yorkshire supporters, given how far Sussex are ahead in the match. But they'll have enjoyed themselves if they're still 1 down the team in another 39.5 overs time. So I dare say, will Messrs Bean and Whiteman out there if they're still there at the end of this 2nd day. Here's Crocombe, short ball, and Finn this time just ducks comfortably underneath it through to Simpson's gloves. 17 he's gone for Henry Crocombe. So as things go in this innings so far, he's going around ball, which is well above the rate, 2.95, and that's meant the rate has gone up slightly to nearly 3 and over now. Again over the wicket, lovely drive by Bean. He's going to get it just past Ollie Robinson, who's having to run back and chase. Certainly didn't time it 100%, because that would have raced away for 4. He's picked up 2 instead.
Good signs though here for Bean. He's picking the length quite quickly and getting in position around the one that he played through the offside, the boundary just a few balls ago, was beautifully timed with a really strong base and contact. So positive signs, 40 off 73.
Yeah, Crow come in again. Up there to drive, invitation accepted. He struck it pretty well. Again, there's a chase on around the boundary. It's not going to quite have the legs to beat Jack Carson, so could have had 2 4s there. Ended up with 2 2s, Finley Bean, but he's into the 40s now, 42, 65 for 1. Playing pretty well, but he'll know that had he absolutely timed those 2 strokes, they would have both gone for 4.
Yeah.
Harms is back, which I think is my cue to disappear. So if you want to get up and do a bit of a swap with me, Shawsey, we'll let Harmsy back into his seat. He must have had a grand on something in the big race at Sandown, Harmsy. He does like a bet. Whiteman on strike, as in comes Tom Price, bowling around the wicket to him. It's turned into the leg side, there's no run.
Well, I think Yorkshire will be very pleased with the way this has worked out, despite losing Adam Lythe. He's been downstairs talking to some of the journalists. I think it looks like it's flattened out, and I wonder whether we might see Ollie Robinson decide to a bit of Jack Carson before tea, just to see while the ball's still relatively hard, just to see if it's if there's anything there for the spinner. But it's looking like hard work for the Sussex lads at the moment, as in comes Price around the wicket, in and bowls, and forward comes Whiteman, who's only scored 7 out of this partnership of 48. Finley Bean been very much the aggressor in the partnership. As Price wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground, we've got another 6 overs to go after this until tea. So actually tea won't be quite as late as we thought it was going to be. And maybe the Sussex over rate has just picked up a little bit. Just the 2 slips in place, Coles and Clark. Comes Price, bowls, and defending his Whiteman down the offside of the track. And there is no run. I think Paul Yorkshire will be pleased, because losing Adam Lythe is always a big blow, but these two have got their heads down, and Finley Bean's played some good shots.
Absolutely. As you say, it's the blow to lose someone of Lythe's quality and experience in the middle, where actually these two, Whiteman and Bean, in particular Bean, is beginning to get into good positions and playing well, and their partnership now is 48.
Price in bowls. That comes a little low, but Whiteman tucks that away through square leg and picks up a single, fielded quickly there by Jack Carson, and the applause around the ground is for the 50 partnership between these two, which has come up in relatively quick time, actually. They were 50 from 76 balls. Finley being very much the main scorer in that stand. Just trying to work out there's a lot of statistics up there all of a sudden, isn't there? He's on 42, Finley Bean. Whiteman is on 9. What do you think about I just wonder whether Ollie Robinson might turn to a little bit of spin before tea, just to what is relatively hard. Over the wicket to the left-handed Whiteman, who plays this just for a moment. I thought that was a little bit close to the mid-wicket field. As it turned out, it was a well-judged single, and Hughes has to run around from mid-on to field, and it's 1 more to the total.
Yeah, Yorkshire just beginning to rotate the strike a little more. I've got a couple of boundaries away in the last 3 overs or so, and 3 or 4 twos, the odd single. So that's a really good sign from a Yorkshire batting perspective. And yeah, I think that's a good point. It's worth just having a look at spin, isn't it? And while the ball is still pretty firm, and the seam should still slightly be prominent, so it's worth a little look before tea.
John Simpson standing up now as Tom Price is in bowls, and Whiteman plays defensively to a ball short of a length, punches it out into the offside. There is no run. At end of the over, 68 for 1. Very good afternoon, wherever you're listening to live cricket here on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Arms, alongside Paul Shaw and Jonathan Doige, and Yorkshire going along very nicely. Finley Bean on 42. and Whiteman on 10. That in reply to the Sussex total of 502, in which John Simpson made 136th, his 10th century in Sussex colours in 48 first-class appearances, which is a pretty remarkable record.
And he played beautifully, didn't he?
We might have been psychic because Jack Carson's going to bowl.
Yes.
It does make sense, doesn't it? I mean, it's half a dozen overs until tea. And let's give the off spinner a go. And these aren't really sort of normal April conditions, are they, Paul? I mean, normally in April this time of year, the ball is perhaps seaming around a little, but it's been very dry for a little while. So who knows whether there may be a bit in it for these. It's probably still a little early in the match, perhaps, but certainly worth a try. I mean, Don Best bowled tidily enough.
Yeah, he did. I thought Don Best bowled well, and he controlled to some degree the scoreboard as well.
Yes, he did. He did.
So, as we talked previously, we're always looking for wickets as spin bowlers and to get into the game that way. But actually, if you can control the scoreboard, you give your quick bowlers the opportunity to rest and come back fresh and bowl fiery spells. So, from that perspective, it's certainly worth trying now. And also, as you say, with it getting so close to tea, just before tea, there's that little bit of doubt sometimes on how the batters play, isn't there? So with that in mind, I think that's good. And as we can see the pitch, it is dry. It is dry. So there might just start to be just the little bit of variation off the pitch. We just might see a little bit of grip. Might slide through, but actually as the game goes on, we think it will spin.
Let's talk a little bit about delays in play. I think you see Tom Longley is clearly irritated there, isn't he? Get on with it. Yeah, and I can understand that actually, because first of all they bring on some pads, now they're bringing on a helmet. It's not the sort of thing that umpires like. Yes, there's a change of bowling, that's fine, but that's probably 2 or 3 minutes, and it'd be quite interesting to see if Sussex are behind on over 8. So Jack Carson is going to be bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. He's going to be bowling to Sam Whiteman with a slip and a short leg. And they're now making another change to the field. No, they're not. They're getting on with it. Here we go. So in comes Carson. Round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Whiteman and just plays that confidently onto the leg side. There's a fielder on the mid-wicket boundary who trots into field. That's James Coles, but not before Whiteman goes through for a comfortable single. He goes to 11, 69 for 1. It's been on strike. They're going to make another change in the field here. The mid-wicket fielder is going, they had a backward square leg who's now coming up to a more orthodox mid-wicket position. Two left-handers in, so there shouldn't be that many changes to the field really, as in comes Carson, bowls, and clipped exactly where he's just come from. Going to find leg for 4 runs. Straying down the leg side and helped on its way by Finley Bean. Nice shot, takes him to within 4 of a half century. That's as much for Finley Bean's powers of concentration, having kept wicket for a long time. Comes out, opens the batting, and it wasn't easy early on because I thought Hudson Prentice and Robinson bowled well.
I thought they bowled super lines and lengths and built pressure nicely, made the batters work, didn't they? Certainly Bean and Lyth had to work hard in that first few overs, but as Bean has gradually got into his stride and absorbed that pressure, he's just started to accumulate runs nicely as he moves on to 46.
Carson again bowls, forward comes Bean, plays defensively out into the offside, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. 73 for 1. I do reply to the Sussex total of 502 as Carson is in again. Around the wicket, bowls, and Bean clips this one away on the leg side. He's going to pick up at least a single out to deep backward square. James Coles is patrolling that leg side boundary, gets in the throw, just the one to Bean, who goes to 47. Yorkshire to 74 for 1. I was thinking about permutations in this match. In comes Carson. Bowls, forward comes.
Better, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit more of a loop with that delivery. We can afford to give the ball some air here, Jack Carson. Sussex got plenty of runs to play with. Slip and a leg slip. Whiteman on 11, casting in bowls, and Whiteman is forward and strokes this away through the covers, fielded by Crocombe, who was a little expensive. His 3 overs costing 21, gets in the throw. So a relatively uneventful over from Jack Carson, 75 for 1, Bean 47, Whiteman on 12. I mean, I guess the scenario is here in terms of this game, Ball, that, I mean, what have we got, another 32 overs tonight? If Yorkshire score 4 all over, that gets them somewhere near to 200 this evening. 2 days to go, they're still behind by 300. I think at this stage of the game, you would say that it's all a draw. But I guess you never know. Tomorrow morning, if it's a little overcast or suddenly, maybe Yorkshire score quickly and put Sussex under a bit of pressure on the last day. You just don't know.
Yeah, I'd still say, whose dressing room would you prefer to be in? I'd prefer to be in the Sussex dressing room. They've got the runs on the board, a massive big total.
Price is in, bowls, Whiteman drives, Price fields off his own bowling, there is no run.
But it'd be nice if the game was unable to set up a really good last afternoon's play on day 4, wouldn't it? For the neutral.
Yes, what you don't want is the pitch just going so flat that it just peters out into a very tame draw. There's nothing worse than that in a 4-day game. It certainly does look a good batting surface. Price, here again, bowls, clipped down towards fine leg. Henry Crocombe is quick across the ground. He gets there, gets in the throw. Whiteman has to come back, scurries back. It wasn't a great throw from Henry Crocombe. A good running by Whiteman, who was very quickly back for the second. He goes to 14.
And that's been a change in the last 5 or 6 overs with this partnership. They're beginning to rotate the strike very, very well. Just finding those gaps, using the pace of the ball and using the angles quite nicely, which is often a good sign. 1, that the partnership is developing, but 2, the batters are feeling a bit more comfortable.
Price bowls well for a bowl of good length, and Price plays it down, almost straight back down the track on the leg side, and he's able to go through for a single as mid-on and mid-off converge on the ball. There is a fielder in there at that sort of straightish mid-on position. Very straight, he's standing on the cut strip. I think that's Tom Haynes down there. Warm afternoon here in Leeds. Beautiful afternoon as Price is in around the wicket, bowls and beat defence into the offside no run. Plenty of league cricket being played today. There'll be clubs up and down Yorkshire.
Yeah, busy day today, busy day's cricket, and what a day for it.
Beautiful. Yeah, nothing worse than that sort of first couple of weeks of the season if they get washed out or the grounds are too wet or whatever, and just when you've had the winter getting ready, it's nice to get underway.
I would have thought the bar takings will be up today with the weather being as it is.
Definitely. Comes Price bowls, and looking to pull it on the leg side is Finley Bean. I think that came, if he did come off the bat, he just dribbled through down the leg side to John Simpson. Yeah, I saw a post from the cricket club local to me with saying last night they had a lot of juniors out and a lot of parents coming down and having a drink, and that's what it's all about really, isn't it? Partakings are up and beautiful evenings, sit and watch the cricket.
It's a great game when the weather's like this, isn't it?
Fantastic.
For the family, for the community.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Price bowls, driven by Bean. What a way to go to a half-century. That's a super shot. Overpitched by Tom Price, and Finley Bean absolutely belted the ball through extra cover for 4 runs. And that's a fine half-century by Finley Bean. He goes to 51 and some effort as well, having opened the batting and kept wicket through the whole of that Sussex innings. Lovely innings from Finley Bean. Yorkshire go to 82 for 1.
And that's as good as your shot as he's played today, isn't it? He's waited for that ball, picked the length beautifully and just leant into that one and worked it through the offside, timed it through the offside, past extra cover beautifully. It's a good knock from Finley Bean, having kept wickets for 130 plus overs, and he's moved on very, very well to a score of 51 and playing well with Whiteman.
Here comes Carson, bowls, but two legs side, a bit lucky to get away with that actually. One was looking to just help that one on its way down towards fine leg. Didn't quite time it, and then it's a dot ball. Ollie Robinson making some adjustments to the field down below us at mid-off. I think comes Carson, bowls, forward comes Whiteman, showing the maker's name to Jack Carson. Again, there is no run, just the two close fielders, a slip and a leg slip, three men saving one on the offside, sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, the deep back. So James Coles is warming up actually, in comes Carson bowls, and good running by Whiteman, just plays it to mid-on, picks up a comfortable single fielded by Price. So I think we might be going to get spin from both ends. Interesting fielding position now. Get your views on this and where mid-off and mid-on stand as Carson in and bowls, and that's a loose delivery when he's annoyed with himself, and rightly so really, because that's a bit of a gimme down the leg side, and Finley Bean just tucks the ball around the corner. I thought he'd reached his 50 off the last. Is a scoreboard playing tricks on us?
Yeah.
So it was definitely Bean who hit that ball to extra cover. The scoreboard on the television is showing 55, the main scoreboard is showing he's on 51. And the scoreboard on the television showing he's 87 for one. Well, I think they've got some catching up to do, you know? Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, it's better, isn't it?
That confused me. I was thinking I'd given the Finley Bean hadn't got his 50, but he had. He's on 55 off 82 balls. Carson again. Balls short and crunched away through the offside to the fielder on the cover boundary. One more to the total, 56 to Bean. It's with mid-off and mid-on. I was always a believer that you either had your mid-off and mid-on either on the run or on the rope. But these days it seems to be sometimes they go halfway house.
Halfway house, yeah, just to try and tempt the batters, to try and go over the top, and it just creates a little bit of doubt. But you know, there might be an opportunity to stagger both these actually.
Carson in bowls and defended by Whiteman out to the other side, no run.
As the game goes on. Just watching this partnership develop, it's up to 71 now, and you can see that the run rate is up to 3.52. Not drastically important at all, but it's a telltale sign that these two are beginning to play well and bat well together. Whiteman's got 16 off 41 and Bean a very good 56 off just 83 deliveries. And we see just now on the replays the shot that got him to 50 to his half century through the covers, a beautifully timed shot, and it's been a sign of his progression as a young player into a good county player, and he said earlier, I think today or maybe yesterday, he's feeling in good nick, just needs to get going, and today he's certainly done that, and he'll be hoping to make a big total.
He's now going to face the spin of James Coles. So I thought I saw James warming up, so we're going to get a spin from both ends, which if nothing else will hasten us towards tea, and probably do wonders for Sussex over 8 as well, because they've got a little tardy in between overs. Slipping a short leg on the close fielders, as Coles is going left arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and Bean is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. I'm trying to see who that is under the helmet. Sometimes it's Daniel Hughes who has that dubious distinction. Could it be Tom Clark? Have a little look. Here comes Coles again, bowls, and played firmly by Bean, straight down the ground. He picks up a single. That's Daniel Hughes fielding out there at mid-on, so it's him to turn round. 89 for one. Now changing the field for Sam Whiteman. They've got a shortish, straightish mid-wicket in place. Coles in again, bowls. Whiteman just plays the ball down the ground to mid-on, picks up. That's almost what I mean by the mid-on and mid-off fielder, Paul. That I'm not sure it should be a single there, really.
Yeah.
You know, if you can have him there, you might as well have him back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the discussion that might just have been happening now with Ollie Robinson, the skipper. He's not gone all the way back again.
No, he's got about 2/3 of the way back. Coles again, in bowls, Bean. He's caught! Well, is he caught him? Well, they're claiming the catch. Now, the umpires are going to confer here. We might get a replay. I think he's... Well, it was drilled to that straightish mid-on position. A catch was taken, and the umpire, I think Finley Bean was in the verge of walking off there, you know. The umpire's going to confer, and the decision is given as not out.
Yeah, just being on the half volley, but it is difficult to tell. It's difficult to tell for the fielder sometimes, isn't it? Because it feels like it goes straight in.
Tom Clark, it was in there. He was a very fine fielder, but great protests. Coles is in again, bowls, and forward comes Bean, plays it back down the underside of the track, and there is no run. It did sort of lack conviction, the appeal, didn't it? Coles again. Bowls and flicked by Bean to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark. There is no run. So end of James Cole's first over. It just goes for 2 runs. And then over over. Sussex, Yorkshire rather, are 90 for 1. With Bean on 57, Whiteman on 17. 2 overs left to go before tea, and I think Yorkshire will be very pleased with the way they've replied.
Oh, we've just seen that now. Oh.
Well, James Coles was celebrating. Let's just see this again. So it's drilled. Well, Tom Clark clearly thought he'd taken the catch cleanly. Let's see this again. Oh, it's just out of shot, isn't it?
Yeah, just can't quite see it, can you?
And someone's going to give it a stick. Jack Carson, penultimate over before tea, comes in and bowls to Whiteman, who tucks his to it. Again, it's to that mid-on position. It's a single. I'm not sure should have been there really. And Dan Hughes, I think, is saying, "Well, do you want me in or what? In or back?" There's 3 singles which have been taken. It just rotates the strike, doesn't it? I know it doesn't seem that important, but it is.
It is, yeah, definitely.
Carson again. In the bowls. Bean waits, lets that go outside the off stump. No run. And the benefit of the doubt should go to the batter in those situations, and the umpires conferred, and there was no great protest, was there?
No.
Carson. In bowls, forward comes Bean with his head right over the ball. He'll be wanting to get to tea, put his feet up for 20 minutes or so, and resume after the interval.
He started this 3rd over better than his other 2, hasn't he? He's into a decent line and length here.
Carson bowls.
Good. See, when he bowls that type of line and length, he started with his short leg. When he bowls that type of line and length, it's worth having a short leg just in case you squeeze that ball. If it bites or bounces, you just squeeze it onto your pad and it comes out to short leg. So, but you've got to be consistent to get that position.
Carson again, bowls, punched down the ground by
Much
Bean.
better over this.
Yes.
Better.
Very competitive cricketer.
Yeah.
Is Jack Carson.
I like that. I like competitive. We all like competitive cricketers, but you need to be in the battle, don't you?
You do. He's the Sussex 50 over captain for this season for the One Day Cup. In and bowls. Bean is forward, plays it on the inside of the track, and gets applause from Paul for a good bit of bowling by Jack Carson. That was a maiden over, was it a maiden?
Yeah.
Yes, it was. So, 1 over to go until tea. 91 for 1. Bean on 57. Whiteman on 18. Maybe it just takes a couple of overs just to get yourself into a nice rhythm.
Yeah, I think you're right. He just struggled a little bit with his line and his length in the first 2 overs. Went for 14 runs, but that was much better into decent rhythm. And here we go again.
Someone's got a nice ice cream. I can see there. Look.
I wonder if Doidge's having a walk around the ground.
Probably.
He's just going to call, and if he comes back with 3 ice creams, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Not much chance of that. More chance of this game being over today, I think. Comes Coles, bowls. Forward comes Whiteman, plays down the offside. There is no run.
You know, Jonathan well.
There's his birthday. That's why I suppose we should buy him an ice cream. He'll say, "Oh, with the melted lads." In comes Coles. Oh dear, that was a strange delivery, wasn't it? It was like it slipped out, that delivery, you know. And a little surprise for Sam Whiteman. He played it to mid-wicket. There is no run. bring up the mid-wicket. He's now probably 20 yards inside the mid-wicket boundary as Cole's in a game. Bowls, forward comes. What a cricket. Yes, yeah, it is good cricket. As Cast has to run in from point to field. They've run well between the sticks of these two.
They've developed a nice partnership, haven't they, when it comes, certainly comes to running between the wickets.
Right up there at the back of the stand, he's... I don't know if he's...
Not sure what's happening there.
Well, they've got their shirts off, haven't they?
Yeah, sun cream on.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? Because you need to get it on, lads.
Liquid refreshment like that.
Too short from Cole, whipped into the onside by Bean. There is no run. 2 balls to go until a nice cup of tea for everybody. Was in his second over, figures of 0 for 3. Wicket bowls, played by Bean forward. What do you think? I mean, you'll get more of a chance with James Cole. What are your initial thoughts? Does he push it through a little bit?
He certainly pushes it through, doesn't he?
And again, bowl, short. That's a poor ball. Couldn't have to thanks very much. I hit that for 4, which he does. And finishes going till 61. That was a drag down.
Yeah.
We go to tea with Yorkshire 96 for 1. And this looks a very good batting surface. Sussex certainly bowled well early on in that session with Finn Hudson-Prentice and Ollie Robertson. They got the breakthrough getting Adam live when the total was on 17. But since then, I think these two have, fair to say, largely untroubled.
Yeah, I think the partnership that Bean and Whiteman have put together, I think, has been a really good partnership. It's the battle at the start, worked through the pressure that they had to do, absorb that pressure, started to rotate the strike and put the bad ball away, and their partnership now is 79. The score is 96 for 1. Their partnership is 79. Bean on 61 not out and Whiteman on 19. So Yorkshire would be happy with that session this afternoon. The loss of Lyth, but they've consolidated and got to 96 for 1, so they'll be relatively happy with that, I would think.
Thank you, Paul. Well, the umpires making their way off, the ground staff making their way back on with a selection of buckets and brooms and bits of wood to mark out the crease. Again, things never changed, do they, the old ways. Lovely to see that. We're having at club grounds all around the counties of Yorkshire and Sussex. So we're going to have a cup of tea, but at the moment, at least Yorkshire progressing so without difficulty. 96 for 1 in reply to 502. At this stage, it very much looks as if there's a good batting pitch, and it's going to take a lot of hard work to bowl Yorkshire out on this surface. Anyway, we're going to have a cup of tea and a chocolate digestive, and we'll speak to you in about 20 minutes' time.
Welcome back then from Headingley. Ben Debenham and Tom Lungley have made their way back out onto the field of play, and Yorkshire will be doing that in a moment. Finley Bean 61 not out, Sam Whiteman on 19. They are 96 for 1 after 28 overs of their first innings. That's a 406 run deficit. Quick look round the grounds elsewhere. All out for 370. Durham in trouble, 201 for 8 in response up at Chester Street. It's T at New Road, where Kent were bowled out for 196, and Worcestershire have got a very good lead of 142 with still 4 first innings wickets in hand, 338 for 6 to be precise. Leicestershire 73 without loss in the 18th over at Sophia Gardens. That's in their response to Glamorgan's 440. Gloucestershire made 498. Derbyshire at Derby are 43 for 1 in reply. It's T at Trent Bridge, where Warwickshire, having made 459, have the champions. Nottinghamshire 154 for 3. T also at the Oval, Essex 409, Surrey 98 for 2 in reply there. I'll try and get you a latest score as well on that women's match at Old Trafford between the Yorkies and Lancashire. Well done. Well done, Harmsey. Yorkshire having a very good day of things against a very good Lancashire side there. 241 all out, the Yorkies earlier on, 100 for Jess Jonathan, and Lancashire 131 for 7 in reply. And Jess Jonathan won an all-round performance, 3 for 21 off 6 overs. The wickets otherwise have been shared. Rachel Slater Beth Langston, Maddie Ward and Claudie Cooper have all got one apiece. So it's looking like they're heading towards victory, and they've got an 8th wicket now as well, because Claudie Cooper's just taken a 2nd herself. So very good day at the office for Richard Pyra's team. And Jack Carson is going to open up for this final session of the 2nd day here at Headingley under sunny skies with his off spin, and bowls first up to Sam Whiteman, who plays it to mid-on. And there is no run. Back underway, it's Adrian Harms and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this first spell. We have Shawsey as well, Paul Shaw in the box, Barney Rubble himself. As Carson's in, and Whiteman plays into the onside again. There's no. Also got Sally in the box as well at the back. Give her a shout out. She's been giving me a proper grilling on what goes on in the commentary box.
Right, we'd better behave then, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Why Barney Rebel? Tell me after this ball.
Here comes Carson round the wicket. Well played as well, Sam Whiteman. He got very low to sweep that, timed it well. Out to deep backward square for a single. Barney Rubble, well, because of course in the Flintstones, Barney was the short-legged blonde bombshell, wasn't he, Barney?
Yes.
You know, and
who was his wife?
Betty.
Betty.
Carson in round the wicket again, and Bean drops it into the leg side. Think about a 1, but they don't go.
They don't make them like that anymore, do they?
No. Gee, Fred.
Just great fun, weren't they?
Carson in and bowling again. An inside contact on it from Bean. And picked up the wicket, no run.
You're very good at imitations, Jonathan. You do make me chuckle.
Gee, Fred.
I thought you were going to give it a Wilma in a minute.
Who's Betty and Wilma?
And Dino the dog.
You're letting on far too much there, Harms. That's a sign of a misspent childhood. A well-spent childhood, I think. Short ball from Carson. That's cut by Finlay Bean. He's going to pick up 2 runs out towards the Western Terrace boundary. So 99 for 1 Yorkshire in response to Sussex's 502 all out.
This is very old man of me to say this, but to be fair, it was good fun, wasn't it? Because there was no mobile phones. There was only 3 channels on the telly. So it was either the Flintstones or the Wacky Races or whatever it was. The Blue Peter, and happy days, really. I'm sure it was more fun then, you know. You see now as people look at this, they look at the screen the whole time, walking, bumping through the high street. No. Or is that old man?
No, I was listening to 5 Live driving around the other week. I mean, you weren't on air. Obviously, I would have been listening to you, but I was listening to 5 Live, and there was a debate going on about the whole mobile phone thing in Australia. Stopped, haven't they, for under 16?
Yes, I have. And
there was a guy on from Belgium who I think they were considering, they may have done it, something like that. And he said it's just been absolute, death of youth in schools, really.
Put Hudson Prentice back into the attack. He's been the pick of the Sussex bowlers. Bowls to Whiteman, who's forward, pushes to mid-off. There is no run. Actually, in my job during the winter months when I cover news, I went to quite an interesting forum that was held in a local town chaired by a local MP, and they were trying to bring in this ban on phones and using social media for under 16, trying to follow the Australian example. And talk about in education, not something I know an awful lot about, but saying that in some countries now they've gone away from this electronic way of teaching kids with iPads and everything else, and going back to the written word, writing down. Here comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, Whiteman down the leg side, misses out, and annoyed with himself through to Simpson, no run, because they feel it's just a better way of children learning.
And I've got to say, we're all on the mobile phone a good percentage of the time, and that's not always, if you like, voluntarily. You're not on there because you're desperate to look at your mobile phone, but because there's so much correspondence on, I mean, doing this job, for example, a number of different forums that you're on, you've got to keep checking them, so it's just natural, and then you get your thing once a week that says you were on your mobile phone for
it's frightening, isn't it?
21 and a half hours a day last week.
Comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Whiteman punches into Jessica's shot. It's going to race away, so he the fielder in the covers is going to beat Jack Carson to the boundary. Got a shot by Sam Whiteman, who goes to 20 and 100 up for Yorkshire, 103 for 1. Yes, you're quite right. You can't just point the finger at the younger people can say you're always on your phones, because we use them a lot as well, and the damn things do become addictive, don't they?
And they have definitely become more addictive in terms of the content that's put on there, and those algorithm thingamajiggies that seem to just draw people in, and you can't stop looking then because they keep throwing content at you that you clearly show that you like.
Hudson Prentice in bowls to he drills this one down the ground, back-to-back boundaries. That's a nice shot. It's like they were pitching Hudson Prentice. And Whiteman drilling the ball down the ground, and Paul's making the point before tea that these two were sort of very much growing into their partnership. They were picking up the ones and twos, they were looking more confident.
Yeah, well, as I said, that's probably the best shot he's played so far. It's not an easy shot to play through mid-on, and he played it with a lot of control, waited and played it late. Finlay Bean played one just before the tea break through extra cover down towards the Taverner's stand, and he absolutely nailed it. I mean, he's had a great day, hasn't he, really? He's kept for all that time, and he's now 63 not out.
Comes Hudson Prentice round the wicket bowls, and forward comes Whiteman, nicks that one down to fine leg, picks up a single, 108 for 1. In some senses, it was quite fun. I don't know, you sort of look back to your youth. It was, I remember you talking about the great day, the great day here in 1981 with Bob Willis. I think you were here, Jonathan. And I remember I was working at the time in the office I was working in, and there was no way of keeping up with what on earth was going on. I knew something was happening, and the only way to do it was to ring up the cricket info line, which I think cost a fortune. It was like sort of, I was in the office and I was ringing it every sort of 5 minutes. More than that, actually, because I could tell it was getting very exciting. Comes Hudson Prentice bowls to Bean, who sits on the thigh pad, the ball bounces onto the onside, and there is no run. End of the over, 108 for 1, with Bean on 63. What does it show? 52 to Bean.
Not sure.
It's been on for a little while. Bean on 63, right? Then
been changed.
Yeah.
There you go. But before I get a raft of emails in telling me I should correct you there, I will do, because I was here in 81. I was here on day 4.
Oh, I see.
And both of them smashed it around the park.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And in fact, on the day after, I was travelling to play cricket, Leeds Schools against Manchester, across the 62, and listening to that all listing on the radio, on Test Match Special, Well,
I got into trouble at work because the office that we worked in, I was the only person who was interested in cricket, and the bill came into the office, and the manager was saying, well, he's bringing up the cricket line about 100 times on this particular day. Because it was expensive, But that was pretty much the only way, if you didn't have a TV in the office, to keep up to date. So happy days. Change of ends, which is interesting. James Coles, he's going to bowl from the Kirkstall Rain end. So Jack Carson bowled the first over after tea. James Coles bowled the penultimate, the last over before tea. So they're obviously switching things around here.
Yeah, so...
I don't know what point I'm making, but...
No,
as I get on my phone.
Here's Coles' left arm over the wicket. That's looped up off the bat of Whiteman, and Coles, with a dive to his right, ends up a couple of strips away from the one they're playing on. An athletic effort, but the ball managed to get by and into the clutches of Ollie Robinson at mid-off. Long on's been dropped out, and he's having a bit of banter with the crowd down there. You might have heard a little cheer there in the background as Whiteman leaves the next one. Who is it down there? It's Daniel Hughes. With his hands in his pockets, and he's back on the boundary. He gave him a wave, so not quite sure what it was. Yeah,
perhaps they've given Lilsey a bit of stick, perhaps. Don't know. I'm sure he's pretty used to that.
Here's Coles, who bowls quite straight on, doesn't he? Not far off, been bang in front of umpire Tom Longley. That was solidly defended by Sam Whiteman. He's very careful about how he places his left foot, his back foot, before he waits for Coles to come in again. This time he delivers one wider of the crease, and Whiteman does not miss out. punches one out into the deep where there's a sweeper already. So a bit of an in-out field. The early point of 30 overs or so in Harmsey. Holly Robinson with a bit of attack, bit of defence.
Yes, he's got plenty of runs to play with here, hasn't he? He's keeping the short leg in place.
Two to come in the over. Coles bowls again. Roundabout off stump, but turned to leg by Bean. 63 off 101 deliveries now for Finn.
I wonder if we'll see Jack Carson bowling from the Howard end. We'll see.
Coles again. Quite low his arm, isn't it? Quite flat. Round arm. And Bean defends to complete over number 31 at 109 for 1, a deficit of 393 runs. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doige, pour moi on X, or jonathan.doige at whatever it is. I still can never remember it, on Blue Sky. Also on Instagram on at Jonathan Doige 1, and somewhere else as well. Oh yeah, email BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. If there were statistics done on these things, then I would have to say that Saturday is very much the day of least correspondence during a 4-day game.
As in comes Hudson Prentice bowls to White when he plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. Yes, suddenly we get more correspondence on during weekdays. I think people are working away at weekends. People have perhaps got other things to do. It's the last day of the football season, is it, in the non-league, and so they'll be dancing in the streets of York tonight, having secured promotion back to the Football League. Hudson Prentice with 2 slips races in towards us around the wicket, bowls, and Whiteman covers up, plays to shortish mid-wicket or straightish mid-on, whatever you want to look at it, fielded there by Jack Leaning, and there is no run. Paul was saying I said at tea time, do you feel this is now heading towards a draw? Paul said, well, sure, you never know what happened in the third morning. It's a little early to call out.
Yeah, very early, isn't it? I mean, somebody's going to have to bowl very well. I think will be the way of looking at it for me at this stage.
Prentice again in bowls, and forward comes Whiteman again, placed to mid-wicket. There is no run.
You mentioned York. I mean, it's a resurgent sporting city, then, isn't it, with the Football League club. York City Knights Rugby League club made it into the Super League for the first time this year, first time in their relatively short history. You've got absolutely top draw racing at York Racecourse.
Yes.
And then, of course, first-class cricket, and Yorkshire appearing at Clifton Park as well, which is really good things over there.
Playing a championship game there this season?
No.
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, Whiteman is 4, plays back down the track. Hudson Prentice fields, no run.
2 of those one-day games.
Right. We had a very enjoyable 50-over game there a few years ago. In fact, the great thing, I came up on a weekend in York a couple of years ago, and from out of King's Cross, it's 2 hours on the quick train. It's very good, right to the heart of the city as well. Never been to York Racecourse, is that a...
Oh.
Really? In terms of... Is that just because you're a Yorkshireman? Or... In comes Hudson Prentice, driven away by one. Good stop in the covers by... Is that Jack? Tom Price, no run.
In 2005, Royal Ascot couldn't stage Royal Ascot.
I remember.
Where did they go?
Yes, they went to York. Well, I didn't mean that wasn't being facetious. Yes, they did. And I remember actually doing a report for the radio, probably for 5 Live, from Ascot. Because they wanted to know what was going on. So
What did they send you for?
Well, goodness only knows. There's a bit short of people, I think. In comes some Prentice bowls. Played into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 109 for 1. Bean on 63. Whiteman on 30. Yeah, so I literally stood there and said, the stand's been demolished and, it's all being rebuilt. They said, oh, thanks very much. We're out at York.
So if you win a race at York, they're all at the very least, decent races and usually better. Statistically, the best race on the English racing calendar. It may not be the most prestigious in terms of its history, like the Derby or the 2000 Guineas or the St Leger,
Is the
but it's the international at the Ebor meeting in August, which in terms of the quality of the horses and the performances is the best on the calendar in recent times. 6 runs. Henry Bean unleashes the pull through mid-wicket. It was a poor delivery from James Coles, wasn't it? Dragged it down. And all he can do as the batter is to maximise the opportunity.
So there's a short leg at point for that delivery.
Here's Coles again, this time overcompensates in a sense, going wide of off stump. He put his hands up to his head as if he thought he might have got his man there, but an easy one pushed out into the deep by Bean, who's into the 70s now. 116 for 1. Yeah, if you do get a chance to go to the Knave Spire,
right.
It's a beautiful flat track, and it's the facility is excellent, and the racing is superb. Oh, good delivery from Coles this time, and an appeal concerted from around the bat, short leg slip, and John Simpson behind the stumps.
Was that
Longley unmoved, and there's no lingering, is there, from the field either, so I don't think they've got too much against that decision, as he's fired another one there wide of off stump and there's no run.
I'm sure they were up for a caught behind, were they?
Yeah, looking that way. 152 for 9 now, the Lankies, as Whiteman plays one out into the offside, and the applause greets the completion of a 100 partnership between this pair. 31 of them to Sam Whiteman, 59 to Finley Bean. It's taken them 143 balls to tick that off. As Coles bowls, and Bean does the defending. End of the 33rd over, 117 for 1.
Well, a very fine partnership between these two, and I was saying to Paul before tea that you have to say largely untroubled. There was that hint of a chance, wasn't there, where Finley Bean drilled the ball to mid-wicket and Tom Clark thought he'd claimed a catch low down, but the umpires conferred and decided that it wasn't a catch, and in fairness, Sussex didn't really make a lot of... Did you see that, Georgie?
Yeah.
There was no real fuss made.
No. Jess Jonathan, by the way, to add to her 100 and plenty earlier on. What was it? The figures in front of me, 108 she made earlier on. She's now taken 4 wickets as well. 4 for 28.
Good day for her. As Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls and Whiteman plays that to mid-wicket, there is no run.
So Lanks 153 for 9, and that'll be a notable win for Yorkshire. We'll speak to Shawsey about that when he's back on. Give the girls a huge boost to, I mean, not only to beat the Lankies, but just to win that match against a very good side.
Yeah. It was like an excellent performance. John Simpson's going to stand up to the stumps to defend Hudson Prentice, which is good to see. Hudson Prentice races in bowls and looking to drive through the offside. Interesting, isn't it? The effect sometimes that can have of bringing a wicket keeper up to the stumps. And a miscued drive by Sam Whiteman. The ball just dribbles onto the track, and there is no run. 117 for 1, as Georgie was saying. 100 partnership between these two. And keeping with a lot of the partnerships, I thought when Price and Simpson batted, they were largely untroubled, and so when Simpson batted with Hudson Prentice, a partnership of 83. These two have looked similarly in control as Hudson Prentice around the wicket. Bowls cut away by Whiteman to backward point. Good bit of fielding there by his Jack Carson in there. There is no run.
I've noticed on the roller front what has gone on. Don't know if either of you picked that up, but
no, didn't see it.
Interesting as to whether or not it was the heavy or the light that was chosen. First morning you would think with the weather conditions that the pitch can only get better, really, which is going to make that wicket-taking thing difficult.
Hudson Prentice in bowls to Whiteman, who's beaten. That's a good delivery by Hudson Prentice. Smart bit of wicket keeping by John Simpson. There is no run. I'll do the rest of this over. Shall I bring back in Paul? You can chat about good result for Yorkshire winning.
No, I've said to you before, the money you're on, you need to be here all the time. It should be us two that's getting the breaks.
Really?
Yeah. But was it 50% rise you got?
The only trouble is, Georgie, in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, Whiteman turns to mid-wicket, and there isn't around 50% of not a lot, isn't it?
I should clarify for BBC Sussex listeners tuned in that I have no idea what harmed his financial position is. I'm merely pulling his leg, just in case anybody's going to write into that. His sports editor saying, what are you doing throwing out massive handouts?
Yes, certainly done coming in my direction. Hudson Prentice back to his mark. He's held very tidily, Finn Hudson Prentice. In his ninth over, he's only conceded 17 runs and taken the only wicket. Bowls to Whiteman, who plays that very late down to third man. Picks up another boundary. There's Whiteman. As another over passes by. 121 for 1 are Yorkshire. Finley Bean on 70. Sam Whiteman is on 39. Yorkshire making serene progress in the late afternoon sunshine.
A couple of hours, eh? Well, it didn't start again till till 4:23. So just making sure that you earn your piece, you earn your call.
I thought you might like to speak to your Yorkshire compatriot,
Barney. Now at the moment he's out there just chipping away at another bit of rock at the moment. We notice he never changes his clothes either, does he, Barney Rubble? Meanwhile, here is James Coles bowling to Finley Bean. That one just squirting out down towards sort of a flying gully fielder. And there's no run. Coles in again. Bean just defending.
They're giving James Coles a bowl from this and get Paul's thoughts on that when he comes on, as opposed to, because the recognised spinner would be Jack Carson. We thought Jack Carson was getting into a nice groove before tea, so it's quite interesting that he's not bowling now.
Coles again, fires that one in a little quicker.
He's certainly flatter, isn't he, James Coles?
Yeah. It feels more sidearm.
Yes, whereas Jack we felt he was getting into a nice rhythm just before tea, but there's obviously a thought behind it.
That was a good delivery.
It was.
Nips, turns off the pitch. I think past the inside edge of Finley Bean.
Did you? Did you? Well, that's interesting. He does rattle through his overs, Coles.
And he comes again. That's straighter and turned with the spin into the leg side. Again, no run. So slip, man 45 backward of square. There is a catcher on the mid-wicket boundary at long on, and also a man between them on the one, plus a mid-off, Ollie Robinson, backward point and a sweeper out of cover as Coles ends up completing that over with another dot. 35 overs now complete, 121 for 1.
Yes, they're covering some football in the sports show today, and I know that's all coming to an end. So they've got Crawley are playing at Accrington, and they need to get a result to stay up, I think. So but that's coming to an end, so I know they'll want some cricket updates. So I'll see you on.
All right, Terrara bit, as they say in Worthing, I believe. Lancashire 155 for 9 now. So still need 87 to win with just a wicket left, 9.4 overs to go. I mean, if you are batting out there, then you're going to have a go at that, but nose off. There's an injury by the sound of things. Not sure to whom, whether it's a Yorkshire or Lancashire player, but it looks like there's a stoppage out there. Thanks to Shawsey for that. As Whiteman defends that latest Hudson Prentice delivery from the Howard Stand end. Welcome back, Barney.
Good afternoon, Doige. What a beautiful afternoon it's been, hasn't it? Sun shining. They say the sun shines on the righteous. I'm not sure how true that is, but it's certainly shining on us at the moment.
Hudson Prentice in. Whiteman struck that pretty well, but straight to mid-on. Yeah, a couple of wispy clouds away to the left, but basically it's a more or less cloudless sky. There's a bit of haze now away to our right over the western side of the ground. Shadows beginning to lengthen from that side of the field. There's an occasional snapper positioned around the periphery. It looks like Alan McKenzie will be doing the host photography. He's down at Cow Corner effectively to Sam Whiteman, who's going to get 4 through third man. Too much width from Finn Hudson Prentice, who kicks the ground and maybe a little bit of frustration with himself. He gave Whiteman some room, and also without a man down there, the office to play the shot as well, 4 runs.
Yeah, and with the pace on the ball, he's able just to work that one behind square for 4, which is nicely timed. But I have to say, these two, Whiteman and Bean, have played beautifully. They absorbed the pressure and started to rotate, putting the bad ball away, and the partnership now has moved on to 108, Bean on 70, and Whiteman on 39. For any youngsters, any listening in or seeing it on the live stream, then I have to say it's really good to watch this partnership.
Good delivery this time, good response from Hudson Prentice. Passes Whiteman's outside edge. He has a walk off towards square leg for a chat with himself.
As coaches, we talk a lot, don't we, in junior cricket, club cricket, even talent pathway cricket, about the importance of building partnerships. When you watch these two come in, arguably quite a sticky situation, needing the best part of 500. The way that they've absorbed that pressure, play low risk, high reward cricket, rotated and put the bad ball away, I think is fantastic.
Hudson Prentice in again, cracking shot. Sam Whiteman drawn forward, got right over the top of that. There's a fielder in position for if and when he gets under that. That's Tom Price, but he had no chance of stopping that. The ball flashed by through extra cover. Nailed it, didn't it? Stick that one in a textbook.
Yeah, beautiful shot. On top of the bounce, not quite an half volley, but waited for the ball, hands through the ball and middled it. Timed it beautifully past extra, and that moves Whiteman on to 43.
129 for 1. Hudson Prentice goes short this time, and Whiteman is happy to watch that one disappear over his head into the gloves of John Simpson. That's the end of 36 overs then, so still 24 remaining in the day. And at this sort of over rate, we're looking at best part of an hour and a half, you'd have thought. 6:30ish, 20 past 6, something like that, which is a bit earlier than yesterday's finish. Might get that bearing.
Were you on overtime yesterday?
What's that?
Just a reminder to everyone, Yorkshire are chasing 502 and 373 runs trailing Sussex. They're on 129 for 1.
Coles to Bean, plays out into a gap in the offside, and they jog through for a single. The 1 wickets have fallen, that of Adam Lyth. Caught Tom Clark at second slip off Finn Hudson Prentice for just the 6, 28 balls. So he faced that notional 20 to have a look at things, but he just pushed a little further than was ideal at the Hudson Prentice delivery, which nipped a little bit off the pitch, and that saw him meet his end. As that was a dot ball to Whiteman. Coles then, Kirkstall lane end, floats this one up outside off stump, and Whiteman across and defends.
The pitch does look dry, Dorothy, doesn't it? You can see the footmarks from the bowlers, and I can't help thinking that as the game goes on, it is going to spin a little bit.
Oh, now then Coles, that's not a bad delivery. He might end up conceding 4 from it. Carson's giving chase, and has done well there, Jack Carson, to flick that back in just shy of the rope. So it's going to be a 2 to Sam Whiteman. Sure, it was the altogether most convincing shot Sam Whiteman's played.
It was well bowled by Coles. He's looking to work his way in this game for Sussex and beginning to bowl well.
As this one in quickly, wide of off stump and full. Yorkshireman Kawazi is more than happy to watch it go by. And we have a very positive result from Old Trafford as Coles bowls well wide of Whiteman's off stump, and he leaves to complete that over at 1-3-2-4-1. Lancashire women 158 all out in 41.4 overs, meaning that Yorkshire women have won that Metrobank one-day cup match by 83 runs. That is a significant victory for them in the very early throes of putting together a Yorkshire women's team last year, and now this back in Division 1. When you think about the vast number of players that left and went to Durham for last season, the quality that they lost in the likes of Holly Armitage and others besides, that is a brilliant effort, Shawsey. We've not seen any of it, but we can only see the scores. And Jess Jonathan 4 for 30 to go with a ton, and Claudie Cooper finishing with 3 for 24 as well. So well done, ladies. Excellent effort.
Terrific result for the Yorkshire women's team. Absolutely terrific. That's quite an upset, perceivably. Well, Lancashire weren't quite as strong. Not all their England players were available. They've got a couple of injuries. Gabby Lewis, the Irish player, went back to Ireland injured. Lamb not available, I think she's injured, and a few other players not there, but they've got a strong squad, Lancashire. But that's one heck of a performance from the Yorkshire women's team to win over at Old Trafford. Never an easy trip, and they'll be delighted with that as they travel back over the hill. Tremendous work.
Bean waits, and Henry Crocombe back into the attack. Then the Howard Stand end bowls. It's wide off stump, and Bean not interested in playing that. Get a little bit of the air traffic for a moment or two. It's loud, isn't it, when it goes over top?
Is that your lift arriving early?
Yeah. Yorkshire Airways taking off from Leeds Bradford Airport, going around Yorkshire and back, because there's nowhere else worth visiting. Short ball, Finlay Bean has struck that one quite firmly out towards point, but straight to the man. So no run. What was it? Captain boycott. Pulling pints in the cockpit, wasn't it? The Hale and Pace sketch.
The mushy peas.
Yeah. I'm offended by the stereotypes. I don't know about you. Absolutely offended. Here's Crocombe, and that's dropped into the offside by Bean. There's no run.
I expect Bean just to be feeling a little bit tired now, having had a day and a half with the gloves on in the field, and then he's been involved, if you like, in every ball in this game, hasn't he, so far? So yeah, expect him just to be tiring just a little bit. It's important he just gets through this phase, keeps picking the singles up, putting the bad ball away. On 71.
Yep, Crocombe in, short. Bean ducks underneath it. The ball obviously no longer new, 37.5 overs old, so getting on towards half its useful life. We did we have a change? Or did I imagine that? They were certainly checking the ball, weren't they, at one stage?
They were checking the ball.
I think I might have been off and not fully concentrating on what was going on. In comes Crocombe, and Bean ducks underneath that, and there is no run. Let's just see if we can find out by the magic of the internet.
Whilst you're doing your research, I'll just go quick catch up on the fielding positions now. Just one slip in play for the Sussex fielding unit, and keeper's now stood back. Did stand up to the stumps for a little while, but is now standing back.
Crookham to Bean, short pulled, is underneath this one, man underneath it as well. Out in the deep is Jack Carson. It drops 5 yards or so short of him, and Finley Bean survives. He took it on, but well, let's be honest, he didn't play it with complete conviction or control. It was a bit top edgy. It wasn't a genuine top edge, but it was towards the outside of the bat by the look of things. It was just like swatting a fly, wasn't it, really?
We were just saying that it's an important phase for him now, isn't it? Just be a little bit tired and needs to keep his concentration. That's just a miscue. He didn't get in the greatest position actually to play that, did he?
No. His score keeps flitting from 61 to 72 on the graphic. I'm not quite sure. There you go. Oh, partnership, sorry.
Partnership,
61 and Whiteman 45. Apologies, folks. So, yes, there was a ball change. To go back to what I was saying, I obviously didn't imagine it. It was when Yorkshire was 17 for 1 after 10 overs. And at that stage, Bean on 11 and Whiteman hadn't scored. So, as Coles bowls, and that's punched into the offside by Bean for a single. When I say the ball is getting on for its halfway through its useful life, the ball they're using is roughly 38 overs old. We're not quite sure. But it's certainly not a new one. 134 for 1. Coles bowls. Back foot for Whiteman, who cuts that one square. Crookham fields 1 run.
There's just the sign of the odd one just beginning to turn just a little bit off this Headingley pitch. So I'm convinced that tomorrow, certainly tomorrow, and going into day 4, there will be some spin.
Here he is again. Oh, now then, did he nick that Finley Bean? What are we going to get from Tom Lungley? He did. So an edge from Bean, and neither Slip nor John Simpson with the gloves on. It's a keeper catch, isn't it, really? But because of the turn, he's going one way, and then the edge has taken the ball the other. So it's hard to be too critical of John Simpson. You've got to say well bowled to James Coles. And Finley Bean, well, who knows? It might be his day. He's defending this latest Coles delivery back to the bowler.
Just a little bit of bounce, isn't there? The ball that went through Slip, that he Bean nicked, went through just past the keeper and first Slip. With just a bit of bounce, it hit quite high up on the bat.
Coles in again. Bean once more content to defend. We know he's got a very solid, sound temperament. Can bat for a long time. That 224, memorably so at Trent Bridge, plus the 420 that he made in second team cricket a few years ago. Coles in again, and Bean defending to a man who'd just been brought across to silly mid off. End of the over, 139 for 1.
And the partnership between Whiteman and Bean is now 122. Bean on 77 and Whiteman on 46. Run rate currently 3.56. It's always a good indicator of how a partnership is going, as that's gradually grown through this partnership, as you'd expect. And as George has just shared, Yorkshire 139 for 1 with 21 overs remaining in the day. And the sun is still shining. There's still 1 or 2 in the ground, enjoying the afternoon sun. And this final session of day 2, the county championship game between Yorkshire and Sussex.
Oh, bad news coming in from Guiseley Rangers today. They've lost 24-18 Rugby League. Crookham round the wicket and into Whiteman, who has a little bit of a flash at that wide of off stump. There is no run. I think I'm right in saying this is now Sam Whiteman's top score since returning to Yorkshire. No, I'm not. I'm wrong. He made 48. I thought it was 43. 48 down at Cardiff. Hasn't yet made a half century anyway, but he's maybe one shot away from doing that. Short ball from Crocombe and an exaggerated leave by Whiteman this time. A little flash, but has generally also been concentrating well. He's been batting for 118 minutes himself now, 87 deliveries.
Yeah, the two just need to get through this little phase of play at the moment.
Yeah, short of length. There you go. First half century for Sam Whiteman in Yorkshire colours. As that boundary takes him to bang on 50. And he's done that. 88 deliveries. And that's a 7th four for the man who's played a lot of his cricket, hasn't he, in Western Australia. His 126th first-class match. And that a 34th first-class half-century to go with 1700s.
And a nice way to get to your 50s, isn't it? Just back of the length, rocks back, just works it past point for a really well-timed 4 runs.
Crocombe to him again, and he's had a real go at that one as well, although not got a great contact on it as it turns out, and it bobbles its way towards Tom Price coming in off the boundary, just 1 run.
Yeah, didn't quite time that the way he wanted, did he?
127 runs now this partnership is worth, and Yorkshire have come under fire in recent seasons for not putting first innings runs on the board on anything like a consistent basis. It's been the best start of the season for them in that respect, as Bean gets a ball short of length and works it to Jack Leaning.
And to be fair to the Yorkshire batting unit, when they come in, you know, they looking at 502 on a scoreboard can add that pressure, can't it? We know that scoreboard pressure. Sussex came out quite strong with the ball and bowled the first 5 or 6 overs really accurately and made the Yorkshire batters play. But actually you have to say that they've dealt well with things so far in a relatively good position.
Yeah, Crocombe in again. Bean ducks underneath this one. And a dot to conclude that over. So Crocombe 5 overs for 27 is still proving more costly than the rate, which is 3.6. But Yorkshire, they were contained right at the early doors, going at just about bang on 2 and over the Sussex bowlers, and now up to 3.6, which tells you that, you know, it's not been perfect from them either.
No.
Sally's heard enough. She's off, gone away. She's getting the first flight out of her back to the States, I think. See you.
There's still a long way to go in this game. Yorkshire trailing by Sussex by 358 runs.
So Whiteman on strike on 51. Coles bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. Whiteman defending. There's a few legs out there today as well, you know. A few people have gone topless in the crowd. Sun-starved Brits as Coles bowls, and Whiteman hammers that into the deck and back to the bowler. .358 still a sizable deficit. But Yorkshire will want to take this opportunity, I'm sure, to bat for as long as they possibly can and try their best to get something out of it, as Whiteman hits one away into the covers. Will pick up a single. It's a long time left in terms of ability to pick up bonus points here. Still 69 overs and 3 balls. They need 105 to get to the first of those. Bean is over the top of that, playing it to the offside. No run. Coles in again, a bit quicker this delivery. Bean again watchful. Here's Coles again. Pushed into the offside by Finley Bean. Big gap in there. So they're going to scamper through for 1 to complete that over. Coles now 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. 146 for 1.
Bean moves on to 78, Whiteman on 52. The current partnership between these two left-handers is 129. So they've certainly built a really strong foundation, and now it's just extending this partnership as much as they possibly can. They'll certainly be looking to about the next 19 overs, which are the overs that remain in the day, and that certainly will be what they're looking to do, and just to keep rotating strike, putting the bad ball away, and generating a little bit of momentum towards the back end of this day as the bowlers get a little bit tired.
So Bean on strike as Crocombe makes his way in from the Howard stand and round the wicket, and Finley Bean has a flash at one, just wide of off stump, as Shawsy's been at pains to point out a couple of times recently that to the pair of these batters, just keep your heads, keep concentrating, don't give it away unnecessarily. They have worked really hard, and it is a very good partnership in the context of the game. Crocombe makes his way in again. Bean dropping out into the offside, and Price will field. No run.
Yeah, it's in those little moments in play where you recognise if it's a little bit tough, that's fine. Just come down a gear or two as a batter, absorb that pressure, and then gradually go back through the gears when the opportunity arises. You don't have to force it at this stage. Just playing sensible cricket and accumulating runs.
Crocombe again. Bounces Bean, who is comfortably underneath it.
Crocombe's plan certainly has been to push the two left-handers back a little bit. He's bowled a number of short balls since tea, so that's been quite important from a Sussex perspective and their planning. And Crocombe just goes back to his mark. So he's just preparing to come in again. A couple of field changes, making sure the field's right. Bit of a conflict between mid-on and mid-off. Mid-off being and the captain as Crocombe starts his approach.
Yep, Bean with that trigger movement, and then walks into the ball, plays it into the offside, no run. Holmes is going to have an extended break here. He's flagging the poor lad. No, he's got an update to do at 5:30, so he might as well stay off until then. Come back on and finish off the day. Crocombe.
Second slip just come in.
Yeah. Short of length. Bean defends that into the offside. No run. They've got a couple of men set back, haven't they? They've seen him take on the short ball, and although he got away with it, he didn't know more than that, did he, a couple of overs ago?
And fine legs in around about, what, 20 yards, would you say? For that top edge. So both fielders positioned for that top edge.
Crocombe in, wide of off stump, and Bean does the fielding. What do they... when you were fielding in the outfield, did you get sent down to fine leg?
No.
You wouldn't have been, I mean, your little legs, if ballers had gone down there, dear me. I'd see them pumping away while you scuttle around the boundary edge to try and field one.
I was quick.
Aye.
I needed to be with these little legs. 146 for one. Partnership now still 129. 10 extras in this innings so far.
Here he Coles then. Left arm spin, bowling to Whiteman.
Well played there, Net.
Yeah, just run it down the ground to Daniel Hughes at long on for an easy one. Don't need to do any more than that. Just take it along. If you're lucky enough to get the odd bad one, make sure you put it away. And everything sort of looks after itself, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Still 17 overs and 4 balls now remaining today because Finley Beans just turned the latest one simply out to mid-wicket. They talk about bowlers keeping it simple, but batters can do the same.
You don't have to go looking for it, you don't have to go searching. You're going to get enough to put away, just keep rotating.
In again, and Whiteman just running that one to the man at backward point, no run. In he comes again, Coles, wide of off stump and gives Whiteman a chance to get on the attack on the back foot, and he's cut that one away. It's fumbled out in the deep by Crocombe, and they're going to get back for an easy 2.
Again, 150. Yeah, 150 is good, isn't it? Very good. 150 for 1.
Coles in again, wide on the crease. Again, a bit side arm and a bit quicker. Whiteman not interested. Still a slip in place. Sussex need wickets after all. The field is very much an in-out natured field. And Coles again fires that one quicker but straighter. And Whiteman had to be watchful. End of the over. 150 for 1.
43 overs bowled by Sussex since the start of the Yorkshire batting innings. Yorkshire trail Sussex by 352 runs, but they do have 9 wickets in hand, with 17 overs remaining before close of play. We've got more conflab going on. See a few little field changes to come in and bowl his 7th over, and on for 27 so far of his 6.
In comes Crocombe then, and being right in behind that. Plenty of encouragement out there. You'll hear the clapping of Jack Carson, who's just down beneath the con box in front of the Truman enclosure. He's on the mistimed pull, really, about 10 yards in from the boundary, fairly fine leg. It's a short ball, and Bean again, he's not quite sure what's going on there, but he's had a go at one already that dropped short of the field. This time he kind of ducked but wafted at the same time, didn't he? It was a strange combination. It's almost like he's been caught in two minds now on a couple of occasions, Shawsey, to the short ball.
It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Both times not being convincing, certainly that.
It's Crocombe again, wide of off stump, and Finley leaves. There was the one, wasn't there, from this end, forget who bowled it now, short ball that he hit towards the bottom of the bat and looped away over the cordon. He was trying to pull out of playing the shot, and then that most recent one, we've not seen a replay of it, but trying to do one thing, duck, and then at the same time was also a bit of movement from the bat. Yeah. Crocombe in again, and Libeen sensibly just dropping that out square on the offside, and they'll jog through for another one. 79 now to him. In fact, now 80 and 151 for 1.
And again, it's just another one of those little periods for being important. He just gets through this period. Certainly the Sussex team will have seen, they may have seen a little chink in his armour, so he's going to get a little bit more short stuff from time to time, which will be in his mind, but it's just playing each ball at a time. Being balanced at the crease, having a clear mind. Crocombe prepares to run into Whiteman.
Because Crocombe's in, Whiteman, ball that doesn't bounce him, I don't think, as much as he thought. That's caught him amidships and he's down. Now, we saw this with Don Bess in the previous match. He was writhing around in agony. Yeah, Whiteman's not taking it well, and I'm not surprised because Henry Crocombe, he's not military medium. We're going to have a stoppage here. He went back to pull, didn't he?
Yeah.
And it just looks as though the ball has kept ever so slightly low on him, and it's hit him in a place that he's not appreciated.
He's struggling at the moment, that's for sure. I think the physio will be running on. At the moment he's on all fours in his crease.
He's creased really, isn't he?
Doubled up, certainly creased. He's struggling a little bit at the moment.
Why do you need a drink? He's still down. That was a great story about this, but I can't possibly broadcast it.
The Australian one.
Yeah.
So we've got a slight break in play where they're taking the opportunity to have a drink. So the Sussex team are just regrouping whilst Whiteman catches his breath, having been hit in a rather uncomfortable area. Physio's on with him now. I'm not quite sure what the physio can do other than console Whiteman, give him a drink, but these things tend to pass in time, don't they?
Getting a bit of time here, which probably gives Shawsey a chance to just go around the grounds and give us the scores from what's going on elsewhere, because we are sort of labouring this break, but he's back up on his feet now and he's limping slightly, Sam Whiteman. Shawsey with the roundup for you.
Yeah, so Leicestershire 166 for none off 32.5, trailing Glamorgan by 274 runs, but with all 10 wickets in the tent, so to speak. Glamorgan scoring 440 in that first innings, and Nottinghamshire chasing 459 and 191 for 4. Clark not out on 65. Let's move on to Surrey. Surrey lost 2 early wickets actually, but Essex got 409 all out, and Surrey are currently 134 for 2. Pope not out 69, Sibley not out 56. And let's have a look at the Gloucester-Derbyshire game. Gloucester got 498 all out in 148.4 overs, and Derbyshire are currently 81 for 2, with Jewell not out 24, Madsen not out 15, trailing Gloucester by 472 runs. Still waiting for Whiteman to fully recover, so I'll go through a few more updates. And looking at the Durham-Lancashire game, as you'll be aware, Lancashire scored 270 all out, and currently Durham are 233 for 9. Potts not out 41, Parkinson not out 5. Anderson's taken 2 for 47 so far in that game. Let's go to Worcester. So Worcester scored 379 for 8 in 99 overs in their first innings, bowled Kent out for 196. So Worcester lead Kent by 183 runs at this stage. Let's go back through some of the women's fixtures today as well. We'll touch on. Look at the Essex and Blaze game. Essex got 213 all out, and Blaze won that game by 3 wickets. They got over the line 215 for 7. Hampshire beat Durham. Durham got 118 all out, and Hampshire scored 121 for 4, winning by 6 wickets. Now the big result of the day is over the Pennines. Yorkshire scoring 241 in their allotted overs, 49.2 overs they took within their innings. And if we go through some of the main scorers, there were 2 wickets down early. Winfield, Hill and Boyce went early on, but Jonathan scored a fantastic 108 and Callis 45. Lancashire in response actually struggled today, and they were bowled out for 158, with Yorkshire winning by 83 runs. Now coming back to play here, it's looking like Whiteman has recovered and players about to resume. I'm sure he's now caught his breath, had a little refreshment, and hopefully he's back in good health and ready to take this last ball of the over.
And he comes in. Ooh, it's not dissimilar really. Short of length, he tries the same shot instinctively, and it wrapped him probably on the thigh pad, and I'm sure he'll be grateful for that.
That's the end of the over. 151 for 1, with Bean on 80, Whiteman on 55. Just one more fixture to look at in the women's Tier 1 fixtures. Somerset scored 337 for 9, with let's have a look, Heather Knight scoring 103, the former England captain, supported well by Sophie Luff, who got 57, and Gibson got 77. In response, Surrey scored 201, so Somerset winning that game by 136 runs.
Here's James Coles bowling to Finley Bean, who's on 80, pushing out into the offside, and there is no run. And Coles in again. This time Bean is able to open his shoulders a little more and play it away to Carson, coming in off the cover boundary, picks up a single.
Just a little bit too full there, isn't it, from Coles? He's looking for any hints of any spin, and there's some footholds he's just beginning to target, but he's just a little full. If he can just drag his length back a little bit, he could be in the game.
Now then, Whiteman just losing sight of that for a moment, tries a paddle sweep. Didn't get the greatest of contacts on it, but he's got a single down through fine leg. 56 now to him. Here comes Coles again. Ooh, across the line from Bean with a sweep shot. It is vacant square on the leg side if he can get it away, and maybe that's what he was thinking in playing what he did, but he missed out. So .11 dot. The over so far. Coles in again, it's wide of off stump, and Bean again defending. Long on all the way, mid-wicket all the way, 45 backward of square on the 1. There's a straightish mid-wicket. There's Coles once more, and Bean ends once more. Still 15 overs, around about an hour to go, depending upon who's bowling. Where will we be in an hour's time, Shawsey?
I reckon another 50 runs on. That's what I reckon, unless maybe 50, 60 more runs. See if Sussex can pick up a couple of wickets. That's certainly going to be their focus. They want to finish the day in a positive position, so if they can pick up a couple of wickets, then that would be their just desserts. Yorkshire will do all they can for that not to happen, but I just feel that these two are going to have to concentrate at this point. Been a couple of loose shots played, hasn't there? And it's just again that entering that phase of play where it's important just to keep playing percentage cricket, keep picking up what you can, keep rotating. And I say that a lot, but actually that is the game at this stage of the game.
In comes Crocombe, going to Whiteman, who's defending into the offside. Henry Crocombe still looking for his first wicket of the match. Has had some success against Yorkshire with the ball in the past. He's been around a few years now. Remember being with Harmsley probably back in about 2021, something like that. I was talking about the youth involved in the Sussex side. Well, they're all 5 years further on now and getting quite a bit more experience under the belts, and that's probably been brought to bear with those first couple of wins as well. That was a short delivery. Keeps reminding people he can dig one in. It give Finlay Bean a bit of trouble, but so far hasn't really troubled Sam Whiteman, apart from the one that hit him where he didn't want it to.
Played some good cricket the last couple of games, Sussex. 2 good wins, and they'll be trying to force this game as the game goes on.
Crocombe in again and short again, and Whiteman ducking again.
Whiteman on 56, 103 deliveries, and Bean on 81 for 144. Partnership 136 between these two left-handers.
Yeah, Crocombe in again, and off the hip. Whiteman turns that round the corner. It'll take him to the other end of the field, but won't advance his score because that was a leg bye. 11 extras now. 2 leg byes, 5 byes and 4 no balls from this 154 for 1. Scoring has just slowed a little in the last over or two. Crocombe again in, and that's turned to leg by Bean. There is no run. Adam Lyth, the only man dismissed in this Yorkshire first innings. 9 overs and 2 balls in. He went for 6 when the score was on 17. Crocombe in again, Bean over the top of that, and pushing into the offside to complete another Crocombe over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 28. Here's the latest on his bowling stats.
Overs remaining in the days. We're into pretty much that last hour of play now, and you would expect Yorkshire to continue to play the way they are and see if we can keep extending this partnership, this very good partnership.
Coles then in and bowling there to Whiteman, who defends. Again, wide on the crease, and that's wide of Whiteman. And he's happy to watch it go by. So the run rate was up over the 3.5 mark, wasn't it, for a while? It's down to 3.32. That just tells you that things have slowed up a little. And Coles fired that one in flatter and quicker. Whiteman, well, that was a good leave. It was fairly tight to off stump. John Simpson didn't really have to move from his keeping position. Calls it again. This time Whiteman feels the need to play at that. Aimed it off stump. Cole's making his way in again. That one just going straight on. He's trying to hit the foot marks, isn't he? Yeah. Outside off stump. He has got the odd one to turn. One of them turned quite sharply past Finley Bean's inside edge a while back. There he is once more, and Whiteman backing across. Quickly through that over, and the score remaining 154 for 1.
We've still got a good sprinkling of spectators in. We've got a few in the lower tier, the Howard stand. They're mostly in the shade, and then to the east stand, if you like, we've got quite a few still sat in there that are basking in the sunshine, which is shine most of the day across Leeds and certainly across this Headingley ground, and maybe a couple more hours of sunshine left in the day, and there might be one or two needing a bit of after sun later on, Dorothy, because I'm not sure. I do hope they've had sun cream on. It's a little warmer than people perhaps realise.
There's Crocombe still to Bean, who can't get, I don't think, bat on ball. Hit him on the thigh pad. No run. It's been a very pleasant drive up from Barnsley this morning, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Very pleasant drive up and not much traffic really at all. Which is not normally the case, is it? When you drive up the M1, you normally hit a bit of traffic coming into Leeds, but yeah, it's all pretty smooth.
Welcome in. Bean drops into the offside, no run. You'd have doubtless done the usual cultural thing and popped in at the Yorkshire Sculpture Park on your way north.
And
a bit of thinking, wouldn't you?
I know that's my normal routine, but not this morning. I was jumping at the bit to get in the comms box, Dorothy.
I know you've done a lot of research. I can see from the pad you've got in front of you there.
It's only one page, you don't know all these. Look at this.
Crocombe in, nicely guided round the corner by Finley Bean here to one of the two men for the mistimed pull. He gets a single. Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, I'm a well-prepped man. Aye. One slip in play as Crocombe goes back to the start of his run up. A slip in a gully. He comes into ball to Whiteman.
This is umpire Debenham then. Whiteman defending into the offside. He plays. He seems to play quite a lot of his shots from almost square on, doesn't he, Sam Whiteman? He's a bit more. I think it's just a natural thing that he seems to do because he watches it well. It's not like when you say, oh, somebody's been squared up by one that's nipped on him. He's sort of slightly chest on, and he's got a side-on stance. But he goes across and his back leg seems to come round at that little bit more, doesn't he? He just shifts his body in a slightly. He's not fully chest on. He's not like Peter Willey used to be when you saw him in his stance, but he's somewhere between the two. That was a dot ball, and Harms is back, resplendent in pink. As Crocombe makes his way in, if you want to give up the mic for a minute, Shawsey, I'll let Harmsy take over on your side and you can pop over here. That was the final ball of that over. Harmsy's given the people of Sussex the very latest from Headingley. Adrian Harms on the hour, every hour on BBC Radio Sussex.
It's been a strange day today because obviously there's football, so they've been concentrating on Worthing, who have got themselves promoted to the National League today, so that's been exciting. Then they covered Crawley who are still in on the final day of the season. It'll be quite exciting in League Two. I think Crawley might need to win to secure their future. So unfortunately the cricket's taken a bit of a back seat until we were waiting around for the update. But all done now. So 12 overs to go in the day. We've only had 5 wickets go down all day today. 6 yesterday, 5 today. In comes James Coles over the wicket to bowl and hammered down the ground. That's a super shot by Finley Bean. He's been on the ground for every minute of the game so far, was Finley Bean, so he's obviously been doing a lot of fitness work during the winter months, so good luck to him. He goes to 86, 159 for 1. And, well, I said at the tea break, I wrote a report and said that it's a little early to say that a game is heading towards a draw, but it's going to need something quite remarkable for one team or t'other to win this game. But we shall see. Still 2 days to go, and we're making good progress here. In comes Coles over the wicket, bowls and cut away by Bean to backward point, and there is no run. I can see Ollie Robinson warming up down below us, so perhaps we're going to get a few overs from Robinson. I'm just trying to see how many overs we've had with this ball, actually. 48, so still a long time until any new ball might be available. Coles in again, forward comes Bean, plays into the offside, no run. We did have a very lengthy delay as Jake Whiteman was hit somewhere very uncomfortable a little early on. He did look in a lot of pain. Everyone sort of ignores it, but it is blooming painful when it happens. Coles in, bowls, forward comes Bean, plays into the offside and takes a comfortable seat. He's running a little gingerly, actually, I think, Sam Whiteman. As everybody sort of has a little smirk, but if it's you that it's happening to, it's not funny, is it?
Not very pleasant at all, is it? And actually, there's not much anybody can do. I mean, physio run on and 12th run on, but actually, it's only time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very painful. Coles, bowls, let go by Whiteman outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no one. So this stand used to come together when the score was just 17, with 143. And again, wide of the off stump, cut away, carved away to the fielder on the cover boundary. One more. Those are the total 161 for 1. Just feel at the minute the game's slightly got an air of inevitability about it.
It feels a bit that way.
I mean, Yorkshire are picking up runs sort of comfortably, 4s and 5s and over. And Ollie Robinson's trying everything he can, but it's the pitch seems to have flattened out a little. It's very little in it for the bowlers. Robinson's sort of juggling the pack, and these two have looked pretty comfortable, really, and a lot of the crowd today would have come today expecting to see Joe Root bat. Well, I'm not sure they're going to.
They have. They've batted really, as you said, they came together with just 17 runs on the board with the dismissal of Lyth, and since then, I think they've played very, very well.
I mean, I suppose it's strange the way that these games can tilt one way and to the other. I'm looking at possible scenarios. I mean, the deficit is what? It's still 350, so it's a huge deficit, and you would think that that's going to take a good part of tomorrow for Yorkshire to clear off. But I suppose if they got into positive territory with some with the likes of Bairstow and Revis and Hill down the order, in comes Tom Haynes from the Howard stand-in, bowls to Whiteman, who plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. I suppose if they got some sort of a lead, they may think they could put Sussex under pressure on the last day. I mean, you never quite know with these games. And tomorrow morning, you never know if there's a bit of cloud cover around, if Sussex could whip 2 or 3 out. Haynes in bowls, back on his stumps is Whiteman, plays very correctly to the offside. There is no run. He's on 57. Finley Bean on 87. He'll have his eyes on 100 tonight. Or Finley Bean. He's batted very well as well.
Yes. And this Yorkshire pair at the moment, as we said, the partnership's 144. They'll be wanting to see out the day, pick up what they can. But if Sussex can get a breakthrough, they might get 2.
Haynes bowls. Whiteman, that wasn't where he intended it to go. He was looking to play that for extra cover. It's ended up at mid-wicket, fielded there by the eager Crocombe, and there is no run. But it's been hard work for the Sussex seamers, and I just wonder as well whether Ollie Robinson has been a little sparing with his front line seamers here in view of the workload that's coming up as well. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Whiteman plays down the track. I mean, I know you can't think too far ahead in games, and this is a game that's there to be won, but I'm sure it is at the back of his mind in terms of we don't want to flog your seamers into the ground here with so much cricket over the next few weeks. So we're looking at Hudson Prentice has bowled 10, Robinson's bowled 8, Crocombe 9, Price just 3. Hayden again bowled short, pulled away by Whiteman down to Carson down here in front of us. He's only bowled to 5 overs himself, and no wicket for 17. It's a little surprising that your front line spinner has bowled less overs than James Cole. I would certainly put Jack Carson as your front line spinner.
And he was getting into a decent spell.
Yes, he was. Robinson's again warming up there now at mid. I wonder if we're going to see sort of 3 or 4 overs from Ollie Robinson. In comes Haynes, bowls, forward comes Bean, plays back to Tom Haynes. Tidy over from Tom Haynes, who has now bowled 4 overs for just 3 runs.
I think it's how you frame it as a feeling unit. You think, well, these are batting, they batter well, and we're struggling to get a breakthrough. Or you look at it on the other side of the coin and think, well, they've batted a long time. They've batted a long time, might just be getting a little bit tired. We might have an opportunity in the game here, and if we can get 1, we might get 2, and then all of a sudden the game starts to change. You could get 2 or 3 wickets in the last 45 minutes, and the game starts to change.
Well, let's see what happens, because Ollie Robinson is indeed going to come back into the attack with, I think it's 11 overs left to go in the day, or it may now be down to 10, but very briefly elsewhere, Leicestershire 181 for 1. Jake Weatherald, who batted very nicely against Sussex a few weeks ago, 94 not out. A good signing for Leicestershire. Rishi Patel making 79, so a lot of runs down at Cardiff. As here comes Robinson, running in over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Whiteman down the leg side, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. 3
slips though. He's going to have a little go, I think, here.
Yeah, you never know when Ollie Robinson comes on. Things can happen. Notts 217 for 4 against, 208 for 4. And reply to Warwick's 459. Ben Duckett made 62, Joe Clark 67 not out, Carl Verheyen very good. South African player 38 not out. Down at the Oval, been a slow day. Robinson in and bowls and clipped down to fine leg by. Picks up a single. Was that a single? Yes, it was a single. Total moves on to 163 for 1. So rather crawling along, 152 for 3 in 58 overs. Reply to Essex's 409. Dom Sibley 63 not out. Robinson, can he get the breakthrough for Sussex? Runs away from us, in and bowls, and Bean is fully forward to a ball of good length, punches it into the offside, and there is no run. It's strange, isn't it, when you get your strike bowler on, all of a sudden the game just has a slightly different feel about it.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
As the camera shows some of the chimney pots around Headingley, sort of makes you think of Mary Poppins. And
it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Step in time and all that, dancing around the chimney pots. Robinson wheels around, comes in over the wicket, bowls, forward comes Bean, plays him to the offside, no run. Yeah, we've got 10 overs left, including this one in the day, so yeah, you'd think you might see Ollie Robinson bowl 5 overs here. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't give Hudson Prentice maybe 2 or 3 from the other end as well, just as you say, it was all sort of looking perhaps a little bit too easy for Yorkshire in the last half hour or so, with due respect. Skipper trying to lead from the front. He's in and bowls and played in the air. Slight mistake, cry of catch. Where did that end up? They end up at mid-wicket.
Mid-on,
yeah. He's been out in the middle for every minute of this match, every ball of this match. Finley Bean has been out there, so credit to him.
And as a wicketkeeper, you concentrate on every ball, aren't you? You can't switch off, really.
No, he's done really very well. Robinson again. And Bean squirts this one down to fine leg. Now they've taken one, they think about coming back for a second, and it's a comfortable 2 in the end. It's to 87, total 163 for one. A couple of cotton wool clouds drift across Headingley, but they're the exception rather than the norm, because there's lots and lots of blue sky all around Headingley and all the trees coming into leaf. It's a lovely sight from our site here on the 5th floor, and we're looking towards the city of Leeds and all the skyscrapers. I can see a number of cranes in the distance as well. The end of Ollie Robinson's over, 165 for one. Robinson has bowled 9 overs, no wicket for 29. Finley Bean is on 89. Whiteman on 59. I'm going to say it's a busy place, Headingley, wasn't it? There was rugby league on here last night, and in comes Tom Haynes bowls, and Whiteman plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. I met a Sussex supporter and a mate of his in a pub up the road for a swift half, and it was a buzzing place in the evening. It's Headingley, it was all going on.
It's very busy, very popular.
Yeah, it is.
It's very good.
In comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes Whiteman, plays the ball down the track. Haynes feels on his own bowling, there is no run. I guess one thing from a Sussex perspective is here, they won't want Yorkshire to get away. So much as they'll be looking to pick up wickets, what they won't want to do in these last sort of 9 overs or so is concede 30 or 40 runs. They'll feel if they can come back tomorrow, Yorkshire is still a good part of 350 adrift. In comes, or 300, as Whiteman turns that one down to fine leg, followed by Henry Crocombe, who jogs in.
Right, you mentioned, they get a good rest tonight and tomorrow. If I don't know if there's any cloud around, any rain around the next couple of days, but a little bit of cloud at Headingley, and all of a sudden it just starts doing a little bit in the air and off the pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, suddenly, everyone was saying the weather forecast is so fair, but the weather forecast I saw this morning was the suggestion of thundery showers around on Monday. Now, maybe that's right, who knows. In comes Haynes, bowls, forward comes Bean, and plays defensively, fielded at mid-wicket by James Coles, and rubs the ball on his trousers. There is no run. But the visibility is great. You can see for miles, can't you, over towards the city. The buildings are really standing out. A busy night in Leeds tonight, I should imagine.
Well, I think it might have been busy this afternoon and this evening.
Comes Haynes bowls, Bean drives to mid-off. I'm sure there's many people in Leeds who are plotting their route down the M1 tomorrow to Wembley.
Yeah, big day down there tomorrow, isn't it?
Well, it's a big day in London. It's the London Marathon. There's 60,000 people running in the marathon. Well, that's the biggest field ever in the London Marathon. It's the 45th year of the marathon. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Comes Haynes bowls, driven away by Bean, 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. He to ease that away between backward point and third man. A lovely shot by Finley Bean. He just waited for that. It was a class shot. He goes to 93. The scoreboard on the screen is out of kilter again, isn't it?
Is it the partnership? That might be the partnership.
I'm sure he's perhaps I'm wrong, am I? I thought he was into the 90s. Maybe I've got that completely wrong. In that case, I profusely apologise. 170 for one, Bean is showing as 82, so perhaps I was wrong, I'm sorry. Yeah, punch of 153, so I think the cameraman saying that the idiot commentator's got it wrong. Apologies. Yeah, there'll be plenty of people making their way down, so it'll be a busy day. They've had tube strikes in London all this week, but I think they're all back working this weekend, so it's going to be busy with all the spectators watching and a big football match at Wembley. Ollie Robinson comes in and bowls, driven straight down the ground. That's a super shot, good bit of fielding. Well, that's the sort of thing that can buoy a fielding side. Good cricket all round. That was excellent stuff. Daniel Hughes diving away to his right-hand side prevented a certain boundary. I'm sure that Sam Whiteman thought that's definitely 4 runs. Ollie Robinson owes him a pint of Foster's or something, doesn't he?
There's a lovely shot down the ground, lovely balanced shot. good timing, and a terrific bit of fielding by Hughes. Full stretch diving stop, one-handed diving stop.
Yeah, goalkeeper would have been proud of that. Robinson in bowls, Whiteman tucks it onto the onside. There is no run. Yeah, I thought Finley Bean had 93. He has.
Yeah.
So what I'll do, when he gets to within sight, I will let John to describe the 100, because that's the etiquette of the commentary box for the home commentator. Sure that Jonathan would do that for me if it was a Sussex player doing the same. We like to maintain the standards of the BBC in the commentary box. As Robinson is on his way, running away from us, comes in and bowls, and forward comes Whiteman, plays to mid-off, there is no run. Of course, we saw with Tom Price yesterday that sometimes when you get to within sight of the milestone, it can, first-class hundreds, you have to work hard for them.
You do.
I know we were saying today, John Simpson's got 10 in the 31 matches that he's played for Sussex, which is a quite extraordinary achievement. But they don't come around every day of the week, and you have to work hard for them, and when they do, you want to celebrate them. And Ollie Robinson and the Sussex players are making sure that Finley Bean has to work hard. In comes Robinson, bowls and driven firmly by Whiteman right out the middle of the bat. You probably heard that. Straight to mid-off, fielded there by Tom Haynes, and there is no run.
Two slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Very short mid-wicket, fairly straight. Mid-wicket-ish, just in front of square, and a fine leg.
Robinson in bowls. That was probably a good lead. Well, it was a good lead by Whiteman because it didn't bowl him, but it was just prompted an ooh and a little puff of the cheeks from Paul sitting next to me.
He's just on the edge of changing the game here, isn't he? You can feel a difference, can't you? You just get a different feel for this phase of play since Robinson's come on, and he's making the batters work hard as well. These are two batters, remember, have built a partnership of 153, Bean not out 93, Whiteman out 60, so they're in nick, but actually it's just a different feel around this phase.
Robinson in again, bowls, clipped away through the left side. That's a beautiful shot by Whiteman, just slightly over pitching Ollie Robinson. And Whiteman onto it in a flash and clipped the ball all the way through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nicely played. He goes to 64 at the end of Ollie Robinson's over, 0 for 33 in his turnovers. Sussex will have the benefit of the Indian seamer J.W. Nutkat for the final 8 county championship games of the season, which will just take some of the pressure off of Ollie Robinson and the other seamers, and allow a little bit of rotation, but they'll be very keen to maybe there or thereabouts as they, this first six matches come. And if Sussex could return from Headingley, where they haven't performed well in the last few years, against Yorkshire with a decent haul of points. In comes Haynes, rattling through his overs, bowls to Finley Bean, who plays that to backward point, picks up the single. I'm not sure there should have been a single there, really, but they did pick up a single. Goes to 94, which is Finley Bean. But they've got 4 in the bag, 8 for a draw would be 12. They haven't got a bowling point yet. There's a long way to go. Haynes around the wicket, bowls. Forward comes Whiteman, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. To his 5th over, Tom Haynes. I mean, he's been very economic. Wicket for 8. No, Tom Clark today hasn't bowled. He generally bowls a brisk military mean. Well, in fact, he's quicker than Tom Haynes. He can just feel he can rely on Tom Haynes a little more. In again, bowls. Oh, that's a smart bit of wicket keeping by John Simpson. Taking the ball down the leg side, whipping off the bails.
Yeah, good bit of work from Simpson there. Just skipped across, took the ball cleanly. And there was no doubt if Whiteman had been out his crease, it had been gone there. Lovely bit of glove work.
It was nice to see. Haynes in again. Bowls and up on his toes is Sam Whiteman, plays him to the offside.
There's a bit of bounce there, wasn't there? Just hit the pitch hard.
I just wonder, I mean, obviously the one wicket that has come from that end. I wonder whether Ollie Robinson might have fancied a bit of a blast from that end.
You did mention that, didn't you, at the very start of the of this innings? A little bit more bounce that end.
Haynes bowls. Whiteman works it into the covers. Again, there is no run, another dot ball. So Tom Haynes is doing a good job for his skipper here. He's keeping things nice and tight from one end. Actually, we're not going to be as late finishing as I thought we were. We've still got 6 overs remaining after this one, but at one stage we were thinking, crumbs, we're going to be very late finishing, but suddenly with the spinners on, and now Tom Haynes, who doesn't hang around bowling his overs. Hidden bowls, driven firmly by Whiteman to mid-off, and there is no run, so another Tom Haynes over comes to an end, no wicket for 9 for the Sussex opener, who batted very nicely for his 64 yesterday. He's bowled those 6 overs. Someone else is warming. I think that's Jack Carson who's now warming up as well at mid-off. So I sort of had it down that I thought Ollie Robinson might bowl, a little bit. The umpires are they looking at the ball again? We've already had it changed once. I think it's going to be Ollie Robinson. Well, we do me saying, we'll finish on time, but it's yet another delay, really. He's saying to Robinson, is he saying it's all right? Yes, he is. As Robinson peels off his sweater. Well, I'm sure the locals tomorrow will see a bit of Joe Root batting at some stage. Probably see a bit of Johnny Bairstow as well. So if you're not going to Wembley tomorrow to watch the football, it could be entertaining here at Headingley. Here comes Ollie Robinson, going around the wicket. Bowls and driven away into the offside by Finley B. More runs here, he's going to get at least 1. And that's all he's going to get. So I'll hand over to Doige when he... I guess he could hit a 6 and go to his century. 1 more to the total. I guess there could be a number of Leeds fans who've travelled down today, I guess, perhaps enjoying the delights of London tonight.
I would think, there'd be a few bus loads gone down today, a few trains gone down, won't they?
Yeah, I bet there is, yeah.
Enjoying the bright lights of London this evening.
There's bound to be someone who's running the marathon and going to the match, In comes Robinson, bowls, and forward comes Whiteman, plays down the track on the offside, and there is no run. Paul's going to take a breather for a minute. Doige's coming back. He's sort of holding his laptop as if it's a trophy, like he's holding up the FA Cup, which is, of course, highly unlikely.
Oh, we've started, have we?
No.
I held it up, but I didn't have to hold it up very high. I just had to hold it up to make sure I got it over Shaw's head.
That's unkind, isn't it? In comes Robinson. Around the wicket now, bowls, and Whiteman plays down the onside of the pitch. There is no... Do what Paul was saying there? The game felt like it was drifting a little bit for me. Yorkshire were picking up 4s and 5s relatively comfortably and over. Then Robinson comes back and suddenly there's a different feel, isn't it? And I'm sure these two are thinking they want to be there tomorrow. They've got to see out another 5 overs after this. But with Robinson, you never probably feel you can completely relax. It's just brought out the scoring rate to a bit of a grinding halt, which Yorkshire won't matter about. They'll just want to go in tonight 1 down. Robinson in, bowls, forward comes Whiteman, plays it down the track. There is no interesting field. There's just the one slip. There's a gully, and then there's 3 men almost in an arc. There's a mid-wicket, a very straight mid-on, a mid-off, and now I think they're bringing up another fielder into that sort of a shield almost. Henry Crocom's, there's 4 men in a semicircle around Sam Whiteman. In fact, they're now bringing up another as well. They've got 5 men in an arc, a semicircle. Let's give Whiteman something else to think about, I guess, as in comes Robinson. Bowls a bouncer as an aeroplane flies. Is that taking off or landing, Georgie? Some holiday.
Unless the airport's moved.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I don't know where the airport is, do I?
It's over that way.
It's probably passengers looking out the window saying, well, we've been away and the weather was like this, we'd have stayed here, It always happens when you go away and the weather's lovely at home, you think, And again, balls. Right, we'll drive through it. Oh, that's a lovely shot. And that's going to I'm not sure that's going to get to the boundary, actually. Henry Crocombe is running after it, chasing it down to the boundary. Go on, Henry, you can stop it. Well done. Pulls the ball back. Good chase by Henry Crocombe. I just hesitated for a moment as he gets in the throw. He saves a single. Remember Henry Crocombe doing that a couple of years ago up at Durham, racing around the boundary and putting his shoulder out. And it always worries me that it's great to save a run, isn't it? But sometimes you think it comes at the cost of a... I see Luke Wells dislocated his shoulder for Lancashire in the last round of matches. Yeah, he's not playing in this round. So Luke, of course, formerly of Sussex, wish you well, Luke, but it's never... You know, like you can see why fielders do it and you're encouraged to do it, but sometimes it can be at the risk of a nasty injury. 179 for one. Bean is on 95, Whiteman is on 67. We've got another 5 overs to be bowled today. The first of those is going to be bowled by Tom Haynes.
Whiteman on strike then. In comes Haynes, right arm around the wicket, and that one played to mid-on.
Just to say, Jake Weatherald, interestingly, got his ton for Leicestershire, but now has retired hurt. He's been a very good signing for them, actually. I think he's here for the first 6 matches, but he's certainly given Leicestershire some solidity at top of their order.
Is that another substitution?
I think there's been quite a bit of that around the country today, actually.
How's that? As that's dropped into the offside by Whiteman.
I think I was reading in the Durham-Lancashire match there'd been a substitution, or they were hoping to get one, and it had been declined. It all seems a bit of a palaver, these substitutions, doesn't it, as to how it works, and I know there's thought it's all going to be changed. Perhaps not enough thought's gone into it.
Here he is again, and that's turned to leg this time by Whiteman, who's going to pick up a single. Brings Finley Bean back onto strike. Yeah, I think it maybe does need a bit of thought. I do think that having started it, they were kind of right to say, well, we'll just, we know it's not perfect, but we'll just see how it goes until the end of this first set of games, and then we'll have a look at all the circumstances and do a re-evaluation, because it was a very small sample size those first couple of weekends. Bean defending into the offside this time from Haynes' latest delivery. 180 for one, just 4 overs and 2 balls to go on day 2. Haynes turns, makes his way in once again. Bean flicks that off his legs to Crocombe, who's on the 1 in front of square. .65 deliveries his face now, Finn. 222 minutes out there in the middle. Haynes in again. Ooh, Finley Bean just feeling for that one. Maybe a bit of bat and pad together as it trickles its way to mid-on to complete Haynes is over then. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. 180 for 1.
It's been a terrific effort, hasn't it, by Finley Bean. I mean, he's been out there since 11 o'clock yesterday morning, and it says, in fact, you introduced me to him on the outfit, if you remember. We walked out for the toss and he came up to you and he said, can't say too much, Georgie, but I'm keeping.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
And clearly Johnny Best are not able to keep, and so to keep us, I thought he kept respectably enough. I mean, there were a couple of difficult leg side chances, but you're out there for a long time. So I thought Ollie Robinson might bowl through, but he's not going to. But it's going to be Jack Carson. I'll hand over to you as soon as. Let's keep showing Finley Bean as being on 84, but he's not, is he? He's on 96.
That's how many runs he's got in this partnership.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Okay, right. Doesn't take much to confuse me.
I mean, it did me a little earlier on because it was just flashing back and forth, and sometimes you don't get time to get the full measure of it.
Well, I'll let you. We're going to come back for a second, actually. That's a good bit of running as the throw comes in from the boundary. That's good running by Sam Whiteman, actually, because he made up his mind he was going to come back for the 2, and he goes to 70. Taking to 182 for 1. Carson. In bowls, forward comes Whiteman. The ball hit him on the pad and just comes into the onside. I'm a little bit surprised Jack Carson hasn't bowled a bit more, actually. Paul was making a very good point that just before tea, he just seemed to be getting into quite a nice rhythm. Hasn't handled that long a bowl. In fact, he's only in his... taking the offside. There is no run. He's in his fifth over. Yeah. Which for a front line spinner is a little surprising. I'm sure there's a reason why. So again. In a bowl. Swept. And there's a good stop actually at leg slip. I'm not sure who's in there. Is that Tom Haynes? Either way, it was a good stop. Prevents a run.
I think it might be Jack leaning.
Good spot, I think it might be. Know your players, Adrian. Carson again. Oh, forward comes Whiteman. They shall not pass. He wants to be there tomorrow morning, does Sam Whiteman. And why wouldn't he be? Last ball of the over, then 3 overs to come. I think Finley Bean will be very keen if he can to get this 3 figures under his belt before the close of play. Carson bowls and Whiteman plays down the track. Carson fields. There is no run. So end of the over. 95 to Finley Bean, 70 to Sam Whiteman, 182 for 1. The arrears still 320, but in terms of permutations of the game, Jonathan, I was saying to Paul that you might think a draw is the favourite result here. However, if Sussex can nip 2 or 3 out in the morning, if it's a bit overcast, if Yorkshire really get a cracking move on tomorrow, who knows, with the likes of Root and Bairstow, it's not inconceivable they could get into positive territory, sometime around tea time tomorrow, and then give Sussex an awkward last day. There are still lots of things that could happen here.
Yeah, I mean, during quiet periods in games, I think, myself included, that sometimes I've got a tendency to sort of write games off, but I think one of the many reasons that we all love cricket is because it is so unpredictable. So when you start to predict it, it'll often bite you back, won't it? And there might be the clatter of 3 or 4 wickets, even on a good deck where batters make mistakes. Bowlers turn up with good delivery. Finley Bean then to face Tom Price, who's into the attack at the Howard stand then, round the wicket, and he's got one away backward of point here. Haynes does the fielding. They've got one throw, well, I was going to say it was a little wayward. I don't think it was wayward, but there was just nobody behind the stumps at the bowler's end, and a bit of backing up has saved any embarrassment, and a potential gift of a 5 there for Finley Bean. He's got one.
Kind of a great way to go to 100, wouldn't it?
Would have been happy with that, wouldn't he? Yeah. Would have got it done. He's on 96, but at the non-striking end now. Whiteman on 70, faces up to Price, and plays one down to short third man. Haynes again fielding. Yeah, I don't think, just like players and coaches saying, we sometimes roll our eyes at it about not getting too far ahead of yourself in matches, but it's what cricket does. You sort of have a thought process and then something happens to change it. Nicely driven down the ground, this one by Whiteman, and well fielded coming round from mid-on. Tumbling stop. Is that Ollie Robinson?
I think it's Daniel Hughes.
Yeah, you're right. It's Ollie Robinson at mid-off, isn't it? And so 1 run to Sam Whiteman.
There we go.
184 for 1. Just the 15 legitimate deliveries left on day 2. It's in again, Bean, with Simpson for company right behind the stumps. Drawn back into his crease and just defends into the leg side.
Yes, I was just doing the stats on John Simpson. It's his 31st championship game for Sussex, and he scored 10 hundreds, which is pretty remarkable. In something like 48 completed innings, it's a remarkable achievement, really.
Yeah, very good strike rate. Bean waits, short ball, pulled for 4. that takes him to a 7th first-class century, and the first since he got that double ton at Trent Bridge 14 innings and 10 months ago. Raises his bat to warm applause from around Headingley. The helmet's off and signals to the balcony. 229 minutes, 169 balls, 13 fours now, and a 6 to go with it all, and 100 not out exactly. Finley Bean, well played, sir, and well, he's been out there longer than the grass in this match. Price in again, and he tries to flick that one off his legs this time, but Simpson cleans up. End of the over, 188 for 1.
Well, super not. What about it? Finley Bean thoroughly deserved it. It's not just been a very good innings, it's been a mammoth effort of concentration, fitness, having kept wicket for those 131 overs as well. So
69 deliveries, including 30 floors and 1 six.
very well played. Can we go with the Lions in the winter, Georgie? No. Okay.
He played out at Melbourne University in the winter, first grade in the Australian grade cricket.
2 overs to go.
Did well actually, got a few tons as well while I was out there. Yeah.
Did you want to natter to Paul before we finish for the day? Because I know he's not here tomorrow. In comes Carson Bowles.
Not particular.
Squirted to backward point, and there is no run. The arrears are 314. So Paul was saying earlier, he'd far rather be in the Sussex dressing room than the Yorkshire dressing room, but that sort of equilibrium may have, just changed a lot. We keep on saying about important sessions. Tomorrow morning is an important, every session, I guess. In comes Carson Bowles, worked away through the offside by Whiteman. He goes to 72. But certainly you'd feel tomorrow, if Yorkshire are still batting at tea, we're going to be somewhere approaching this Sussex total, I think.
Yeah.
So that could really set things up for the final day.
Could.
Carson in Bowles, forward plays. Bean, no run.
That's what I mean about getting too far ahead of yourselves, because if there's parity, 96 overs on the final day, easy enough to finish a game of cricket. I mean, on this pitch and in these conditions, you'd still be placing some doubt on that, but if there is a bit of juice around, it might change things significantly.
Carson in Bowles, whipped away through the offside by Finley Bean, picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 101, the total 190 for 1. Just look at the Sussex bowling figures, just trying to get an idea of who's... they haven't been overworked really, which I think is I'd probably sound like a broken record. Robinson 11 overs, Hutton Prentice 10, in comes Carson Bowles, forward comes Whiteman, plays down the track, no run, Crocombe 9, Price 4, so the bowlers aren't going to be tired, are they? I mean, they've not bowled a huge amount of overs. Ollie Robinson he's used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bowlers in the 58, this is the 59th over. Carson again, Bowles played into the offside by Whiteman. There is no run. I think you ought to bring in Paul for the last over because he's not here tomorrow. So I'm going to say goodnight to you, Jonathan. Thank you for a nice day. Daggers drawn at dawn tomorrow.
I'd forgotten that Hamza was in charge of this broadcast as the home commentator.
Don't take any notice of him, Paul. I'm being polite.
I love the verbal jousts when Hamza and Shawsey are around. We should have a travelling. Right, we've got 6 deliveries then for Shawsey to make his first good point of the day.
Been waiting a while, haven't we?
So in comes Price, and that's turned around the corner by Bean for a single out to Henry Crocombe. So what are your reflections on day 2? Where are we going with this match, Shawsey?
Well, that's a good question. Certainly, if you consider where Sussex were mid-afternoon yesterday, 150 for 5.
Yeah, it's been Just had a little at Whiteman, I should say, just had a little poke at that one outside off stump, ball short of length, no run.
And then where they finished today on 502, the knock from Simpson was outstanding. Price 93, Hudson Prentice 36, and Robinson 40 towards the end of the innings gave them a really good foundation to amass that fairly large total. And then
He comes again, that's turned into the leg side by Whiteman for 1.
And then Yorkshire 17 for 1, losing the experienced Lythe, and these two came together, being now 102 not out and Whiteman 73 not out, already a partnership of 175. I think have played beautifully, really. They managed the difficult situation early on, and the Sussex bowlers bowled tight lines and tight lengths and made both batters work hard.
Price to Bean, defends into the offside, no run.
And they've gone through the gears, haven't they? There's been certain times they've had to sit in, and the time where they've been able to play a little bit more positively. But what I think they've done incredibly well in forming this partnership is rotated the strike, put the bad ball away, and managed to just strangle a little bit more momentum away from Sussex to enable Yorkshire to be 192 for 1 as we approach the close.
Yeah, Price in again, and Bean once more defends. And ball to come.
On what has been, it's a pretty good batting pitch, but it is dry, and we've seen the odd ball just begin to offer a little bit from a spin perspective. So I would expect the weather remains good. Day 3, back into day 3 and going into day 4, it might just start spinning. Footholds have already emerged on this dry pitch, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yep, final ball over there then, Price. Bowls and blocked by Bean, and at 20 past 6 on Saturday evening, day 2 has come to a close with Yorkshire on 192 for 1. Finlay Bean with a very, very well put together 102 from 176 balls, 236 minutes of batting. What a game he's having so far, having been out there throughout the Sussex innings with the keeping gloves on. Sam Whiteman 73 off 158, and the sole wicket to have fallen on an afternoon and evening of a fair bit of toil out there in the end for Sussex was that of Adam Lythe, who was caught. Clark bowled Hudson Prentice for 6. Sussex, though, for all that effort and just the 1 wicket in the Yorkshire innings, are still 310 runs to the good here, so they are in the driving seat, and it's for Yorkshire to try and rub off that and then maybe add some and put some pressure back on the visitors, but that's a long way off at this moment in time. Standing ovation for Finlay Bean as he leaves the field of play in that unbroken second wicket partnership of 175 from 306 deliveries. That is it from us at Headingley on day 2 as the players leave the field from Harmsley. Thanks to Shawsey. We'll be back tomorrow when Liam Thomas is our third voice, and we'll be on a couple of minutes before the start of play, which is scheduled for 11 o'clock. We'll see you then. Good night.